Chapter 101 Notebook. A thick black leather notebook with blood stains on the cover. Left by Wang Matzi. Now, the tomb robber was holding his wife, turning his back to them, and was still mumbling. This is the experimental diary of Huang Dowang and Zuokawa Jiro. Who would have thought that a shabby master from Jiangnan would work with a Japanese devil to pioneer super research on biological viruses and achieve results that transcend the times. Even now, this achievement is enough for them to win the Nobel Prize. Wang Matzi said this and raised his mobile phone. When Fong Tang saw the signal flashing on his cell phone, he trembled. No! Zua moved faster than him, and the wire popped out and directly grabbed the cell phone. The mobile phone was pulled over. Wang Matzi reached out and groped on the ground, screaming. Just in front of him, 2 pieces of explosives that had been inserted into detonators were scattered. Wang Matzi just wanted to detonate these explosives directly. But now, he was pulling on the ground like a blind man. And Mrs. Su suddenly lay on the ground with a thud. Kai Lin took one look and screamed. Old Mrs. Su's entire face disappeared. The terrifying blood vessels spread out. And inside the skull, countless black bugs were crawling. Wang Matzi turned his head at this time. His face was covered with scratches from his nails, and his eyes were only bloody holes. Fong Tang's mouth felt sour. Master, based on the shape of the wound on Wang Matzi's face, we can infer that Mrs. Su went crazy after being attacked by viruses and bugs, and destroyed the tissue of Wang Matzi's eyes with her fingers. No need to explain in vain. Fong Tang could also imagine the terrible situation. Mrs. Su, who was parasitized by black bugs on the 2nd floor, went crazy when she reached the 3rd floor. The crazy woman stretched out her nails and clawed desperately, completely forgetting that the person holding her was the lover of her life. And Wang Matzi would rather endure this pain than give up the wife in his arms. Wang Matzi was panting at this time, raising his head and shaking his head desperately. Kill me! Kill me quickly! With a click, a pair of scissors flew away and hit Wang Matzi's throat. The scissors were retracted, and Ah Yu, who had just woken up, sighed. Although these two are both bastards, this relationship is really rare. Wang Matzi fell to the ground and threw himself into his wife's arms. It's all just a scam. After hiding the scam for 80 years, Wang Matzi finally realized that this was not a buried treasure, but a Japanese biological laboratory. Oswald let out a long breath, supported Ah Yu and said, We can complete the mission if we find the prop indicated by the game. They supported him and began to search. Find the 3rd floor of the tomb and get the key props to defeat the boss of the main game. It is their requirement to pass the test. Fong Tang and Kai Lin gathered together at this time and gently opened the black leather notebook. This is not just an experiment diary, but a real diary. Zuokawa Jiro had a profound foundation in Chinese studies and recorded the entire incident in traditional Chinese characters. As the notebook unfolds, all the stories about this tomb and this experiment have to start from Jiro Sakawa's childhood. Jiro Sakawa was born into a family in the Japanese military. His grandfather had participated in the Russo-Japanese War and followed the army at that time. Kanjiro Nishi, commander of the 2nd Division, had his hands stained with the blood of sin. After returning to China, Jiro Sakawa's grandfather received the 2nd-class Golden Eagle Medal. But soon, the reputation of the entire family suffered a fatal blow because Jiro Sakawa's father and brother participated in the anti-war organization at the time. When Jiro Sakawa was 6 years old, he witnessed the tragic scene of his grandfather hacking his elder brother to death with a saber. Soon after, his father was personally sent to the front line by his grandfather to work as a demoning soldier, and died in March when the cherry blossoms were blooming. It can be said that the entire tragedy of the Sichuan family was caused by his grandfather. But Jiro Sakawa was also raised by his grandfather. He was instilled with militaristic ideas since he was a child. When he was 10 years old, his grandfather sent him to the army school at that time. Poor Jiro Sakawa did not have the physique to become a professional soldier. He had been frail and sick since he was a child, and had been tortured in the army. At this time, he met a beautiful Osaka girl, and the two secretly fell in love. The girl from Osaka soon became pregnant. When the incident came to light, Sagawa Jiro was expelled from the army school on the spot. On the night he was expelled, Grandpa circumcised Jiro Sakawa. Fong Tang and Kai Lin were shocked when they saw this. The Japanese are really perverted. They actually castrated their own grandson. Kai Lin looked at the diary. Fong Tang flipped through the pages. Why did Jiro Zuokawa write this in his experimental diary? There are dozens of pages after it. Kai Lin looked at it very seriously. This may be his confession before his death. So I put the last all the secret things have been revealed. Fong Tang continued to read. In Zuokawa Jiro's heart, his grandfather is both the devil and God. He hates the evil things his grandfather did to his father and eldest brother, but also worships his grandfather's military exploits and regards his grandfather as a role model for success. But his grandfather had completely given up on him and threw him into a small hospital in Sendai after he was circumcised. However, it was in that hospital that Jiro Sakawa's entire life was rewritten. He met an international student from China, a woman with profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine named Zhang Xingqi. Well, this name belongs to a man. Right. It says it's a female foreign student who inherited the Xingling family. Fong Tang looked at it. Kailin Lin smiled. Before and after the Republic of China, there was a period when the feminist liberal movement was popular. At that time, Chinese intellectual women liked to change their names to masculine names. Not to mention that this female Chinese medicine doctor went to Japan to study. The two continued to read. When I saw the second paragraph of this page, I let out another sigh. The second paragraph makes it very clear that Zhang Xingqi is Huang Dawang's mother. Zhang Xingqi was born in the Xingling family in the south of the Yangtze River. Before he could realize his ambitions after returning to China, he was forced to marry a bad old man from the Huang family and became his concubine. Later, he gave birth to Huang Dawang, who was unhappy and left soon after. Yes. Fong Tang nodded. There is a reason why Zuokawa Jiro asked Huang Dawang to cooperate. The diary clearly stated that Zhang Xingqi, who was a volunteer in Sendai at that time, not only saved Zuokawa Jiro, but also gave him all the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Knowledge was also passed on to him. It was at this time that Jiro Sagawa discovered his potential in medicine, or specifically in biovirology. Jiro Sagawa came back from Sendai and successfully entered the medical department of Imperial University. Later, he returned to the Army Academy with the highest score and served as a student officer in the medical department. Kailin Lin flipped through the following pages, all of which were Jiro Sakawa's memories of his time in the medical department. Glorious achievements. After turning over these pages, the following things are very simple. Jiro Sagawa became the star of the family and joined the Ishii department, the 731 Bacterial Force, as a second lieutenant. He then followed the Guandong Army into northeast China and operated in the southern area of Fengtian. Zuokawa Jiro has always regarded Zhang Xingqi as his only mentor in the world. As soon as he came to China, he tried to find out the whereabouts of his mentor. However, during the war, there was no news. Later, he entrusted friends at the front many times and learned the news of Zhang Xingqi's death. Life is always full of surprises. Just when Zuokawa Jiro was sighing sadly for his mentor, the war broke out in 1931 and the three provinces of Kanto fell. When Zuokawa Jiro was treating prisoners of the Northeast Army, he accidentally met Huang Dawang. Chapter 102 The Story of Zhuchuan. Regarding this important encounter, Jiro Zhuchuan wrote very simply, I am extremely happy to meet the son of an old friend. After careful questioning, I found that Huang Jun was well versed in the study of traditional Chinese medicine. My teacher Sheng Sheng, the seventh son, is indeed from a family background. Zuokawa Jiro took advantage of his position to plunder countless ancient Chinese medicine books. He needed an assistant to sort out these books, and Huang Dawang was the best choice in terms of status and knowledge. In order to survive, and for his own selfish desires, Huang Dawang did not hesitate to worship Zhuchuan as his eldest brother and became a traitor. Fong Tang quickly flipped through the diary. The following is about the two people's research on viruses. How can it be recorded so simply? Kailin Lin shook her head. No. Maybe it is too complicated. So it is not clear at all in the diary. From 1932 for 4 years from 1936 to 1936, Zhuchuan and Huang Dawang had been working in the underground laboratory in Fengtian. At this time, Jiro Sakawa was full of pessimism about the bacterial weapons research of Unit 731. He was not opposed to research into germ weapons, but he thought such weapons were pointless. Moreover, according to his self-report, he himself has complicated feelings towards China. So Zuokawa Jiro applied for a military grant, took Huang Dawang with him, and began to use living people to research his own virus weapons. Fong Tang was so jealous. This bastard still claims to have feelings for China. Is this a hacking human thing? Kailin Lin was very calm. These are not important. What is important is those black bugs. They are how did you research it? The experiment log has been turned to the middle. And I finally saw the most critical thing. The research direction of Zuokawa Jiro is the development of the human body's potential, or the combination of biological viruses and the human body. His inspiration came from Yao Shi's Gu technique. Kai Linlin's eyes widened. This guy is actually studying Gu technique. Jiro Zuokawa drew an astonishing conclusion from ancient Chinese medicine books. Voodoo is not a ghost legend, but a real thing. Some real bugs enter the human body and can transform the human body, and even directly change the human body's consciousness. Jiro Sakawa wants to create an invincible imperial army, all of which are super soldiers modified by biological viruses. The bodies of these warriors are filled with voodoo insects, which can provide energy to the warriors, stimulate their potential, and even heal themselves. These nonsense, arrogant, and perverted ideas were originally impossible to realize. But Huang Dawang thought of one thing. Kailanlin looked at the next few pages of the diary. Huang Dawang was injured when he was a child, and his body was seriously infected. His mother, Ms. Zhang Xingqi, picked a vine from the sneaky slope near her hometown, and then cut it. A kind of mountain insect called moth mosquito was raised in the sap of the genus vine. A new type of living pill was developed based on this. Jiro Sagawa recorded in detail that the moth gnat would be produced in the sap of the genus vine. Eggs. And coincidentally, the seeds of Sneaky Poe's Cutman's vine were born in the sap. So under a strange chemical reaction, the moth mosquitoes and the seeds of Cutman's vine were fused together. Parasite demonic insect. Jiro Sakawa came up with a strange name that made people shiver all over. This parasite cured Huang Dawang's infection, and it was very similar to the Chinese legend of Gu. So Huang Dawang recommended it to Zuokawa Jiro. Jiro Zuokawa felt like he had found a treasure. After several experiments, he made a breakthrough. At this time, it was 1936. With the fall of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the Japanese army entered the depths of Jiangnan. Zuokawa Jiro could no longer hold back, and led a small team to follow Huang Dawang to Guisua Slope. This is a barren mountain with endless vines and moss. The army also brought 30 healthy living experimental subjects. But at that time, various countries were very disgusted with the militarization of bacteria and viruses. In order to cover up the experiment, Huang Dawang built a mountain temple, dug a 3-story tomb under the temple, and gave himself a grand burial. They began to go underground and continue their research. Now it can be explained why Japanese earth ghosts appeared in the mountain temple. They were the ghosts worshipped by Jiro Sagawa in his hometown. It also happens to symbolize this transnational cooperation between him and Huang Dawang. Under the tomb, the experiment went well at first, and the two began to plant moth and mosquito seeds inside the living body. At first, ordinary animals were used, and then a breakthrough was finally achieved in apes. In particular, a big black monkey perfectly absorbed the experimental seeds and turned into a monster with amazing fighting power. Kai Linlin and Fong Tang looked at each other when they saw this, and immediately thought of the mandrill. It turns out it's not a mountain ghost at all, but a mutated monkey? Looking back, with its wrinkled face and black hair, the mandrill looked like a big monkey. So, those tourists all mutated after being infected by the virus? Kailanlin took a breath and felt relaxed. Fong Tang understood her feelings. Those mutated monsters had completely defeated Kailanlin's worldview at that time. Maybe she doubts whether there are really ghosts in this world? The unknown is the scariest thing. Well now, no matter how shocking it is, those monsters are just infected by viruses, which can be explained by science. They continue to look at Zhuochuan's diary. After the successful experiment on monkeys, Zuokawa Jiro and Huang Dawang ran into trouble. Although living experimental subjects can produce enough moth and mosquito seeds, humans cannot bear this kind of mutation in the body. The experimental subjects either die in mourning for several days, or are eaten into MPSH, LS by black bugs. At this time, the war is about to end, and there are not even enough experimental subjects. Crazy Huang Dawang thought of the conspiracy of the treasure map and diary. So there was a steady stream of treasure hunters who were deceived. The experiment log has been recorded up to this point, but there is a page missing in the middle. Fong Tang looked at the torn page. There was only the word, wife, written with a brush on it. Jiro Zuokawa tore off one piece. Fong Tang whispered and continued reading. There are very few diaries appearing under the experiment log. Most of them are research data and various anatomical diagrams. Occasionally, Sakawa Jiro's diaries appear, but they are all scrawled and confusing. After the Japanese Empire surrendered, China entered into reconstruction, and even fewer people hunted for treasures. At this time, Zuokawa Jiro and Huang Dawang began to use soldiers for experiments, and then their family members who accompanied the army. Wait! Kai Linlin pointed with her finger when she saw this. Family members of the army? Do you mean the comfort women of the army? Fong Tang shook his head. Japanese devils like Zuokawa Jiro will not use family members to describe the comfort women of the army. Yes, it may really be my wife's family. However, this operation is top secret. How could there be family members following it? Cailin Lin frowned. It's completely unreasonable. At least it's definitely not Jiro Zuokawa's family. Don't forget, he is a eunuch. Fong Tang sneered. Cailin Lin pursed her lips. You seem to have forgotten that before Jiro Sakawa became a eunuch, he had a lover at Osaka who was pregnant. The two discussed for a while, and finally turned to the last page. The writing on it was completely scrawled. Succeeded? The frantic fonts read. Finally successful. She is so perfect. A true superhuman. The rise of the empire is right before our eyes. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Fong Tang and Cailin Lin both shook their heads. What does Jiro Sakawa mean when he uses her to describe his experimental subjects? Is it a woman? Or those bugs? This may become an eternal mystery. The final result was that Zhuchuan and Huang Dowang killed each other, and the tomb was sealed in the mountains for 80 years. What exactly did Zhuchuan and Huang Dowang research? How did they succeed? Fong Tang was still thinking. There are also those mutated travelers outside the mountain. Monsters like zombies. Could it be that they were infected by black insects? Caused by an attack? Cailin Lin thought for a while. It's still wrong. Because we have also killed many monsters. And there are no moth and mosquito seeds in their bodies. Unless. Fong Tang took a deep breath. Unless they were killed by the virus, was infected by the refined virus. Jiro Sakawa wanted to return to the country with the original reagent. Since it was a reagent, it must be a reagent that can be spread on a large scale. Hey, what are you two muttering about? Come on. We have time. There aren't many left. And I haven't found any game props yet. I only found a few needles. Zwa shouted from behind. Cailin Lin and Fong Tang turned around and saw holding a glass box in his left hand. In the box were 4 old-fashioned syringes. They still use metal SH, LS and spring structures. Only the red reagent in the syringes was still the same. Clear. When Cailin Lin and Fong Tang saw this thing, they shouted together. Put it down. Don't move. Chapter 103 Antidote. Zwa was holding the glass box. Fong Tang and Cailin Lin were very puzzled by the excited reaction. What are you afraid of? You are so scared. Cailin Lin swallowed. There may be a virus in the syringe. Zwa chuckled. If it is a virus, do I dare to pick it up? Don't worry. I have been careful. I checked it. And it says prescription good medicine, which is the traditional Chinese medicine. This poor kid has never read the diary and has no idea what Chinese medicine means in this laboratory. Fong Tang sighed. Forget it. Leave her alone. She asked for it anyway. Zwa gently put down the glass box in his hand. Very carefully. Ozwa walked silently, holding her arm. She was very weak, but her movements were still very flexible. I didn't find any props. Damn it. What are the props to deal with the final boss? At this time, Ozwa looked at Fong Tang's feet. Of the North Star. The girl rolled her eyes and whistled to Beixing. What are you going to do? Fong Tang guarded his dog vigilantly. Brother Fong Tang, let me lend you your dog. Isn't it a hunting dog? It must have a good nose. Help us find props. Zwa said crisply. No. Fong Tang refused immediately. 100 game coins. You hoarsely offered the conditions. Fong Tang sneered. It doesn't matter how many game coins I give you. There may be mechanisms in the 3rd level of the tomb. I will never let Beixing take risks. Oh, your dog's name is Beixing. Zwa smiled even more charmingly. Beixing shook his half-remaining tail and barked. Ozwa took a step forward. You followed closely. The two girls looked harmless. But now they decided to force themselves. They were also really anxious. Fong Tang clenched his knife tightly, and he would not hesitate to fight for Beixing. At this moment, Cailin Lin suddenly laughed. You guys are so funny. In a place like this, hounds can't display their abilities. What do you mean? Zwa frowned. Cailin Lin shook her head. The dog's sense of smell is indeed very developed. But being too developed can also have disadvantages. This 3rd level secret room not only contains living experiments, but also various animal corpses, medicines, and dead bones. In such a sealed environment, dogs can't tell what you want at all. And besides, you don't even seem to know what you're looking for. Zwa sighed. The policewoman was right. You looked at his watch and said, the game ends in half an hour. The time was beating minute by second. Every place in the secret room that could be opened has been opened. Zwa said in a deep voice at this time. Although I don't know what the prop is looking for. It must be a very special thing. As long as we pick up something, we can get the game prompt. The game will prompt whether the thing in our hand is props. Do you understand now? Caelan raised her eyebrows. In this case, you can touch everything again. You can't think of such a simple solution. Right? Of course we have thought of it. You gritted his teeth. But there's not enough time. And it's very dangerous. Who knows if there are those black bugs in here? The girl with a broken hand was shaking, recalling the tragic scene when the bugs got into her body. She almost couldn't bear it. I couldn't help but vomit it again. Caelan snorted. You are looking for something. Let me try it. Both. Ozwa and Ayu looked at her suspiciously. What are you looking at? The little policewoman said coldly. I have done on-site identification. Finding evidence and clues is the basic skill of the police. I once found a hair of only 2 centimeters at the corpse scene. Zwa's eyes flickering. I really forgot about this. Police sister, let's not waste time. I promise. As long as you help us complete this game, I will thank you very much. There are many good things in the game mall that are rare in the world. Zwa said he was grateful to Caelan. Not in a false way, but sincerely. Fong Tang took a step back indifferently. He would not get involved in Ayu's side mission. And he has to find something too. He wants to find clues to Qin Yashin's side mission as soon as possible. 4 people and 1 dog started walking around in this 3-story tomb, which was not very spacious. What they faced now was like a riddle that needed to be solved. Ozwa and Right followed Caelan. The female police officer first came to the laboratory on the left. What you are looking for is a special item. Since you always said it is a game, Caelan said lightly, then I will treat it as a puzzle game. Generally, it is a puzzle-type secret room game. And the clues are hidden. There are only 3 types. We don't have time to discuss this with you. Ayu shouted sharply. The side game of this level will end with 25 minutes left. Caelan was still talking. The first way to hide is the most hidden place. Often clues are hidden in blind corners of our sight, or in unexpected places. Zwa and Right moved quickly and began to search for nooks and crannies. Then they broke all the tables and chairs, lifted up the bathroom tiles on the right, and even tore open the documents page by page. 15 minutes passed, and nothing was gained. It seems that it's not the first way. The second way to hide clues is the mechanism type, which is set in different mechanisms. You need to crack the mechanism to get the clues, Caelan said as she found a handful of clues. Bayonet, picking up various scattered things. There doesn't seem to be any mechanism. You could no longer hold his breath and screamed. Where's the third way to hide? Tell me! There are still 4 minutes left, and the side game will end. Caelan stood in the middle of the tomb at this time. The third way to hide is that the most conspicuous place is the safest. Some clues are right under your nose, but it is the hardest for us to find them. She glanced around. And the one in the middle, the secret room. The secret room on the right. The most superficial places like the walls and the floor. But the most conspicuous location in the entire 3rd level tomb must be the spring pool in the middle. The cold spring water from underground has been bubbling up, driving the water in the ditch and making a gurgling sound. The game ends in 3 minutes. Without hesitation, Zwa threw off his coat and jumped into the cold pool with a splash. Be careful. There may be an undercurrent inside that will suck you in. Ayu stamped his feet anxiously. There was a gurgling sound in the pool, and Fong Tang also walked over and looked at the water splash. She is lucky. There is no big spring, just a small underground crack. The game ends in 2 minutes. Beep beep. The water splash continues to rise. Zwa has disappeared below for 170 seconds. The game ends in 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. With a crash, Ozwa's head came out. He held up a water bottle with his little hands that were blue from the cold. Spit out water and cheered. Found it! Ayu pulled her out and hurriedly put on her coat. Zwa was jumping on the spot, shaking the water drops on his short hair. I really have to thank the police sister. Sure enough, this thing is hidden under our noses. The chip behind her neck flashed, and Caelan saw it and breathed immediately. A meal. Is this the first time Caelan has seen a player's chip? Fong Tang thought to himself. But the little policewoman's expression was very strange. It is difficult for multiple emotions to appear on one person's face at the same time. Surprise, shock, joy, uneasiness, fear. But at this moment Caelan is so contradictory. She slowly leaned on Fong Tang, her breathing getting faster and faster. Lin, what's wrong with you? Fong Tang hugged her quickly and asked. Caelan said nothing. then suddenly reached out and touched Fong Tang's neck. Chapter 104 Asking for Help. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. No need to touch it. Although you can't touch it, I have to admit that I also have a chip. Cailin let out a long breath, with complex emotions in her eyes, and Li Liqing left Fong Tang's warm embrace and walked far away. At this time, Zhuo and Yu had confirmed that they had completed the side game and were opening the water bottle. This is the type of fish bladder bottle from the 1930s. It is exquisitely made and made of sufficient materials. Even after being underwater for nearly 100 years, it is still intact. So it cut the mouth of the bottle with a wire, and a round thing rolled out of the bottle. Dark brown, spherical body the size of a longan. This is the wax pill. Yu's remaining hand was wrapped in a piece of cloth. He carefully caught it, and then crushed the wax pill through the cloth. A rolled note appeared. Zhuo was very disappointed. According to the game prompts, this is obviously the key item to deal with the last big boss. Why is it just a note? Fong Tang smiled. Maybe it is a magical secret technique. Once you learn it, you can crush everything. Boss. This joke is not funny, but it makes sense. Zhuo held up the note seriously and said, maybe it's a real secret book of magical skills. However, after opening the note, there were no training methods or internal energy formulas. Just a list of names of medicinal materials. They are the most common Chinese medicinal materials. 5 qian of angelica root. 5 qian of Rehmannia glutinosa. 2 qian of licorice. White peony root. Trichosanths powder. Honeysuckle. Raw Rehmannia root. 1 tail of black plum pills. Zhuo read these Chinese medicinal materials with a confused look on his face. However, Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he had already seen the information provided by Bai. This is the 8 Immortals Detoxification Decoction, a commonly used folk prescription in ancient times. Fong Tang said in a deep voice. It is especially effective in treating malignant sores, and can induce vomiting and detoxification. Zhuo frowned and looked at it. There is also written at the back. Water 2 bowl. Fry 8 portions. Combine with black plum pills and take half hungry. It is indeed strange. How could the most common detoxification prescription become a prop to deal with the boss? Fong Tang came over and looked at Fong Zi carefully. He frowned. No, this is not just the 8 Immortals antidote, but also contains black plum pills. What are black plum pills? Asked Zhuo and Yu together. Fong Tang smiled faintly. It's an ancient anthelmintic prescription, used to treat roundworms, dysentery, nausea, headaches, abdominal pain and diarrhea, etc. Both. Zhuo and Yu exclaimed. Could this prescription be used to deal with those vine-cutting insects? Fong Tang reached out and said, show me the bottle. The bottle with a broken opening was handed over, and there was a layer of thick black colloid inside. Fong Tang washed the black colloid in water, and lines of small words appeared on the outside of the transparent old-fashioned glass bottle. Zhuo and Yu came over and opened their eyes wide. Even Kai Lin couldn't help coming over. This is written on the glass with an engraving needle knife. Fong Tang looked at this small regular script and had great calligraphy skills. This calligraphy is very skillful. Could it be left by Huang Dawang? Cailin asked. Fong Tang nodded. Yes, but what does it mean? In a hurry, Huang Dawang had a prescription for an antidote, and also carved fine writing on the outside of the fish bladder bottle. There are traditional Chinese characters written on the bottle, but they are simple words and not difficult to read. Zhuo is crazy. He is really crazy. He actually did something like that to her. It was his one mistake that caused eternal hatred. Now that I think about it, I actually did such evil things that are worse than human beings. Mother, I'm sorry, was written intermittently, because the glass carved with a knife had been soaked in water for many years and had become blurred. Jiro Zuokawa, you devil. Can't you imagine that the devil bug you spent your whole life working for has been broken by me long ago? I have already left behind a hand. Let's see how this golden prescription can break your devil bug. Poison! The writing ended here. This antidote is the antidote to the virus. It's really unbelievable that a biological virus that can rival the pinnacle of modern biological science and technology can be cracked with just one prescription. Yu shook his head. That's because Huang Dawang was fully involved in the research and development of the virus, and he kept a secret. In those insect poisons, Huang Dawang deliberately left a flaw. To put it bluntly, he and Zhuo are seemingly inseparable, and they have been scheming. He is worthy of being a master. Origin. Zhuo and Yu are very satisfied now that they have completed this side mission with rich rewards. After putting away the note, Zwa smiled and said, "Okay, it's time to go out now. But before leaving, I have to get some souvenirs." Fong Tang touched the Kanto sword behind his back. "I already got what I wanted. It's a treasure." Kaylin Lin held the experiment diary carefully, and she also gained something. Zwa and Ayu looked around and saw that there was really nothing good left. "Then let's go. Maybe the red mist outside has dispersed." Zwa walked out. Ayu silently picked up the dangerous glass box. "This won't work." Fong Tang and Kai Linlin shouted together. "The dangerous demonic insect virus must not be brought out of this tomb." Ayu Lin ran. "Afraid of the virus leaking? Wake up! It has been leaked a long time ago. Look at the color of these reagents. The red mist trapping us outside is simply this virus. Someone has already come in advance." Maybe she was right. But Fong Tang still insisted. "It's better to have less. This thing is too scary." Zwa rubbed his nose. "We all have the antidote. Take it to the mall, and maybe it will be bigger, make a fortune." The four of them faced off again. At this moment, the tomb suddenly shook with a bang. It was like an earthquake. And then with a click, the stone door at the exit of the three-story tomb suddenly closed. The surrounding wall shook, and gray dust kept falling. "Damn it! It can't be such a cliché plot," Azwagwai shouted. "After people successfully explore underground, the catacombs will always collapse, and then only the protagonist successfully escapes." Kai Linlin sneered. "Then who among us is the protagonist now?" The scissors in Ah's right hand popped out, entangled a chair on the ground, swung, whined with powerful force, and hit the closed tomb door. With a bang, the force brought by the chair suddenly smashed open the tomb door. There was no cliché plot. The door was just closed by the shock, not locked. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief, wiped his sweat, and pulled Kai Linlin to go out. Kaylin Lin stood there at this time, staring at the opposite wall in surprise. "Is that a leather bag? Did I read it correctly?" Following the direction of Kaylin Lin's finger, several people turned their heads and saw it. Under the gray wall of peeling sand, behind the bottles and jars in the middle, a leather bag appeared. "I didn't see this leather bag just now because it was blocked by those specimen jars." At this time, the vibration in the ground caused the jar to move away, and it was exposed. "That's it." Fong Tang was suddenly shocked. He watched carefully with wide eyes. "It's absolutely right. This is definitely Qin Yaxin's little leather bag. The limited edition LV Autumn bag is also her favorite bag." The leather bag hanging on the wall behind the glass bottle now looked so familiar, which made Fong Tang extremely excited. He rushed over. "Yaxin has been here before." Fong Tang was now afraid of suddenly seeing Yaxin's body, or her body stuffed into a jar. He tried to steady his breathing and checked all the bottles and jars, but found no fresh body parts. With his mind at ease, Fong Tang gently picked up the leather bag with his Guangdong sword. Under the leather bag, dark red handwriting suddenly appeared on the gray-brown wall. It was the words written on the flaming blue gold lipstick. There are only 6 words. "Kill her! Save me!" These 6 words are exactly the same as those found on Fong Tang's wooden stick. It turns out that it was Yaxin who carved the words on the stick. It was she who asked for help. So what does "kill her" mean? Could it be that the person who kidnapped Yaxin was a woman? When Fong Tang's mind was in confusion, Kai Linlin and Zwa's exclamations came from behind. "Wall!" Zwa shouted. "The taupe walls are moving slowly." Fong Tang's broadsword flashed and the bag flew away. After grabbing it, he quickly retreated. Now, the 4 of them were staring at the wall. Chapter 105 Enchantress. The wall moved slowly, and then made a clicking sound. The pulley built under the wall came to an end, but the 4 of them could only see endless darkness. Behind the wall appears to be a narrow passage, but without any light. Beixing suddenly arched his body and made a whining sound. It senses danger. Extreme danger? Fong Tang also sensed it. I can't describe this feeling. It's like being stared at by a hunting beast. Beads of sweat appeared on Fong Tang's forehead and fell down. Then with a hiss, the brightest light on the left side of the 3rd floor tomb went out. Zira! Snapped. All gas lights then went out. All around was darkness. The 4 of them could only hear each other's breathing. Fong Tang covered his watch and gave an order in his mind. Bai immediately turned off the watch. In the darkness, any light is like a living target. Zwa and Ayu are moving slowly. Slowly moving towards the back of the wall from the left and right directions. At this tense moment, a bright light appeared. It was Kai Linlin. She held her phone high and turned on the flashlight. The moment the camera lit up, Fong Tang raised the Kanto sword in his hand and shot it away with the handle. The handle of the knife hit Kaylin Lin's cell phone, which flew up. Fong Tang was highly concentrated at this time, and he immediately pinned the policewoman underneath him. The mobile phone was flying in the air with its light, and a flash of light appeared. The flash of light rose violently in the darkness, as short as an arc of electricity, and like the bright light of a new moon. This arc of lightning hit Kaylin Lin's mobile phone. The phone silently decomposed in midair, and was divided into 16 pieces. Fong Tang's scalp felt numb. That flash of light just now was the light of a sword, although the blade could not emit light on its own in the dark. The opponent's knife was so fast that the blade reflected the light of the mobile phone and instantly shattered the mobile phone. It fired 9 swords. In less than a tenth of a second, there were 9 swords in a row, 8 horizontal cuts, and 1 vertical slash. Because the first cut off the phone's camera, the remaining 8 cuts couldn't even see the flash. Bye! Fong Tang held down Kaylin Lin hard and asked anxiously, "Have you seen the monster clearly?" "Master, I am analyzing the enemy's sword skills." 2 seconds later, Bai issued a warning. "Insufficient computing resources. Unable to predict the angle and strength of the opponent's shot." In other words, even Bai can't see the opponent's shot clearly. Fong Tang became more and more horrified. In the tomb on the 3rd floor, Ah Zhu and Ah Yu had moved half a meter away from the opening of the wall. Their steps were very strange. First they raised their toes and dragged their heels on the ground. Then they landed on their toes, spun around, and moved forward with their heels again. This seemingly funny way of walking is actually the most hidden and quietest. Like a cat with pads on its paws, it quietly approached the opening. There is only a secret passage behind the wall opening, which is only 50 centimeters wide. Such a narrow secret passage will give the enemy no chance to move. The weapons of Azwa and AU are wires and scissors that can be used for long-range attacks. Fong Tang felt a little relaxed. In this case, as long as the 2 women successfully took action, the enemy would be seriously injured. Bye. Connect to Beixing's perception system. Under Beixing's visual system, a gray glimmer appeared all around. That was the faint glow from the extinguished gas filament. The filament still carries residual high temperature, which produces a little light. Human eyes cannot detect this faint light, but dogs can. Now, Fong Tang looked towards the opposite side nervously. In the gray darkness, a pair of white eyes appeared. Fong Tang almost stopped breathing, because those eyes were staring at Azwa and Ayu at the entrance. It had seen it a long time ago, but it was just holding back. "Be careful!" Fong Tang yelled, raising the Kanto sword in his hand, kicking the ground with his feet, and ejected away. A ray of light flashed out of the pale eyes in the darkness. And Azwa and AU also took action at this time. Ayu's scissors popped out like lightning, causing a whine. She deliberately swung the scissors to create the momentum of an attack in order to cover Zwa next to her. Covered by the weird sound of the scissors, Zwa's wire wrapped around the opening silently. Ding! Prick! 2 consecutive sounds sounded almost overlapping. Ayu snorted, and the scissors were knocked away by the blade with a clang. They flew back at a faster speed and hit her on the left shoulder. But Zwa's steel wire seemed to be entangled with something. Before she could tighten it, there was a stabbing sound. The steel wire broke, and a faint light shot out. The dim light was aimed directly at Zwa's heart with unstoppable force. Zwa was dumbfounded. She didn't even have a chance to dodge because it was too fast. Like a brilliant shooting star, the sword light flashed in front of him. With a bang, Fong Tang's Guangdong sword blocked the sword at the critical moment. Buzz! There was a scalp-numbing vibration. Fong Tang gritted his teeth, and his right hand trembled uncontrollably. Looking down, his hands were covered in blood. The power of the sword behind the wall was so amazing that it not only knocked off his Kanto sword, but also caused the skin of his entire palm to split. There was a sound in the darkness, and then a figure stepped in. That's a person. A woman about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a long robe. The reason why you can tell that she is a woman is because her exposed curves can be said to be voluptuous and sexy. There was a sneer, and a stick-like object appeared in the left hand of the woman who came in. The stick-like object lightly rubbed on the blade of her right hand, and fire appeared. Fong Tang handed the sword to his left hand and held his breath. Azwa and Ayu stood beside him. All 3 of them widened their eyes. In front of them, the first thing they saw was a gray skirt. I shouldn't say it's a skirt. It's more like a loose robe, but a little different. Yukata! Fong Tang saw clearly. The yukata here is not a bathing garment, but a Japanese national costume. A type of kimono. A graceful figure was wrapped in a large gray yukata. The figure was holding a burning stick, but wearing a terrifying mask on his face. red ghost head mask. With a whoosh, the woman in a men's kimono blew out the fire. Then a wave of cold air came straight towards him. Zwa screamed, and a streak of blood shot into the sky from his neck. Only then did Fong Tang raise his knife. With a bang, the Kanto sword flew into the air, and his entire left arm lost feeling. The broadsword made a sound as it penetrated into the rock above the tomb. Zwa staggered back, covering his neck. Only one knife. But this knife almost split Zwa's head, if it weren't for Fong Tang's block at the critical moment. Bye! Activate my full potential! Fong Tang yelled in his heart, knowing that he had met a real master this time. The next moment, the figure in front of Fong Tang began to blur, and his breathing became heavy. Fong Tang could already hear his own heartbeat. Slow heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. It wasn't that his heartbeat had slowed down, but that his reactions had sped up at least 4 times. Now, everything Fong Tang saw was slowing down. This is what happens when familiar potential is activated. Lefty is falling backwards in slow motion. Kalen behind is rushing forward like a stop-motion animation. And right is moving to the left. And finally Beijing is jumping high. Fong Tang jumped up, grabbed the Kanto sword, dropped it, and looked ahead, blade in front, looking for signs of the enemy. Then, after images appeared in front of him, the gray kimono seemed to turn into butterflies, flying in front of his eyes. The figure of the woman suddenly turned into 4, rushing towards him from 4 directions waving a long knife. That's because the opponent's speed is too fast. Even when her potential is activated, Fong Tang still can't see her real movements. He was able to create 3 false images in this situation. Under normal circumstances, he might not even be able to see clearly how the other party acted. Fong Tang's Guangdong broadsword cut left and right, and with a bang, the broadsword flew up again. This time, Fong Tang's hands began to tremble, and he instantly withdrew from the state of activated potential. Master, for nerves in your arm have been severed. The index finger bone of your right hand has been comminutely fractured. 2 blood vessels in your left hand have burst, and your elbow joint has fallen off. You can no longer fight. Fong Tang now feels that he has lost his hands. But in front of him, there are a series of afterimages. The cold blade grazed his neck. But the woman wearing the red ghost mask put away the knife at the end and looked at Fong Tang. You? I won't kill you. You have to live. The woman seemed to have difficulty speaking. His speech was unclear, and he spoke in a dialect. Fong Tang could barely understand it. It seemed to be a dialect from the Jiangnan area. The blade appeared again, and this time I saw it clearly. It was a tachi. There was an inscription on the slender and slightly curved blade, but I couldn't understand it. The sword pressed down on Fong Tang's neck, like a huge boulder pressing down on him. Fong Tang could only squat down. The woman stepped forward, making people feel dazzled, because she wasn't moving, more like jumping. In an instant, he reached the middle secret room and grabbed the Onamara Raikiri on the ground. The next moment, she was back where she was. Like a ghost, Raish raised the blade, turned the blade, and hit Fong Tang's neck artery. If the carotid artery is hit by gravity, the blood flowing into the brain will be blocked, causing the brain to lack oxygen and cause fainting. Fong Tang's vision went dark and his head buzzed. But he did not faint immediately, because he is white. Under Bai's control, Fong Tang's brain could still keep functioning even in a hypoxic state. Instead, he became particularly sober at this time. The melanoidin viruses in the brain became active, and they seemed to have found an opportunity to uprising. Master, I must give up protecting my brain. Otherwise, I won't be able to control the melanin insect viruses. Fong Tang spit out blood, and the ghost-faced woman across from him let out another sigh, with admiration in his tone. You? Not bad. She raised the blade in her hand again. Wait! Fong Tang touched the Guangdong sword on the ground and shouted. Let them go. I will go with you voluntarily. The woman's blade turned gracefully in midair, but still hit his neck hard. Fong Tang laid down directly this time and fainted. Chapter 106 Isolation from the World. There was a wind blowing, and the warm and fresh wind blew lazily on my face. Then, there is the fragrance of mountain grass. Fong Tang hummed, shrank up, and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was the dazzling sunlight. The sun shines from above, passes through a big pine tree, and shines on his face. Fong Tang only felt sore and numb all over, and his hands were burning with pain. He slowly raised his hands, feeling relieved that his hands were still there and could move. At this time, the broken finger bones had been reattached and the dislocated joints had been restored. Moreover, the hands were wrapped in layers of unknown leaves, and there was something like black paste sandwiched in the leaves. A black sticky substance with a familiar fragrance. Where am I? The last thing in my memory was being knocked unconscious by a ghost-faced woman. Fong Tang frowned, and Bai's voice appeared in his mind. Master, your injury will recover soon. But according to my calculations, you don't even have 1/10,000 chance in front of that woman. So wait a moment, please stay calm. Don't try to escape, let alone make her angry. The strategy Bai gave him was to surrender and cooperate. Fong Tang was extremely dissatisfied. But Bai doesn't have any emotions. She just makes the best choice based on the battle data. Fong Tang stood up with his arms supporting his body. The place where he lay was on the grass in front of a wooden house. There was a soft animal skin spread under him, which looked like the fur of an animal similar to that of a yellow sheep. Fong Tang slowly turned around and looked at the wooden house. The house actually looks very solid. You can see that the walls and eaves have just been repaired with brand new pine wood. The door of the house is covered with teeth of various animals, as well as pine cones, a sunny doll, and 2 wind chimes made of bones. It was a snake bone wind chime, and the snake bones were dyed with unknown flower juice. Who lives in this cabin? Fong Tang turned around again and walked about 30 meters along the wooden house. Looking up, I saw 3 peaks with no way out around them. The place where the wooden house is located is in the center, surrounded by 3 mountain peaks, surrounded by towering trees. Even from the top of the mountain, you can't see this wonderful basin. The scenery here is really good. In the distance, there is a bamboo forest, a green grassland, and a beautiful flower field. It's late autumn now down the mountain, but the basin is very warm, like spring, because the cold air in the mountains flows upward. The warm air sinks, creating this spring valley. It is truly a paradise isolated from the world. Fong Tang breathed in the fresh air and couldn't help but stretch. I felt very comfortable all over, and the wounds on my back seemed to have been treated. He walked slowly along the valley, looking for a way out, and then heard a moo not far away. Fong Tang turned around in shock and saw a white cow slowly walking over. The cow was as white as snow with no hair on it. It was small and cute, with big eyes still staring, as if it was curious about Fong Tang. I have never seen such a cow before. So cute. Fong Tang walked over and stretched out his hand to touch the cow's back, which was clean and warm. The calf lay down docilely. Huh? What are you doing? It took Fong Tang a long time to realize that this cow had been domesticated. It may have never seen a human being except its owner. So it tamely laid down when it saw Fong Tang. Do you want me to sit on it? Fong Tang watched the calf swishing its tail and waiting. M.O. Fong Tang shook his head and sat up slowly. The calf stood up nimbly, spread its hooves, and started running on the grass. It ran quite fast. Very fast. Not long after, they arrived behind the wooden house. A waterfall appeared in front of me. The waterfall was very short, and the water droplets were clear. However, the sound of flowing water was blocked by the woods in front of the waterfall, so I didn't notice it just now. The calf nimbly walked through the woods and saw a pond under the waterfall. The water in the pond is so clear that the woman taking a bath inside is so clearly visible. The gray kimono was thrown on the grass, and the 2 tachi swords were beside the clothes. Fong Tang was so shocked that he almost fell off the back of the cow. The white cow ran happily towards the pond. Wait! Wait! The big witch is inside. Fong Tang jumped down in embarrassment, rolling his body, barely able to stabilize his body, and his head hit one of his legs. Stunningly beautiful long legs. Flawless. Looking up along his legs, Fong Tang felt his nose itch, and all the blood in his brain rushed down. The undressed woman stood there openly and looked at him blankly. Are you taking a bath? Fong Tang covered his nose. The woman actually stretched out her legs in front of him, turned around, and wiped it with a leaf. The water drops on the body. Fong Tang was speechless. Did this woman do it on purpose? Or did she not understand anything? From this angle, even the most secret parts of her body are clearly visible. The only pity is that she still wears that mask. The red ghost head mask has been covered by long black hair. The hair is at least down to her waist. Thin and soft. She quickly put on her yukata, which was tied with only a straw rope. She turned around and asked again, Are you taking a bath? This time I was sure that she was speaking the dialect of Jiangnan countryside, and it seemed that she hadn't spoken for a long time, and her tongue was a little stiff. Fong Tang shook his head. I won't wash it. You stink? The woman was very dissatisfied, raised her hand, and with a flash of the knife, Fong Tang felt a chill all over his body. The pants and underwear fell down together, and the upper body was already in tatters. But now it was shamefully naked. Fong Tang took a breath of air and subconsciously protected the key position. The woman slapped his hand away with a long knife. Her eyes widened under the mask, curious and fearful. You have a sore under your belly. A sore? It's a big sore. It's swollen. This sore is a sore. The woman stretched out her hand and flicked it. It's suppurating. Fong Tang's whole body trembled. Did the woman do it on purpose? It's not a sore. He grabbed his pants in shame and annoyance. That, yes, is a pustule. The woman suddenly realized. Looked at his chest again. Looked down at her fullness. And couldn't help but shook her head. Is it cut flat? Fong Tang was speechless again. You? Bathing? Stinks. The woman seemed to have lost interest. Raised the handle of the knife. And slapped him into the water. Comfortable cool water. Fong Tang simply took a shower. Bye. What is going on? Master, based on her performance, there is only one explanation. What explanation? This woman lived alone when she was very young, isolated from the world, and has never seen a human being. So you can't get enough knowledge about men and women. In her eyes, you are a kind of injured person. Bye. How do you explain that she can talk? It is speculated that she learned basic languages when she was a child, or occasionally walked out of the valley and visited humans. She learned it secretly where she lived. No, I said it was her dialect. Master, it's easy to explain. The person who taught her enlightenment knowledge was a Jiangnan person. Fong Tang walked out of the pond and dried himself in the sun. Put on your pants again and feel fresh all over. The white cow was lying on the side, and the ghost-faced girl had 2 sores on her waist and hips. Lying on the white cow, basking in the sun comfortably. Fong Tang hesitated for a moment and walked over slowly. He had no intention of making a sneak attack because the opponent was too strong, so powerful that he had no chance at all. Remove the mask. Let me take a look. Fong Tang now asked wildly. When they were taking a shower just now, Bai had already discussed with him for a long time. This woman was amazingly powerful, but mentally weak. She might only have the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old child. So deal with her wisely. Sure enough, the woman's eyes showed doubts. Mask? No. Why not? Fong Tang sat down and smiled at her. You must look like an ugly monster, so you don't dare. Right. This is a way to provoke the general. However, the woman shook her head. Ugly? What? She didn't understand what ugly meant at all. I mean, you are ugly. I don't stink. I take a shower every day, and it smells good. The woman jumped up, took off her clothes again, walked to Fong Tang, held his head down and said, Smell, smell. Don't believe it. You? Fong Tang's entire nose was pressed against her skin, and he almost suffocated for a moment. After a long time, the woman let go of her hand and put on her clothes again. It smells good. It's you who smells good. Fong Tang felt that he couldn't communicate, and it was impossible to outsmart him. Chapter 107 The Beauty of the Valley. The witch continued to lie down and bask in the sun. Fong Tang walked in place, frowning. Can't fight. Can't escape. Can't communicate. It's really helpless. Scratching his head, he suddenly thought of a feasible method that he could try. Turning around, Fong Tang picked a dozen leaves near the pond. Then he came back with leaves sticking to his face. He reached out and dug 2 holes in the leaves to expose his eyes, thus turning into a leaf mask. The woman had been watching curiously. She felt very interesting at this time and reached out to touch her mask. Well, it seems that my trick is working. Fong Tang grabbed the leaves from his face and threw them directly. The woman was stunned. Fong Tang chuckled, stuck another leaf on it, and then threw it out. After throwing 7 leaves in a row, the woman remained in a daze. Fong Tang was a little frustrated and wanted to give up. The woman suddenly grabbed her mask, laughed like a silver bell, and threw it away happily. Finally saw her face. A face that is as beautiful as a flower. Having not seen the sun for many years, the complexion on my face is a bit pale, but with her big eyes, red lips, jade nose, and small cherry mouth, she is a peerless beautiful girl. She looked to be 17 or 18 years old at most, and her eyes were so pure. Seeing Fong Tang's dazed look, the girl burst into laughter and clapped her hands, then picked up the mask and put it on. Why are you wearing a mask? You are so beautiful, Fong Tang said sincerely. Because of the danger. If the monster sees me, he will take me away. The girl sighed. Fong Tang frowned. You live here alone? Yes. Crystal tears suddenly rolled out of the girl's eyes under the mask. I am the only one. Fong Tang apologized. Don't cry. But the girl gently held his hand and pulled him onto the white cow. With a kick of her snow-white calves, the white cow started running again, back in front of the wooden house. The girl pulled him down and walked together to a tree, in front of the big pine tree. This is an old pine tree that is at least 100 years old. The pine branches are lush and leafy, as wide as two people embracing each other. On the trunk, 3 characters deep into the tree are particularly conspicuous. Silent Town. Due to the passage of time, the bark has fallen off countless times. So these 3 characters have become integrated with the big tree. This is the last scene of this level of the game. It is also the core scene of the game and the location of the main mission. Silent Town. Why is it called Silent Town? Fong Tang said to himself. Because. Name. My. Name. The girl hugged the big tree and smiled crisply. Sichuan Jiji. This is my home. So it is called Jiji Town. Fong Tang was shocked. Sichuan Jijing. Her surname is Sichuan. The wind blew through the girl's long hair, making Fong Tang feel in a trance. Descendants of Jiro Sakawa? This is logically impossible, because Sichuan was castrated when he was in Japan. How could he have descendants in China? But the girl held his hand again. Let me show you my home. She spoke more fluently, although she still spoke in a dialect. Fong Tang could only be pulled by her into the wooden house. The cabin is very clean and well designed. It is divided into 2 floors, with a small attic on the upper floor and 2 rooms on the lower floor. On the left is the dining area, where you can see tables and chairs cut from mountain rocks. On the right is the sleeping area, which is a Japanese-style tatami made of animal skin spread on the ground. Fong Tang turned around and saw that the stone table in the kitchen was covered with colorful papers. He walked over and saw clearly that these were packaging bags. Various packaging bags for instant noodles, potato chips, and preserved fruits. This girl has been outside. Not only has she been outside, she must have been out many times. She is collecting these colorful packaging bags. For a girl living deep in the mountains, these brightly colored bags are indeed very tempting. Under the packaging bag, there are packages of seasonings, most of which are instant noodle seasoning bags. They are all piled high. At this time, the girl went out with a knife. Fong Tang was alone in the wooden house and couldn't help but start searching. There is nothing superfluous. No electronics. No modern items. Not even daily necessities. This is a wooden house where primitive people lived. Fong Tang walked to the bedroom and looked at the clean animal skin. He was about to open it and take a look when a rustling sound came from above his head. Something is moving up there. The small loft above didn't even have a ladder. Just a piece of wood sticking out. Fong Tang held his breath, carefully grabbed the wood, and turned it over. The sunlight passed through the wooden windows of the attic and hit the wooden boards covered with animal skins. A woman was struggling on the wooden board. Her hair was disheveled. Her mouth was blocked by animal skin, and her hands and feet were tied by the tail of an unknown animal. Jeans, white shirt. Fong Tang was greatly shocked. He took a step over and gently turned over the woman. Yeah, Xin? He called in a low voice. Qin Yashin was stunned, and then her whole body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Trembling with joy, Fong Tang hugged her, and a game prompt appeared in front of him. Side Mission 1. Rescue Qin Yashin. Mission Progress Update. Congratulations to the player. You have found Qin Yashin. Brief game prompts, but no prompts for him to complete the mission. Fong Tang understood that he had only found Yashin, and had not rescued her yet. It's not just Yashin who is trapped in this valley now, but also herself. After untying Qin Yashin's tail rope and taking out the animal's skin from her mouth, Qin Yashin started to cry. But she quickly thought of something and hugged Fong Tang tightly. Hurry! Let's escape quickly. The female ghost is coming again. Fong Tang smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no way to escape for the time being. Qin Yashin trembled and understood again what. Were you arrested too? Fong Tang nodded. She is very powerful. Qin Yashin huddled in his arms. Yes. It was too scary. I saw with my own eyes that she was hacked to death with only a knife. He killed such a big wild boar. Fong Tang carefully inspected Yashin's body. She didn't do anything to you. Right. Qin Yashin shook her head shyly. No. It's pretty good. And she gave me food and drink. You said you want to accept me as your disciple. Fong Tang frowned. Accept you as your disciple? What do you mean? She wears a mask and speaks in a weird voice. She says there are monsters outside and I am hers. If you are the same kind, if you want to protect this valley, you have to pass on her power. It's very funny anyway. She said it was funny. But in fact Yashin was already frightened. Fong Tang rubbed her calf, which turned blue. Were you arrested by her? Qin Yashin shook her head. No. Outside the bus. The people who arrested me were people from the company. I remember clearly that they were a group of gangsters. The man in clothes knocked me out. And when I woke up, I saw that scary female ghost. Fong Tang snorted. Qin Yashin looked at him and lowered her head silently. After the surprise of reunion, they had to face each other's awkward identities. Chapter 108 Life. Fong Tang does not feel so embarrassed, because in such a terrifying game, survival is the first priority. Although this valley seems like a paradise, it is full of dangers. I'm sorry. I wanted to kill you, but you came to save me. Qin Yashin finally spoke, stammering. Are we still in the game now? Fong Tang sighed and touched her long hair. None of this is important. What's important is you and our children. Qin Yashin trembled and pushed his hand away. Fong Tang's heart sank. I'm sorry. Qin Yashin turned around and said with a choked tone. I never liked you. I was with you all for the sake of the family. Now my family is over. This child, if I can get out alive, I will definitely love him and protect him. But me. She could no longer say any more. The bitterness in Fong Tang's heart flashed away, and his tone became colder. No matter what, I must fulfill my responsibilities as a father. The child is innocent. Don't forget this because of games. Don't forget this because of this damn game. His tone was threatening. Only then did Qin Yashin realize that what she just said was so stupid. The two were silent for a long time. Fong Tang smiled faintly and reached out to help Qin Yashin up. He kept his distance, no longer so close, like he was supporting a stranger. Qin Yashin lowered her head. Fong Tang jumped down, and then squatted down. Step on my shoulders and get down. It would have been best to just hug her down, but he didn't want to embarrass Qin Yashin. Qin Yashin looked at him silently, and suddenly became angry. Hug me down. Fong Tang frowned and his face darkened. Is there something wrong with you? Since you don't like me, why should I hug you? The two of them stared at each other. And then the door of the room opened suddenly, and Zhuchuan, who was holding a long knife, tilted his head and looked at them silently. Zhuchuan's silence appeared silently, like a ghost. Fong Tang subconsciously picked up Yashin and pushed her directly behind her. But Zhuchuanjie took off her mask and threw the goat behind her on the ground. Very good. You will all be my family from now on. She was not angry or blamed Fong Tang, but pulled out the goat. The knife, on the stone table, skinned the goat. The movements are so skillful, like a cook undressing an ox. Finally, the girl took out the goat's inner liver, quickly cut off the outer tissue with a long knife, and handed it over bloody. It's delicious. You guys eat it. Qin Yashin covered her mouth, staggered outside, and let out a loud, wow, vomit up. Fong Tang waved his hand. There is a better way to make it. Do you have a pot? There are indeed pots and pans here, and they are all brand new. Did you find this outside? Fong Tang asked. Zhuchuan shook his head silently. It fell from the sky. Falling from the sky? Fong Tang frowned. Zhuchuan quietly wiped her hands and pulled him outside the house. From the firewood pile outside the wooden house, she pulled out a small bag. It's a parachute bag. The parachute used for the airdrop has been stuffed back into the bag. Fong Tang looked at it and suddenly realized someone airdropped pots and pans. Besides these, what else fell down? Fong Tang couldn't help but ask. Zhuchuan Jingjing pulled him to continue walking. And then the long knife flashed, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Fong Tang looked at it and couldn't help crying or laughing. Buried in the pit are all daily necessities. Toothbrush, soap, wash basin, spices and so on. But these were all buried in a deep pit by Zhuchuan Jingjing. And now they are all in terrible shape. Someone is helping you, Fong Tang explained. I will airdrop a lot of daily necessities for you. He stretched out his hand and said, Look, there are medicines here. They are all very good Western medicines. Why did you bury them all? Zhuchuan was very serious. He shook his head. They are all monsters. They are sent by monsters. I don't want them. Monsters? Fong Tang scratched his head. Where are the monsters? I've seen them. Many. Zhuchuan looked solemn in silence, and took off his mask. After falling off, Her expression was also very rich. On the road, there are ironclad monsters. In the sky, she pointed out, iron bird monsters, and monsters in human form. She raised her long knife fiercely. Kill the monsters! Fong Tang didn't understand at all. What an armored monster. An iron bird demon? After asking for a long time, I still got nothing. Fong Tang saw that the sun had set in the west, then raised his hand to open his watch, ready to check the time. The watch lit up in the sun, and a swish sound was heard. Sichuan's silent long knife was pressed against his wrist. His eyes widened. Will-o'-the-wisp! Monster! Will-o'-the-wisp? Fong Tang hurriedly turned off his watch. What? Sichuan was very nervous. At night, glow, will-o'-the-wisp. The monster holds it in his hand. She gestured vigorously. The will-o'-the-wisp can sing and emit lightning. Monster! She actually used the smartwatch as a will-o'-the-wisp. Fong Tang listened dumbly as she described a square and singing super will-o'-the-wisp. Suddenly, he understood. What the girl said was a mobile phone. The cell phone has a ringtone, and in her eyes, it is a singing will-o'-the-wisp. Speaking of which, could the so-called armored monster be a car? The Iron Harpy is naturally an airplane. There are no monsters. These are modern items. You have never been out of the mountains, so you don't know, Fong Tang explained. Sichuan Jiji was angry. His sword flashed, and he almost struck down again. Fong Tang could only retreat. Over there, Qin Yaqin, who had vomited, was looking around, as if looking for an exit. Fong Tang ran over and grabbed her. Don't move. There is no way out here. Qin Yaqin stared at Sichuan quietly, then looked at Fong Tang coldly. So she is so beautiful. No wonder you chatted and laughed with her. Fong Tang was speechless, and now he really wanted to slap this young lady awake. But thinking about the child in her belly, she could only endure it. After dragging Qin Yaqin back forcibly, Fong Tang set up a stove outside and used a soup pot to get spring water. Over there Sichuan Jingjing has washed the goat. Fong Tang made a pot of mutton soup and roasted 2 lamb legs with firewood. The aroma of mutton soon filled the valley. Fong Tang went to the house and took out the instant noodle seasoning bag and started seasoning. This pot of soup is very thick. Pure lamb bone soup. As soon as it came out of the pot, Sichuan's mouth was watering, along with the roasted brown leg of lamb. The girl directly pulled out her knife, cut the meat slices and ate it. Fong Tang brought a bowl of soup to Qin Yaqin. Qin Yaqin turned around and was angry, not knowing what she was angry about. For the sake of the children, Fong Tang could only say this. Qin Yaqin reluctantly drank a bowl of soup and ate some mutton. By this time, Sichuan had already finished a leg of lamb. So he rushed into the house and came out with a handful of seasoning bags. It's delicious. Come again! The seasoning bag was stuffed into Fong Tang's hand along with a few pieces of shredded paper. Fong Tang sighed. Why did he suddenly become a chef? He also had to serve 2 women. Shaking his head, he was sorting out the seasoning bag. He was about to throw away a few pieces of yellowed paper when he suddenly saw a line of small regular calligraphy on it. Fong Tang threw away the seasoning bag, grabbed the broken piece of paper, and looked at it in shock. Although there are only 8 words in quietness, my nephew Do Wang pauses. Do Wang is Huang Do Wang's handwriting. Fong Tang held the scraps of paper and rushed to Sichuan's Ji Jing. Do you still have these papers? Sichuan Ji Jing tilted his head. You want it? Yes. Fong Tang almost shouted. 2 legs of lamb, Sichuan said quietly. Here you go. All the pieces of paper. Deal. Fong Tang turned around and started roasting the legs of lamb. His mind was in chaos, and he was a little excited. But the first 4 words on the piece of paper just now were really a bit scary. Silent nephew. Is Sichuan Hejing Huang De Wang's niece? Looking up at the girl-like silence of Sichuan, Fong Tang shook his head. How could it be that so many years have passed? Chapter 109 Immortality. Fong Tang had read those experimental diaries, which were those of Sichuan Jiro. It is recorded very clearly that Jiro Sakawa loved a girl when he first entered the army academy. But he was tortured and castrated by his grandfather soon after. Even if the beautiful Osaka girl gave birth to a child for Sichuan, the child would be at least 90 years old by now. Fong Tang quickly roasted 2 lamb legs and sprinkled them with instant noodle seasoning. Sichuan Jia couldn't wait to come over, grabbed the leg of lamb and started eating. She had already swallowed 2 whole front legs and looked like she could still eat 2 more. This amount of food is already a bit scary. Fong Tang ate some meat slices and lost his appetite, turning around to look at Qin Yaqin. who was sitting next to her with a pale face. She sighed in her heart. He walked outside and found a small forest to the north of the flower field in this beautiful valley. He picked a handful of wild raspberries and came back. He also found a kind of mint-flavored grass leaves, crushed them, and sprinkled them on the raspberries. Holding this plate of crude fruit salad, she placed it in front of Qin Yashin. These things can be used as a midnight snack at night. Fong Tang looked at this beautiful little valley. I will go find some fruits and other things later to give you some vitamins. You need nutrition now. Qin Yashin looked at Man. You are still so good to me. Are you doing it for the sake of the child or for me? Fong Tang shook his head. What's the point of saying this now? Watching Qin Yashin return to the cabin alone, Fong Tang gathered his thoughts and carefully held the hair. The yellow scraps of paper came to the grass outside. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and a bright moon had already hung on the mountain peak. Beixing lay next to Fong Tang, biting a piece of mutton leg bone happily, smashing it, shaking his broken tail from time to time, and rubbing against Fong Tang's leg. Fong Tang leaned against Beixing's soft fur and arranged the pieces of paper one by one. This was supposed to be a complete piece of yellow paper with exquisite calligraphy on it. Now it is broken into more than 60 pieces. It is not easy to put it back together. Master, I can help, Bai's voice sounded. As a result, numbers appeared on the pieces of paper in front of Fong Tang. Shiro was analyzing all the broken pieces of paper. All pieces of paper are numbered from 1 to 64. Master, put the piece of paper number 44 in the upper left corner. Place the piece of paper number 13 next to the number 44. In Fong Tang's eyes, all the pieces of paper now have a certain pattern. The wonderful thing about Chinese characters is that even if they are torn into pieces, there is still some connection between the strokes. For example, the bottom of the piece of paper number 44 has the prefix. Then the and appearing on the piece of paper number 13 can form the word yellow with the prefix. According to this rule, Bai's amazing calculation power is fully demonstrated. After a while, a complete piece of paper was spelled out. Although this page of Huang Duang's last letter is still missing 3 places, it can be read completely. Fong Tang took a deep breath. Huang Duang's last words might be the key clue to this level of the game. His main mission is to find the secret treasure, but he still has no clues. Silent my nephew. Fong Tang read word by word. He was getting more and more surprised. And when he saw the middle of the suicide note, he couldn't help but feel chills all over. There are such vicious people in the world. Looking up at Zhuchuan Jingjing, who was still chewing the leg of lamb in the distance, he felt horrified again. This woman is indeed the daughter of Zuokawa Jiro. According to Huang Duang's suicide note, the Osaka lover who fell in love with Jiro Sakawa at the Army Academy soon gave birth to a baby girl. In that chaotic era, Japan itself needed to support the brutal war, and people's lives became increasingly difficult. As the war turned into a stalemate, all Japan's domestic resources were devoted to the crazy war. The Osaka girl was looked down upon by her family because she gave birth to a child out of wedlock. So she had no choice but to run away from home. Living in troubled times, how can a weak woman with a baby survive? In desperation, the Osaka girl came to Kanto, China, with a group of soldiers who were reinforcing the battlefield, and was inquiring about Sakawa Jiro everywhere. In the land of Kanto at that time, there were not many jobs a Japanese woman could do, and she ended up becoming a social butterfly. When the Osaka girl finally found out about Jiro Sakawa, her lover had already left Fontian. The Osaka girl sent her then grown-up daughter to Kasupo, but she herself left China with a Nanyang businessman. All these things were discovered by Huang Duang through his personal connections at the time. In his suicide note, he described his search for the Osaka woman. It can be seen that Huang Duang treats Zhuchuan quietly. He had never been married, and he was engaged in virus research that was outrageous to both humans and gods. So he had long given up the idea of getting married and having children. At that time, the lively and lovely Zhuchuan was his greatest comfort. However, Fong Tang read the shocking handwriting on the suicide note. Jiro Zuokawa wanted to use his daughter as the final experimental subject. I refused many times, and I became increasingly uneasy. I have found an old friend from Eastern Zhejiang, and I just hope I can send the child out in time. At the most critical moment of the experiment, Jiro Sagawa found that young women were more likely to resist the backlash of the parasitic demonic insects. At that time, there was no suitable experimental subject in the experimental base except his own daughter. So he injected the first completed virus into his daughter's body. That beast has gone crazy. I finally understand that I am cooperating with the devil. Thinking about the past, I can't sleep peacefully. God's eyes are like lightning. What on earth am I doing? Wang Dawang suddenly woke up at the last moment, determined to send Zhuchuan quietly out. The war was over by then, and Zhuchuanjia only had to escape from the tomb to find a way to survive. However, Zuokawa Jiro was one step ahead and stopped Wang Dawang, who was about to betray him. When Fong Tang saw this, he couldn't help but think of the diary left by Jiro Zuokawa. It finally succeeded. She is so perfect. A true superhuman. It turned out that the she written in the diary was actually his biological daughter. In desperation, Wang Dawang had a final fight with Zuokawa Jiro in the tomb. In the end, they both died. That was the origin of the two withered bones in the tomb. The suicide note ends here. Wang Dawang was still hopeful in the end. If anyone sees this letter, I hope you can treat this child kindly. She has lost her mind due to the change of the demon insect. Dawang paused. Silent my nephew, and I will fall into the 18H, LS. I also hope you are safe and sound. Fong Tang sighed and put away the scraps of paper on the ground. The mystery of the terrifying story that happened more than 70 years ago has now been solved. What Wang Dawang didn't expect was that Zhuchuanjia didn't lose his mind, but just lost all his memories. This girl still maintains her former appearance and lives deep in the valley. But she was discovered by Infinite Company and specially designed such a terrifying game. But how did Zhuchuanjingji achieve ageless appearance? Are all her abilities the result of those demonic insects? Speaking of which, wouldn't the parasitic insect developed by Jiro Sagawa turn out to be a good thing? Can people live forever? Chapter 1 Tin Worm Cave. Immortality has been the ultimate pursuit since the birth of mankind. Witches in ancient times and emperors in history are all searching for the secret of immortality. Even in modern times, with the development of medicine and the progress of biological science, humans still have not found a way to extend lifespan. Therefore, birth, old age, illness and death have become the most helpless fate of the human species. Fong Tang suddenly felt a little ridiculous. If Zhuchuanjingjing can live forever, wouldn't the Infinity Company that discovered her and arranged this game level have become a godlike existence? The senior executives of Infinite Corporation and the players all have the opportunity to obtain the secret of immortality. So what other games are they playing? This is an incomprehensible logical bug. Bai's voice came. Master, things are not that simple. Huh? What do you think of this problem? Master, through the existing parameters and data, I infer that Zhuchuanjingjing has a special physique. And due to various, it was a coincidence that she became a monster that existed in harmony with the demonic insects. I use monster to describe this girl. Master, human beings have different physiques. Some people can live to be more than 100 years old, and some people die young. Human lifespan is closely related to various parameters such as the surrounding environment, personal personality, physique, and luck. Coincidence. It is impossible for the miracles created under this to happen again. I infer that Infinite Company may have mastered the technology of magic insects, but it cannot make everyone immortal. The silence of Zhuchuan is just a special case. Fong Tang nodded secretly. Still Bai could see clearly. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhuchuan suddenly came over from far away. The two swords in her waist were shaking, but she made a gesture to Fong Tang. Huh? You want me to go with you? Fong Tang frowned. Zhuchuan quietly put his fingers in his mouth and whistled crisply. Then saw the little white cow galloping towards him. She stepped onto the white bull and waved to Fong Tang. Fong Tang jumped on the back of the bull. The girl stretched out her foot and kicked it, and the white bull started galloping. Beishing happily chased after him. Just like this, they passed through the wooden house, past the pond and waterfall, and the little white cow galloped. But a path suddenly appeared in front of them. This road leads directly to a cave under the mountain. Fong Tang jumped down and looked at the dim mountain road. So this is the exit? Zhuchuan shook his head silently and waved his hand. There are two roads here. One goes to the cemetery, and the other goes to my home. Your home? Fong Tang was puzzled. Isn't that wooden house your home? No, that was the later home. My home was in it. Well, maybe that wooden house was also built by Infinite Company. Or even the entire building. The valley has been cleared by Infinity Corporation. Fong Tang followed the girl into the cave. The cave was damp, cold, and dark. Soon after reaching the end, I saw a fork in the road. Zhuchuan silently made a gesture, and the intersection on the right led directly to the bottom of the tomb. But it was already blocked by a huge stone. What's going on with this stone? Fong Tang stretched out his hand and pushed it, but it didn't move at all. But Zhuchuanjingjing stretched out his hand and pressed it on the stone, and suddenly there was a bang, and the walls of the cave shook. Fong Tang took a breath of air and said hurriedly, "No need to push. I understand. This is a trap you set up." Zhuchuan smiled quietly and headed to the left side of the fork. "Is this road leading to the home she calls home?" Fong Tang bent down and followed her closely. Not long after, his eyes suddenly lit up. "A breath of fresh air hits my face." Fong Tang had arrived at a spacious stone room. Look at the clearly layered rocks around it. This is a natural cave. Along the gaps in the rocks, purple-red vine roots are intertwined together to form a ring-like structure in the center of the stone cave. Fong Tang silently deduced the direction. This place should be in the middle of the 3 peaks of Guizhou Slope. As for those thick python-like roots, he suddenly understood. These are the roots of the cutman vine! Yes, along these slightly trembling roots, going up and out of the mountain, you will find the cutman vine all over the sneaky slopes. The juice from the cut human vine is the main material for the mutated demonic insect virus. Fong Tang carefully avoided a tree root and took a step back silently. Beishing behind him shook his body uneasily and barked suddenly. A whooshing sound was heard, and a tongue root poked out as if it had come alive, and rushed directly towards Beishing. Fong Tang was shocked and kicked him away. Tianjin whipped his leg with irresistible force, wrapped him around him, and pulled him toward the inside of the cave. Zhuchuan Jingjing appeared like lightning at this time, making a sharp whistle from his mouth, and gently patted Teng Jin with his left hand. The tree roots wrapped around Fong Tang slowly loosened up, and Fong Tang fell down in embarrassment. He looked at the girl in horror. You can actually communicate with these roots?" At this time, the coiled roots danced happily. It seems to be welcoming the silence of Zhuchuan. The girl smiled at Fong Tang, dropped her clothes, and walked naked into the depths of Tianjin. "Be careful!" Fong Tang shouted. But Zhuchuan quietly sat cross-legged in Teng Jin. Those snake-like roots surrounded her whole body. The next moment, something horrifying happened. The tongue root began to split from the edge, and countless black insects crawled out of the cracked tongue root. Mutated demonic insect virus. Fong Tang's eyes widened and his back felt cold. I saw those small black insects forming a circle like a pool of water. And Zhuchuan was lying quietly in this black insect pool. Black bugs covered her. She felt like she was taking a bath, but also like she was being swallowed by black demonic insects. After a long time, the black demonic insects fell one by one. They are all dead. Piles of demon insect corpses fell down and landed below Teng Jin. Tianjin began to roll up the corpses of these demonic insects. Inside the Tianjin, which was filled with barbs and mucus, the corpses of the demonic insects were digested bit by bit. But Zhuchuanjia had already stood up. Fong Tang rubbed his eyes and felt that something had changed in Zhuchuan's silence. If you look carefully, you will see that she has become younger and more beautiful. It was as if she had undergone a rebirth, and her skin became increasingly pink and tender. Now, she was looking at Fong Tang and blinked. "You, come and try!" Fong Tang swallowed and shook his head repeatedly. He already understood the reason why Zhuchuan Jingjing could maintain his vitality and appearance for more than 70 years. Whenever she was weak, she would enter this insect cave to absorb the black demonic insects. But the cutting root here has reached a cooperative relationship with her. Cutting human vines requires the corpses of black insects to absorb nutrients to ensure that the vine leaves on the sneaky slopes continue to grow. This is parasitism in another sense. The silence of Zhuchuan, the living human cutting vine, and the black demonic insect formed a complete biological chain. It's really terrible. Zhuchuan quietly put on a gray kimono, tilted his head and smiled. At this time, Teng Jin in the cave began to retreat and slowly retracted into the stone wall. In the middle of the cave, only a ball of sand with light red mucus was left. Fong Tang breathed out. "Let's leave quickly. I don't like it here." Zhuchuan was puzzled. "This is my home. I like it here." "Of course. Your life depends on these roots, and the demonic insects inside continue." Fong Tang shook his head and turned to leave. But he suddenly trembled and turned around again. What is that? Just under the light red sand, 2 sharp red objects stretched and curved like horns. The complete combination looks like a pair of sheep's horns. An idea flashed in Fong Tang's mind. The main mission, the most critical clue to the treasure hunt, came from the riddle of the Black Widow. Sheep's horns at the foot of the mountain. The sound shines in the west. Here are the sheep's horns at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 111 System Bug. Fong Tang never expected that the clues he was looking for would be in such a secret cave. If it weren't for Zhuchuanjia, it would be impossible to find this place. Maybe even if you dig the entire sneaky slope, You may not be able to find it. Bai has already made a detailed analysis of the structure of this cave. The cave is hidden in a honeycomb structure beneath the mountain peak. Because the vines are spread all over the sneaky slope. The roots extending from this cave have penetrated the inside of the mountain. This unique honeycomb structure is responsible for the vibrant underground caves and also forms a natural defense structure. Any external force, including but not limited to chiseling, rock cutting, and blasting, will directly cause the cave to collapse. It will be a very spectacular scene. The collapse of the entire mountain will form a sky full of dust. According to my calculations, the surrounding area of the sneaky slope will be within 30 miles. There will be cloudy and hazy conditions for a week. There is no doubt about Bai's calculations. At this time, the system prompts came. The main game process of Silent Town is in progress, looking for secret treasures. The clue to the secret treasure is found the goat's horn at the foot of the mountain. Fong Tang looked at the horn-shaped object in the cave, leaned over, picked up a stone, and gently threw it over. Before the stone landed on the horn, hundreds of red roots shot out like arrows, instantly shattering the stone. Sure enough, the goat's horns at the foot of the mountain are guarded by these tongue roots. Zhuo Chuanjie suddenly came over at this time, held his hand, and said reproachfully, "Don't scare them. They are my friends." Fong Tang frowned. "What do you mean? These two things are your friends?" Zhuo Chuan silently gestured. "These are the roots. They are their brains. I can communicate with them." Fong Tang couldn't believe it. This horn-shaped thing turns out to be the brain of a human vine. "If they die, what about you?" Fong Tang asked subconsciously. Zhuo Chuan quietly made a face. "I don't have devil insects. I will die of old age." Fong Tang was silent. Zhuo Chuanjie had already held his hand and slowly walked out of the cave. "Tomorrow, when we go hunting, you cook and I like to eat," Zhuo Chuan said quietly and cheerfully. After leaving this gloomy cave, Fong Tang returned to the wooden house silently. The bright moon has risen, hanging between the three peaks. Like a moon, Zhuo Chuan quietly rode the white bull and disappeared into the jungle next to the waterfall. It was very warm in the wooden house. Fong Tang was lying on a soft animal skin. The sound of footsteps came, and Qin Yashin walked down slowly from the small attic. "Can't sleep?" Fong Tang asked softly. Qin Yashin sighed softly. "There are many things in my mind. I don't know what the outside world is like. And I don't know." She did not continue. Fong Tang knew what she was worried about. "Your Qin Consortium has lost a total of 130,000 game coins this time. Although it is an astronomical figure, it is not all over. I will find a way." Qin Yashin looked up at him. "Are you really that stupid? Do you do this for me? A woman who still has to bear so many responsibilities?" Fong Tang put his hands on his head. "You were born in a rich family and don't understand me at all. I lost my parents very early. A warm home is a dream for me. Then this kind of helplessness and sadness cannot be relieved overnight. It is like a shadow in the heart that will never go away." Qin Yashin leaned against him, her body still trembling. "Don't say how pitiful you are. Our family is even if you are very rich. So what? You still have worries and conflicts. I have grown up in the spotlight these years. When I do anything, I must first consider that I am the daughter of the Qin family and the eldest lady. The two of them. We have had sex countless times. And we even have children. But this is the first time we have seriously opened our hearts. It was also the first real communication. There will be a way." Fong Tang reached out and touched her belly. Qin Yashin smiled and held his hand. "I can't feel it now. If I wait a little longer, the child will kick his stomach." Fong Tang felt warm in his heart and hugged Qin Yashin. "We must give him. It sounds simple to give him a warm home. But for you and me, it takes 10 times the hard work and effort to achieve it." Qin Yashin sighed. The two of them warmed each other under the bright moon. In the quiet warmth, Fong Tang suddenly thought of something. "Yashin, the distress signal you carved on the tree branch. Well, what's wrong? Why did you carve those 6 words? Kill her. Save her. Me." These 6 words may seem like nothing, but if you think about the context carefully, they are very strange. If this is a normal situation, the distress signal should be more direct, such as, "Call the police and save me," or "I'm in the valley. Help." Qin Yashin's 6 words were more like sending a signal to a specific person. "Are you sending a distress signal specifically to me?" Fong Tang asked again. Qin Yashin shook her head and gently pointed at the back of her neck. Fong Tang nodded silently. Under the surveillance of the chip behind the neck, any words and actions will be monitored by Infinity Company. Qin Yashin gently pulled him up, with a touch of charm on her face. Go to the small building. I want you. These words made people's hearts beat. But Fong Tang knew that she was acting to confuse and spy on them, of unlimited company and distinguished guests. He hugged the girl's waist very cooperatively and kissed her gently on the cheek. In the Infinite Challenge system at this time, Super VIP 99 sent a speechless barrage. Brother, you have to hold on. This game has reached a critical stage. Don't be fooled by that woman. Being the members of the royal family all made a bunch of smiling faces. Only sex scenes in the game can be watched live. What a great opportunity this is. Boss, let Fong Tang relax. This isn't a game. It can be seen that even the highly disciplined being the members of the royal game family are eager to watch the show. Super VIP 99 was helpless. What a bunch of beasts. Fong Tang is a player that our family focuses on. How about giving him some privacy? No. Not good at all. Boss, stop talking and take a rest. Well, we want to see Fong Tang and Qin Yashin. The barrage was quiet for a long time. And now it became crazy, with game currency rewards flying out desperately. In an instant, Fong Tang received 1,000 game coins. But to the disappointment of all the distinguished guests, Fong Tang and Qin Yashin just hugged each other in the small attic and quickly fell asleep. Speechless. You are playing with us. And you fell asleep now? Fong Tang, can you do it? Don't you want to do this? 55. The game coins are all rewarded. Come on like this. Could this be Cien? Player mode? What did I miss? The barrage quickly calmed down in disappointment. But at this time in the small attic, Fong Tang and Qin Yashin were not sleeping at all, but were sitting facing each other. It's completely different from the live broadcast. Qin Yashin bit her lip and whispered, Actually, I have been asking for help from a very mysterious force. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. What force? Qin Yashin smiled mysteriously. Let's not say what force it is. Now you know. The game screen that the distinguished guest saw is fake. And everything we say and do now is no longer under the company's surveillance. Fong Tang closed his eyes and opened them again. How did you do that? The barrage said, are we already asleep? Qin Yashin smiled faintly. You should know about this Infinite Challenge system upgrade. Right. Fong Tang certainly knew that this system upgrade eliminated many bugs. But Qin Yashin opened the straw mat in front of her. A black stone underneath was exposed, and there were metal wires wrapped around the rough black stone. This is a magnet. I tied a metal coil on it. A rough magnet, removed from an old speaker in the catacombs. Qin Yashin once stayed in the tomb with Zhuchuan for a period of time. It was also at that time that she left a distress signal in purse. As for the metal wire, Yashin took out her hairpin. Now, she touched the magnet coil. Did you see it? This is a simple magnetic field radiation device. If Fong Tang realized something. Did you use this equipment to affect the magnetic field monitoring of Infinite Company? But it can be done so easily. Are you there? You must know that Infinite Company's magnetic field monitoring is pervasive. And there are so many strong magnetic environments in the real world that cannot interfere with this monitoring. How come now? A magnet coil can do it? This is definitely a system bug. Chapter 112 Cheating Time. Fong Tang held the woman's hand tightly. This sudden system bug was really important. Qin Yashin whispered in his ear. Look at the current time. Fong Tang could tell him the time at any time without looking at it. It is 11:20 p.m. Qin Yashin shook her long hair. Before 0 o'clock. We still have there are 40 minutes. She knew that time was tight and explained quickly. This system upgrade of Infinite Company is actually very hasty. In order to solve the game bugs you brought, new bugs appeared. Because Infinite Company has a global presence. The data in various places is too huge. So the data will be uploaded to the headquarters in batches during different time periods. Data from Europe, Asia, and America, and each latitude interval, are transmitted in turn. The new bug is in the data upload. During that period of time, there will be signs of chaos in the magnetic field monitoring, which generally does not exceed 1 hour. At this time, as long as the player carries a small magnetic field disruptor with him, the monitoring screen will be interrupted. Qin Yashin breathed out at this point. I have to say that the system of Infinite Company is very powerful and has AI capabilities. When the game screen is interrupted, AI will automatically generate a CG screen instead. Fong Tang suddenly realized. So now, distinguished guests, the picture you see, the picture of us falling asleep together, is the CG automatically generated by the Infinite system. Qin Yashin nodded. In order to improve the viewing experience of the VIPs and avoid interruption of the picture, Because Infinite Company has to deal with it, the data is too big. This small bug will not attract the attention of the headquarters monitors. How did you know about this bug? Fong Tang's eyes changed. This bug is really critical for game players. As long as they can grasp the time when the system uploads data each time. In that hour or so, any player has the opportunity to break away from the rules of the game. That is, blatantly cheat. Qin Yashin bit her lip at this time. Of course, I didn't discover this, but what the mysterious force told me. They use special means to send me the time when the system bug appears every day. Fong Tang's eyes shrank. Then in the system when the bug appeared, you secretly communicated with them? Qin Yashin sighed. Yes, that's why I left a distress signal. But they didn't seem to take it to heart and ignored me at all. The time is now 11:40 in the middle of the night. Points. Only 20 minutes of safety time left. At 0 o'clock, Infinite Company's magnetic field monitoring will return to normal, and every move will be monitored by then. Fong Tang held Qin Yashin's hand tightly. Tell me, which force is it? Why do they want to help you? Fong Tang only knew of one force that could fight against Infinite Company. Under the pressure of his eyes, Qin Yashin slowly spit out a name. Resistance Force. Cell Tissue. Cell Tissue? They have actually infiltrated into the game? How do cell tissues communicate with you? In this closed valley. This is what Fong Tang is most concerned about. He couldn't imagine how sophisticated the cell organization was to be able to communicate with a defenseless girl under the surveillance of a terrifying organization like Infinity Corporation. It must be a sophisticated and unimaginable method. But Qin Yashin smiled bitterly. The so-called means of communication, which is a bit funny to say, is writing letters. Write letters? Fong Tang doubted his ears. Such a backward method was absolutely impossible. Qin Yashin looked at the starry sky outside the attic. This mountain has been surrounded by red poisonous mist. It is impossible for people to come in. Infinite Company has set up multiple protections here, including drones, reconnaissance planes, and even hot air balloons and satellites. Signals can't penetrate these protections. But the funny thing is that letters can be sent through. Fong Tang still didn't believe it. Now there are only 10 minutes left. Qin Yashin stood up and held his hand again. Come with me and let you see with your own eyes. Fong Tang followed Qin Yashin out of the cabin and walked quickly across a grassy field. In the southwest corner of the cabin, Qin Yashin squatted. Come down. Green grass, dewdrops, and white nameless flowers form an oil painting of mountains and fields under the moonlight. Qin Yashin picked up a branch and pulled it on the grass. Soon, a dark small cave appeared. Master, this is a common vole cave in the mountains. Bai explained to him. At this time, a rustling sound came from the cave, and Qin Yashin had a piece of roast mutton in her palm. The piece of meat fell, and a small gray-brown field mouse came out. There was an iron ring hanging around the field mouse's neck. Qin Yashin quickly took off the iron ring, opened it, and dropped a small paper roll. There was only one line on the small note. Tomorrow time. In Asia, Infinite Company will start data upload at 16:20 p.m., and the bug will last for 56 minutes. Fong Tang glanced at the note, and before he spoke, the note was on Qin Yashin's hands burned. This is a kind of magic paper, a material commonly used by magicians. It will burn clean in a few seconds without leaving any traces. Qin Yashin whispered. Now you understand why I asked for help. In 5 minutes, the bug time disappeared. The two quickly returned to the cabin and lay down in the small attic. When the cell organization contacted you, did you put forward any conditions? Fong Tang seized the last moment and asked. That mysterious organization that resisted Unlimited Company would never come to Yashin for no reason. They took the initiative to contact me, but without any conditions. I once tried to write a note and put it in the iron ring, but there was no response. I just left a distress signal randomly. Branches, blades of grass, everything. Pass. Qin Yashin leaned in his arms, said tiredly, and quickly fell asleep. She had found the security she needed now. Fong Tang was discussing with Bai in his mind. Without sufficient parameters, Bai cannot calculate cellular organization for purposes of this study. But there is one thing that Bai can infer. Qin Yashin is not important. You are very important. The cell tissue is in contact with Qin Yashin, and I'm afraid the target is you. The master. Fong Tang closed his eyes, unable to sleep, thinking wildly until dawn before falling asleep. When he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Bai, why don't you wake me up? Master, you have exerted a lot of physical energy these days, and the burst of potential has also caused damage to the cells in your body. So I take this opportunity to let you have a good rest. What time is it now? 15:01 in the afternoon. There's still about an hour left. And it's time for the Infinity Company system to be bugged. Fong Tang had an idea in his mind. Outside, Zhuo Chuanjie was riding on a white bull and waiting boredly. On the back of the white cow were 2 little goats and a hare, all of which were the food she had hunted today. Fong Tang smiled. What do you want to eat today? The hare was thrown over, and Zhuo Chuan silently licked his lips. This is delicious. The meat of hare has a strong fishy smell, and the general cooking method is to use spices or radish to eliminate the smell. Fong Tang searched patiently in the valley. The mint-flavored geranium leaves, plus a bunch of wild grapes, and 2 white mountain fruit rhizomes. Using these wild ingredients and 2 rabbit legs, I made a bowl of game soup. Zhuo Chuan quietly ate 3 large bowls, while Qin Yashin also drank a bowl of soup. Fong Tang swallowed the remaining meat. The 3 of them were sitting outside the wooden house, all of them lazy and unwilling to speak. Ever since Fong Tang joined the Infinite Challenge game, he has rarely had such moments of relaxation. The warm sunshine was shining on her body, and 2 girls were cuddling next to her. A silent valley, a paradise. For a moment, Fong Tang even felt that it would be great to stay here for the rest of his life. When the child is born, there will be a family of 4. No distractions from the world. No impetuousness in the city. But this is just a false fantasy. This is not a paradise, but a game scene for a terrible organization. Chapter 113 Message. Fong Tang woke up from the dream of fantasy. At 16:20, the Infinite Company BUG appeared. Fong Tang stood up with the magnetic field interference magnet in his arms, returned to the wooden house, found a piece of tattered yellow paper, tore it in half, and quickly wrote with homemade charcoal. I am Fong Tang. If you want to communicate with me, please be direct. Since you can use field mice to transport letters, you must have a secret passage, and I want to communicate directly with your people. After writing the note, he rolled it up and came to the grass last night. A piece of rabbit meat was thrown on the ground, and after a while, the little field mouse came out. It seems to have been trained not to run away from unfamiliar humans. Fong Tang picked up the field mouse and untied the iron ring. New information appeared on the hoop. Tomorrow's bug time. 8 to 8:45 a.m. Fong Tang watched the information on the cell tissue burn clean, and then stuffed his note into the hoop, returning the vole to his burrow. He must now wait patiently for news. With his eyes closed, according to Bai's calculations, the straight line distance between this valley and the outside world is at least 4 kilometers. Or 4 kilometers. At the speed of a small field mouse. It would take at least 2 hours to reach the outside through the cave and through some secret passage. So the fastest news will have to arrive tomorrow. There was nothing to say that day. Fong Tang went to bed very early and opened his eyes as soon as it was light outside. Qin Yashin was sleeping soundly, but Zhuo Chuan's silence was still missing. Fong Tang left the wooden house and waited patiently for the sun to rise. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he squatted down and put down a piece of barbecue. The familiar little field mouse came out. This time, there was no iron ring around its neck, but a plastic bag hanging from it. The small plastic package opens and a transparent earplug appears. Hidden earplugs. Under the transparent material, you can see the antenna as fine as a needle. Fong Tang held it in his hand and observed it for a while. After confirming that there was no mechanism, he put it in his ear. A buzzing signal came from the headphones hidden in the ear canals. At 8:07, a voice came. Test! Test! Mr. Fong Tang, please cough when you hear it. Fong Tang coughed. The voice continued. Mr. Fong Tang, please note that this is a one-way transmission headset. In order to ensure its concealment to the greatest extent, there is no microphone installed. I can transmit the sound to you, but I cannot hear you. If you understand, please cough. Fong Tang frowned and coughed again. He felt that there was an obvious logical contradiction in what the other party said. Since you can't hear your own words, why can the other party hear you when you cough? He was still doubting, and the voice spoke again. You must be wondering why we can hear your cough. This is actually a very simple principle. When you cough, it will vibrate the ear canal. What we received is the vibration coming from the headphones. When Fong Tang heard this, his heart moved. Bye. Can you convert what I want to say into Morse code? Morse code is the world's universal code. Complex messages can be sent with just a few clicks and a pause. Of course, Bai can do this kind of task that even a basic computer can do. So Fong Tang reached out and tapped his ear, and the tapping turned into Morse code. Now I am using Morse code. If you can understand it, Please speak. Soon. Almost a few seconds later. The other party smiled. Voice. Mr. Fong Tang is indeed a genius player with a superior IQ. It would be much more convenient if he came up with this idea so quickly. Fong Tang continued to hammer on. I heard that no signal can penetrate the protection set up by Wuxian Company. Satellite signals are not working. How did you transmit the sound to me? Mr. Fong Tang is wasting time asking these questions. Maybe he still doesn't trust us? Ha. Infinite Company's games are always unexpected. How can I be sure that you are Cell Tissue? Even. How can I be sure that Cell Tissue is not another trick of Infinite Company? The voice in the headset laughed. A mellow baritone. Very good. Then, do you know that outside Sneaky Pond now? In the real world? Headlines? Stop talking nonsense. Fong Tang typed the Morse code quickly. Well, the headline news outside now is that 12 satellites launched by a company known as the Iron Man of Silicon Valley have crashed in the sky. Fong Tang gasped. Who are those satellites? They are from Infinite Corporation in Asia. The backup satellite setup are used for game scene surveillance. In order to communicate directly with you. My organization spent $120 billion and lost 2 well-trained Black Cell members. It did not hesitate to risk exposing the headquarters in space. On a large scale. These satellites of Infinite Company were blown up. Fong Tang frowned. Really just for me? Mr. Fong Tang. You still don't understand. You are of great significance to our organization. I hope our sacrifice is worth it. Fong Tang was silent for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, Now! Tell us your purpose. The voice in the earphones immediately became excited. Purpose? We have only one purpose. To destroy Infinite Company and those who are above us. A super organization to restore fairness and freedom to the world. What a great goal. Fong Tang was speechless. But the other party seemed to be serious. Time is running out. Tell me the bug first tomorrow. Fong Tang said urgently. There is not enough time today. Tomorrow Infinite Company will repair the satellite again. So we have plenty of time. This is the best opportunity. We will find a way to take you away from the game scene. Don't worry about the chip on the back of your neck. We have a way to remove it. Fong Tang continued to tap his ears with his fingers. And the Morse code was converted into information frantically. So, your goal is the chip on the back of my neck. You are very smart. That's all. But we will give you a chance to get rid of Infinite Company. The Cell organization is very sincere. Not only that, we will also take Qin Yashi away together. We know that she is pregnant with your child. And your family of 3 will live safely and worry-free under our protection. There was only 1 minute left. The 2 parties agreed to meet under the big pine tree in the valley at 1300 hours tomorrow afternoon. Fong Tang finally sent a message. Wait. I need you to help me get something to bring into the valley. What? We can't send large items, weapons, and vehicles into the valley. Just some Chinese medicinal materials. Fong Tang passed the Morse code. 5 Qian for Angelica sinensis. 5 Qian for Rehmannia glutinosa. 2 Qian for licorice. White peony root. Trichosanthin. Honeysuckle. Raw Rehmannia. 1 tail. Of black plum pills. The other party obviously did not expect that he wanted these traditional Chinese medicines. It wasn't until the time was almost over that the voice replied, No problem. The signal ended. Fong Tang looked at Qin Yashin, who was basking in the sun not far away. The Cell organization found her first. That is, this organization is sure that it will meet Yashin. After a little reasoning, we can know that the Cell organization must have mastered Silent Town, the company's latest game scene, in advance, so that it can arrange these calmly. I hope they can get those Chinese medicinal materials in. 8 Immortals Detoxification Soup. That is the only formula to crack the parasitic demonic insect. Chapter 114 Double Chip. The daytime in the valley is long and peaceful. Even Qin Yashin is somewhat accustomed to this kind of life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. In the evening, the soft light of the setting sun passed through the 2 peaks. Qin Yashin leaned against him. What will happen tomorrow? This was an inexplicable question, but Fong Tang seemed to understand her thoughts. Sooner or later, the game will end, and sooner or later, we have to face reality. Qin Yashin covered her head. Ting Er said, No, I don't want to hear these sad things. I don't think about things at home. I just want to live here for the rest of my life. This young lady, who was raised in a boudoir, has gone through many hardships and is on the verge of collapse. Fong Tang sighed softly and carried her into the wooden house. Tomorrow is crucial. This level of the game has reached its final stage. Fong Tang opened the game system interface. The Ice Royal family and Super VIP 99 are still here. Because he is a Super VIP. You can clearly see his special effects when he is online. 99? What's the news outside? Super VIP number 99 immediately compiled a list of hot news and sent it out in the form of a barrage. Sure enough, the headline news was about the satellite exploding. Silicon Valley Iron Man's Whalon Company is the first company in the world to carry out civilian aerospace business. They have launched a total of 12 civilian satellites over the years, most of which were used for scientific research. Now, all of them were suddenly blown up. Fong Tang curled his lips. Started. Ice King. Since you are Super VIP number 99 of Infinite Company, you must have contacts with the company's senior officials. Right? Super VIP number 99 waited for a long time before sending the barrage. Private chat. So Fong Tang received the message tips for tipping. VIP 99 rewards 10 game coins. Under the tip prompt is his message. You can chat privately by tipping. Because only you can see the tip. You can also trade my game currency. And then have a conversation by sending transaction information. Of course, Fong Tang. I have to remind you that any conversation in the system can be seen by the company. Fong Tang started the transaction and traded one game currency to Ice King. If you can communicate with the senior management of Infinite Company, then send me a message. I know the man behind the explosion of the company's satellite. Super VIP number 99, the leader of the Ice Royal family, was stunned at this time. After a long time, he replied, Don't be joking. Fong Tang continued to talk through the transaction information. You are not joking. The company must not know who did it. Right. Ice King sent a smiley face. As far as I know, the company we have killed 2 saboteurs who had sneaked into the data system. Fong Tang was not surprised. But Bai definitely told him that the Cell Organization of Resistance Unlimited Company has a unique set of methods to prevent insiders from leaking secrets. He waited patiently. Sure enough, Ice King sent another message. But according to the news I received from the higher-ups, when the 2 dead saboteurs were dissected, it was found that they had used a special method to destroy their own brains. To put it bluntly, as long as the brain is still there, even if it is a corpse that has been dead for more than 24 hours, the company can still extract the memory. But without the brain, the company has no way. Fong Tang sneered in his heart. Then, the information I have in hand is valuable. The Ice King was silent again. Fong Tang silently counted the time. In these several conversations, the Ice King was silent for about 10 seconds each time. Very regular. Originally, the dialogue in this system should be delay-free. Therefore, the Super VIP Ice King must have been talking to another person at the same time. Every 10 seconds, he talks to another person and then talks to himself. Or maybe he has already gotten through to someone at the top of Unlimited. Thinking of this, Fong Tang immediately said, Let the people behind you talk to me directly. Ice King sent a surprised expression. After 10 seconds, a phone icon appeared on the system interface. Bai's voice sounded nervously at this moment. The system operator of Infinite Company is talking directly to you through the chip. Fong Tang did not hesitate. Put it through. Then, through the chip behind his head, a crisp voice came to his ear. Voice. Player Fong Tang. I am the Director of Data Security in Asia of Infinite Company. You can talk to me directly, and your voice will be transmitted to me through the chip. Fong Tang stood on the grass and stretched. I want to confirm your identity. Oh, Mr. Fong Tang. How to confirm? Since you are an executive of Infinite Company, you should know that I am in the game now. Well, let me take a look. The other party quickly smiled. Mr. Fong Tang is now in the Silent Town level of the beginner game with a difficulty. Fong Tang also smiled lightly. Then, prove your identity to me. How to prove it? The other party's voice was still calm, but he spoke faster, and he must have felt a little unhappy. Fong Tang said coldly, There are still 2 surviving players in the game, and a female police officer. I want to know their locations. If you can tell them their locations, I will believe that you are a senior executive of Infinite Company. The voice finally changed. A woman's voice. With indifference. Sorry. This is against the rules of the game. It seems that there is no need for us to continue communicating. Fong Tang's reaction was simple. Then forget it. Dialogue finish. He walked slowly under the stars. At this moment, it was not him who was anxious, but the supervisor. 10 minutes later, the chip on the back of his head flashed, and the woman's voice appeared. The director of the company's data department in Asia was very embarrassed. Player Fong Tang. My boss has instructed me to continue communicating with you. Fong Tang smiled faintly. Then show your sincerity this time. The female supervisor began to breathe heavily. 2 players and 1 policewoman are currently in a cave 48 meters below the 3rd peak of Guizhou Slope. The straight line distance from you is 970 meters. The 3rd peak is the highest one, about 50 meters below the peak. Fong Tang made a visual inspection, that is, it is parallel to the valley. It is 970 meters away from me, which is the approximate distance between the grassland and the waterfall. Fong Tang was certain of 2 things. First, Azuo Ai and policewoman Kai Lin were together, and both survived. Second, they are all in the cave behind the waterfall, looking for a way into the valley. This information is definitely valuable in game intelligence. Now that the head of the data department has shown his sincerity, Fong Tang also wants to use some chips. He said solemnly. The person who destroyed the company's satellite was a resistance organization called the Cell Organization. The female supervisor was very disappointed. That's all? We already know these. Fong Tang, I want to warn you. If you can't get it if you reveal more important information, the company will directly destroy you for violating the rules of the game. Fong Tang is not afraid at all. He now has enough chips in his hand to play them out one by one. Director, do you know the fact that the Cell Organization spent $120 billion to destroy the satellite this time? They said 2 agents codenamed Black Cell, and almost exposed the location of the Resistance Organization's headquarters. But you only got 2. Useless corpse. What Fong Tang said were all details. Key details. The female supervisor's breathing became rapid again. How did you know? Fong Tang said coldly. I can't tell you now, but I can give it a try. Try what? Try to help you catch a living member of the Resistance Organization. Black Cell level. The other party became silent. After a full 2 minutes, the female supervisor spoke. If you can really do it, what do you want? He was a smart person. Knowing that Fong Tang was asking for a deal, Fong Tang immediately said, Game currency. 150,000 game currency. This is my request. The other party was silent for another 2 minutes, and then said in a deep voice, Yes, the company headquarters has agreed. As long as you bring a member of the Resistance Organization. Remember, you must be alive. And the 150,000 game coins can be transferred directly to you. The conversation ends here. A living member of a cellular organization. Bye. Master, it's very dangerous for you to do this. You provoke 2 major organizations at the same time. According to my calculations, your survival rate is less than 1%. Fong Tang shook his head. Data cannot represent everything, especially speculation about people's hearts. In the era of big data, changes in things represented by behavioral patterns and laws can be grasped through data monitoring. But people's hearts, you can't use data to deduce. Fong Tang is not provoking the 2 major organizations now, but is playing a game. He closed his eyes and ordered Bai to start calculating. In a 3-party game, how can the weakest party gain a greater chance of winning? This is when data analysis is needed. Establishment of a 3-party game data model. Bai Fong Tang was amazed at his thoughts. Master, you have now learned to build a model for analysis. Maybe in the near future, Fong Tang, whose brain development is getting stronger and stronger, can even generate it directly in the brain. Game model. When the time comes, the decision on any matter will be the most beneficial to him. Fong Tang said lightly in his heart. After all, Bai, you are just a machine. You can only assist me. Bai was silent for a moment and replied, No, I am not a machine. Fong Tang's brain has now been developed to about 30%. But Bai will not tell him this data. If the potential hidden in Fong Tang's body is really fully released, Bai has simulated that scene repeatedly, and the final result will be that he will be abandoned. Chapter 115 3-Party Game. Bai is inputting parameters. At the end of the sneaky slope level, all forces and players have appeared. Various data parameters have also been generated. Now, Bai's operating speed reached its maximum. Fong Tang suddenly felt dizzy. This is a sign of a lack of oxygen to the brain. White calculations are consuming a lot of brain energy. He lay on the grass. After an unknown amount of time, the sky became completely dark. The stars in the night sky shine brightly. Bai, Master, now I have built the simplest 3-party game model. I will describe it to you with the simplest case. That is the 3 Musketeers game theory. Assume 3 Musketeers A, B, and C play together and play against each other. A is the strongest with a hit rate of 90%. B is second with a hit rate of 60%. and C is the weakest with a hit rate of only 30%. One day, the three men met at a fork in the road. They pulled out their guns at the same time and shot each other. So which musketeer had the highest death rate? The answer is A, because A is the strongest, with a hit rate of 90%, and is the biggest threat. The best decision for B and C must be to shoot A. In this model, no matter how the prerequisites change, no matter how complicated the three parties are, in the final game result, A will have the greatest chance of losing. Now, A is the unlimited company, representing the strongest strength. B is a cell tissue, slightly weaker, but far superior to Fong Tang, a solitary person. As C, what Fong Tang has to do is to establish cooperation with B. But there is a very subtle problem here. That's how C protects itself. Bye. If I cooperate with the Cell organization and attack the Infinite Company, how can I prevent myself from being used by the Cell organization? Or even being directly eliminated by them? Bai was calculating. Then a huge sphere appeared in front of Fong Tang. The center of the sphere is Fong Tang, and the periphery of the sphere is Infinite Companies and cellular tissues. There are countless lines between the three, which together form this big ball. These lines are all the possible results based on Fong Tang's different choices. There are 4.32 million outcomes. And Master, you only won one outcome in the end. After simulating more than 4 million times, I only won once. Not bad. Then, how did I win? A red line is marked on the sphere. Fong Tang watched with attention and couldn't help but admire. It's actually like this. A double game. Bye. You are simply a genius. Master, you must pay attention to the fact that the best result is that you complete the level of Silent Town as soon as possible. Game! Fong Tang nodded. I understand. The main mission is to find the treasure. And I already know the location of the treasure. The key is that the Black Cell agents of the Cell organization can show up on time tomorrow and bring the medicinal materials. This is uncertain element. It's not something you can control. Fong Tang sighed. His fate was now decided by a person who resisted the organization. Then Master, we can start the preparations now. Yes. Fong Tang closed his eyes. In the brain space, the conversation he had just had with the director of the data department of Unlimited Company began to play. Bai has it all recorded. There is no loss of sound from the dialogue between the chips. And the audio details are 100% preserved. Bai, amplify the sound 10 times and remove the human voice. The voices of him and the supervisor were eliminated, leaving only a series of noises. Bai, remove the background noise. The noise was erased bit by bit, and what was left was the sound of electricity that appeared every half a second. Remove the current sound again. Now, there is silence in the background of the recording. Only by concentrating all the energy can you barely hear a short chirp. Bai, the sound is amplified 20 times. This audio processing is carried out in Fong Tang's brain. So every time the volume is doubled, cells in his brain will die. At this time, the melanoidin virus in the brain is frantically replenishing brain cells. Mutated brain cells fill the folds of the brain bit by bit. Bai unexpectedly discovered that under such excessive use of his brain, Fong Tang's brain had evolved a little again. Just like practicing some kind of martial arts. You must first reach your limit, and then you can break through. Master, you can increase the audio details up to 30 times. If you exceed this number, you will cause cerebral infarction. Yes, then increase it directly to 30 times. The next moment, Fong Tang felt that his whole brain was beating. It's like having a subwoofer stuck in your head. He gripped the grass on the ground tightly, his whole body spinning and covered in sweat. In the infinitely amplified audio details, he clearly captured the short chirping sound. 10 seconds later, Bai forcefully hypnotized him. The audio disappeared, and Fong Tang collapsed. He almost walked through the H.L. gate. This time he fell asleep for 7 hours. When the light of the morning sun appeared on the edge of the mountain peak, Fong Tang slowly woke up. He felt soft under his head, turned his head, and saw Qin Yashi kneeling there. He was resting on her knees. Why are you outside? There is dew in the mountains, and it's very cold in the morning. Fong Tang looked at her worriedly. Qin Yashi shook her head. In the early morning, you had a high fever and almost died. Fortunately, the witch got some herbs and you got better. Herbs? Fong Tang smelled a scent in his nose. A somewhat familiar scent. Turning around, there was a sheep-headed animal skull on the ground. Inside the animal skull, a black glue-like medicine exuded the fragrance of rice. Fong Tang was shocked, grabbed the skull, and smelled it carefully. His heart was cold. Bye, Master. Don't worry. What you are taking is not live devil insects, but the devil bug colloid brewed quietly by Zwichuan. It can supplement nutrients and promote blood circulation, which is good for you. Fong Tang said. I still feel nauseous. After all, it was the corpse of an insect that had eaten a skull. He waved his hand, indicating that he wanted to take a good rest, asking Qin Yashin to go back and catch up on her sleep. Fong Tang first checked the time, which was 7:20 in the morning. According to the agreement with the cell organization, around 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the magnetic field monitoring system of Infinite Company will collapse until 0 o'clock in the evening. These 12 hours are critical moments. Bye. In the audio I heard last night, the conversation between the director of the data department and me, there was a bird song in the background. Yes, Master. I have extracted this bird song. Do you have any information on bird calls in your database? Yes. When I was outside, I downloaded a biological database from the United Nations Bird Conservation Organization. Compare. Already compared. Listen. The birdsong that arrived was a very rare white winter bird, scientifically known as the egret bird. It likes to build nests in wetland environments in autumn and winter. It is one of the rare birds that does not migrate. Where can I find it in Asia? This kind of white winter finch. Master, we are lucky. Currently, only Modu has the wild white winter finch, which is in the Dong'an Wild Protection Area of Chongming Island. Chongming Dongtan, a wild protection wetland, is about 30 kilometers away from the city. It is 70 kilometers away from the Yangtze River and is located at the northeast corner of the Yangtze River estuary. Infinite Company's Asia Data Center is located in Chongming Dongtan. Fong Tang laughed wildly in his heart. Bye. We have obtained the most important bargaining chip. Your double game plan is more likely to succeed. This morning, Fong Tang was in a particularly good mood. He ate so much that he seemed to regain his energy overnight. Not only Qin Yashin, but also the innocent Zwichuan Jiji felt it, and hurriedly begged him to roast 2 more mountain frogs. After eating and drinking, Fong Tang rummaged around in the wooden house. What are you looking for? Qin Yashin was curious, and her mood seemed to be much better. Weapon! Fong Tang dug out a rusty short knife in the kitchen. This is the favorite meat cleaver of Guangdong bandits. It was often used by hunters outside the Guan dynasty 100 years ago. It is also known as the deer cleaver. After finding a piece of rock and sharpening it for half an hour, the ancient dagger revealed its sharp fangs again. The blade is thin, with a curved front end and a slender blood groove in the middle. Fong Tang played with the dagger and stuffed it into the sock under his trouser leg, putting on a vest made of animal skins by Zwichuanjia. Fong Tang finally looked like a human being. The current time is 10:20. Fong Tang glanced at Qin Yashin. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If I don't come back, you go under the big pine tree. Don't wait for me. No matter who you meet, ask him to take you out. The rest depends on your luck, yes. Qin Yashin's lips trembled. No, you must come back. Fong Tang smiled, turned around and walked out of the wooden house. Zwichuan was still hunting quietly, and he could see the little white cow running around deep in the jungle. Fong Tang took a deep breath and walked towards the waterfall. Chapter 116 Breaking the Wall. The waterfall falling from a square stone on the mountain peak is very short. Clear drops of water beat in the pond below. In the jungle behind the pond, Zwichuanjing on the white cow was secretly watching Fong Tang. Fong Tang felt it and turned around and waved. Zwichuan quietly clenched the long knife at his waist. She can feel it, sensing the murderous aura on Fong Tang's body. This man seemed to be going to fight and kill. This mysterious sensing ability is actually a kind of induction of the human body's magnetic field. But when humans experience drastic emotional changes, the brain's bioelectricity affects the magnetic field, and only a few people can sense the weak changes. And when the ability reaches a certain level, it will be very sensitive to changes in this magnetic field. Zwichuanjing is a master in this way. Fong Tang had already jumped into the pond. The pond looked small from a distance, but it actually took him 5 minutes to swim to the bottom of the waterfall. Near the edge of the pond, the short waterfall also made a loud roar. Fong Tang passed through the waterfall, enduring the impact of the water flow under the influence of gravity, passed through the water curtain hole, and touched the smooth stone behind. Under the action of years of water flow, the rocks behind had become as smooth as wax. I barely opened my eyes, and saw a kind of green moss growing on the smooth stones. Fong Tang touched it bit by bit to determine the location of the cave behind the waterfall. Touched. The stone in his hand vibrated irregularly, and he could clearly feel the stone wall shaking. This is because the cave behind the stone creates a wind cave effect. and the wind blowing into the cave hits the opposite stone wall. Fong Tang pulled out his dagger and scratched it on the smooth stone. Master, it's impossible for you to open the stone wall with a dagger. Even though this is the thinnest part, the thickness is predicted to be more than 3 meters. Fong Tang. But I want to try. If this rock is covered by it all year round, there must be a crack in the impact. All it takes is one crack, and he might have a chance. Sure enough, the dagger pierced into a thin gap with a swishing sound. Fong Tang tried it and found that the gap was very deep. He inserted the dagger into the deepest part of the gap and put his ear to the hilt. Faintly, the sound of wind could be heard through the handle of the knife. That was the sound of wind coming from the cave behind the crack. Confirmed. Bai was right. The rock was at least 3 meters thick, and the slender cracks were less than 1 centimeter wide, extending into the cave. But trying to open an entrance through this crack is still a bit of a fantasy. The 3-meter-long zigzag gap, let alone a dagger, would be difficult to detonate in an environment where the waterfall falls, even with explosives. Fong Tang smiled and said, Bai, we have a chance. He turned around and jumped into the pond. Fong Tang quickly swam ashore, dug a large ball of mud from the river, and wrapped it in leaves. Fong Tang quickly ran towards the path that the Hizusa River silently took him along. On the path leading to the root cave of the man-cutting tree, Fong Tang caught a fat field mouse. He directly broke the vole's neck, wrapped it with a leaf, and stuffed it into the animal's skin vest. Then, he entered the stone room again. The tree roots as thick as a python passed through the mountain. Sensing his arrival, they curled up in a ball alertly. Fong Tang pulled out his dagger and glanced at the center of the cave. Under the light red sand, the red horn-shaped object was trembling slightly and making bursts of chirping sounds. Ha ha! I'm not here to deal with you this time. But you monster won't live long. Fong Tang sneered, grabbed a stone, and threw it at the horned brain. A cutting root of a human vine bounced quickly, sending the stone flying. But Fong Tang rushed out like lightning, grabbed the tree root, and swung the dagger in his hand. The roots of the tree are broken. At the break, countless black demonic insects fell. Fong Tang took out the mud that he had prepared and covered the broken parts of the tree roots. Bai already understood what he was going to do, and immediately said, We must hurry up. Master, it is already 11 o'clock. Fong Tang grabbed the twisting tree vines, took the dead vole body, and rushed back with all his strength. Pond. After returning to the waterfall, we found the crack. Fong Tang took out the dead vole and slashed its neck with a knife, causing blood to spurt out. He squirted blood into the crack until the entire vole's blood was poured into it. The blood flowed slowly along the cracks downward and inward. At this time, Fong Tang slowly took out the tree vine, removed the mud from the broken area, and immediately pressed it towards the blood-stained crack. The demonic insect, which was already restless, smelled the smell of blood, and desperately wormed its way out along the thick vines and into the crack. These rice-sized demon insects suck blood. By the way, even the rock dust mixed with the vole's blood was swallowed. At this time, if you look carefully from a close distance, you can see hundreds of tentacles as thin as hair protruding from the round abdomens of those demonic insects. Each tentacle has barbs, and there are webbed structures on the barbs. This structure allows the devil insects to easily pierce the skin of humans and beasts. And after entering the blood circulation, the webbed structure allows them to swim quickly in the blood. Horrible monsters. Carefully designed viral creatures. Fong Tang retreated into the waterfall, held his breath, and waited. Countless demonic insects emerged from the roots of the 3-meter-long man-cutting vine, and their bodies swelled as they sucked in blood and debris. More and more, all going down along the cracks in the rocks, all the way down. In the end, the demonic insects formed an army with a length of more than 3 meters, greedily following the blood and delicacies, and burrowed into the rocks. Their rice-sized bodies also swelled like soybeans. With a click, Fong Tang's expected voice appeared. On the smooth stone wall, the thin crack began to separate. Under the expansion of the 3-meter-long army of demonic insects, the huge force separated the rocks. Just like the power of a seed's expansion, it can break through the hardest objects. Just this big crack is enough. The water from the waterfall began to seep in, and the water flow increased. Strong water pressure continues to tear at the cracks. With a bang, a mountain rock peeled off and fell, followed by more rocks. Fong Tang jumped into the pond again and watched the rocks falling behind the waterfall. 10 minutes later, with a loud noise, the stone wall completely cracked, revealing a 2-meter-wide hole. The strong wind in the cave rushed and wildly along the outside of the mountain. It's a cold wind. It is completely different from the warm wind in the valley. The wind was so strong that it even blew the waterfall. Fong Tang put away the dagger, took a deep breath, and suddenly jumped up to the entrance of the cave. Following the entrance of the cave, resisting the strong wind, Fong Tang walked 3 meters forward. His eyes lit up. A bright light came from the front. And then he fell to the ground. Demonic insects were lying on the ground, seemingly in a state of satiety. Fong Tang picked up a stone, smashed them one by one, and then quietly found the entrance to the cave. Outside, there is the mountainside of Sneaky Slope. The collapsed earth temple can already be seen. The familiar sound of a dog barking reached my ears. It's North Star. Chapter 117 Threesome. Fong Tang relaxed immediately. Bye. Connect to Beixing's perception system. A black and white picture immediately appeared in front of him. Beixing called twice on the spot, lowered his head, and shook his broken way ran towards the earth temple. It is now noon, but a small shed has been erected outside the collapsed earth temple. A skeleton made of mountain rocks and black bricks. A shed barely covered by leaves and tattered plastic sheets. Beixing ran over, and Kai Linlin, who had not seen him for many days, walked out of the shed. Kai Linlin looked haggard, but she was in good spirits. She leaned over and touched Beixing's head. Stop shouting. No matter how much you yell, your master will never come back. He may. At this point, Kai Linlin, a strong person, the female police officer, already had tears in her eyes. Maybe he has been eaten by a monster a long time ago. From the shed, Zhu's cry came. Come back quickly. Zhu is almost done. Kai Linlin frowned and went back. In the shed lit with pine oil, Zhu was sitting cross-legged, while Rai was lying on a bed made of branches and weeds. His lips turned white, and his whole body was trembling. Kai Linlin carefully lifted off the bandage on Ah Yu's broken arm and shook her head. The infection has been severe. Although your medicine is the best, medicine alone cannot control her injury. We must go out. Zhu looked very haggard, but gritted his teeth. We can't go out. I've told you so many times. You idiot! Facing her insults, Kai Linlin was very calm, and she seemed to have been used to it for a long time. Zhu gasped. What happened to that rumbling sound just now? It seems to be coming from the cave. Kai Linlin shook her head. Don't think about it. There is indeed the sound of water behind the cave, but the stone wall is very thick. It can't be exploded. Besides, there may not be a valley behind it. It might be underground water. Zhu gritted his teeth. No, it's definitely not right. Fong Tang is not dead yet. He is still alive. He must have entered something we don't know about. That place. Kai Linlin frowned. How do you know he's not dead? He was taken away by a monster. Zhu didn't answer her. There is no death prompt in the game, and there are still 3 players online, and the game prompts keep appearing. Through these game prompts, Zhu knew that Fong Tang was living well now, and even unlocked another clue, and was about to complete the main mission. However, Ah Yu and I were trapped here without being human or ghost. As Zhu looked at the broken arm of his beloved woman, he was so angry that he completely lost his composure as a gamer. Kai Linlin reminded her. I told you, this kind of broken arm injury is very serious, especially in the humid environment of Sneaky Slope. I don't know how many bacteria there are. Her arm is so infected. If she waits any longer, sepsis alone will cause it. It could kill her. Of course Wen knew. She actually knew better than Kai Linlin. Her lips trembled and she covered her face. You don't understand. We can't leave here. Leaving is a dead end. Kai Linlin's eyes flashed. It's been several days, but you still don't want to say. I am a policeman. What game are you participating in? Oswald looked at her mockingly. Police? Even the army is useless. The people behind this game are behind the scenes. You can't imagine how powerful they are. Kai Linlin sighed and helped Oswald wiping her face. In that case, let's prepare for the funeral. Ah Yu has lost her former glory, and now she looks like she is on her deathbed. Zhu closed his eyes, and tears fell one by one. Kai Linlin took Beixing out and walked back and forth along the jungle around the Earth Temple. She collected a lot of mountain fruits. After bringing them back to the shed, she simply made a fruit platter and re-roasted the half-cooked hare yesterday. Superior. He tore open a piece of rabbit meat and threw it to Beixing. The shed fell silent. Kai Linlin's eyes were always looking behind Zhu. There was a leather bag left by Qin Yashin under the ancient tomb, as well as 2 dead mobile phones and a watch. That's Ah Yu's watch. A policeman's natural sense of smell made Kai Linlin realize that the watch was the most important thing for the two girls, because she had seen it on Fong Tang's wrist, and also on the injured Ah Yu's wrist. There was a cough, and Ah Yu, who had been unconscious for 2 days, opened his eyes and shouted weakly, "Water! Water!" Ozwa hurriedly handed over the filtered spring water. Ah Yu drank greedily, then looked at Ozwa tenderly, raised his hand, and touched her short hair. "Kill me!" Ozwa shook his head. Ah Yu struggled for a moment. "Please, kill me!" At this time, death was a kind of relief. The wire in Ozwa's sleeve hung down, and his expression kept changing. "Kill me!" Ah Yu screamed and fainted again. Ozwa raised the wire and wrapped it around Ah Yu's neck, but his fingers were trembling. Kailanlin rushed over and grabbed her wrist. "You want to kill someone?" Zwa shook her off. Kailanlin rushed forward anxiously. "Listen to me. We have a chance to escape. The red mist outside, the fog that kills people, is decreasing these days. I observed it yesterday. The red mist we have retreated below the mountainside," Kailanlin said quickly. We just need to light a fire. The weather has been dry recently, and there is a place outside the temple filled with large needles. Just a little will light it." Zwa shook his head blankly. You won't understand." Kailanlin moved, patted Zwa's shoulder with one hand, and reached for the watch behind her with the other. Holding the watch, she shook it and threw it under her skirt. The policewoman slowly sat down and kicked the watch deep into the leaves beside her. After Kailanlin finished all this, she continued in a low voice. "It is very dangerous to ignite mountain fires. People nearby will definitely call the police if they see it. There are rescuers everywhere outside. Moreover, Jinhua County is a key county, and there is a professional firefighting force. They have firefighting helicopters. The helicopter can use the height to avoid the red mist. Then we have a chance to call for help." Kailanlin's plan can be said to be perfect. Every detail has been thought of. But the only problem is that Azua and Yu are players. They are players in the game scene. Not being able to leave is the greatest sadness. So we can only watch Yu die? Zwa bit his lip until blood came out from it. At this time, Yu was trembling all over. Due to the wound infection, sepsis appeared in his body. His immune function began to collapse, and he has now entered the critical stage of organ failure. When Zwa saw this scene, his heart was completely cold. In the dangerous stage of organ failure, even if Yu is sent to the hospital now, whether he can be rescued depends on luck. Everything is over. The person I love most is dead. Zwa no longer hesitated and raised the wire tremblingly, gritting his teeth and taking action this time. "There is a way!" A man's voice came from outside. Chapter 118 Mutation. Fong Tang is standing outside the shed. Northern Star swung its docked tail, ran happily, and jumped into the arms of its owner. Fong Tang held Beishing in his arms, and slowly walked into the dim shed. Zwa looked miserable. "Are you here to kill us?" Kailanlin was shocked and subconsciously stopped in front of Fong Tang. "You can't do this." She was not a born virgin. Just the instinct of a police officer reaction. Fong Tang smiled slightly. "I'm not here to kill anyone." So his eyes were dull, and he looked sadly at his lover and master. Or, she is worried about her own fate. As the player's slave girl, if her master dies, her fate may be even more tragic, and she may be taken back by Infinite Company and sold in the mall. Kailanlin's lips trembled at this moment. She looked at Fong Tang and said after a long time, Why did you come here?" In this simple sentence, anyone could hear the longing contained in it. This is not a relationship between a man and a woman, but a bond created between them after experiencing so much in just a few days. Fong Tang hugged her gently. "It's okay. The nightmare is about to end." What does the end of the nightmare mean? Kailanlin had questions in her eyes. Over there, Zwa was already screaming. "You two bitches! If you want to make out, get out and make out!" Kailanlin was embarrassed and annoyed. Now Ozwa only had one breath left. Fong Tang let go of the policewoman and said again, "There is a way to save her." Ozwa tried hard to hold back the tears in his eyes. "Don't lie. I know. You can't survive today." Fong Tang frowned. "As a gamer, you are really unqualified. I really don't know how you survived today." He walked directly behind Zwa and took out the glass box. A box from the catacombs. There are cracks on the glass box, but the 4 sealed syringes inside are well preserved. Seeing this box, Zwa and Kailanlin's expressions changed. "Don't you think so?" Kailanlin screamed. Fong Tang had known for a long time that this Madonna policewoman would do bad things. As soon as he thought about it, Beishing had jumped up. This ancient famous dog was now like half a lion. extremely ferocious. He threw Kai Linlin to the ground and pressed his paws on her neck. A roar came out. Kai Linlin was stunned. Beixing, who had been dependent on her these past few days, turned out to be so scary at this time. She could feel that with just one command from the man, Beixing would rip out her throat without hesitation. Only then did Fong Tang open the glass box and take out a syringe. It has a light yellow metal SHL, a spring structure, and the red reagent in the needle tube is shaking. Zhuo swallowed his saliva. This is a virus. A supervirus developed by Zuokawa Jiro and Huang Dowang that can combine with the human body. Zhuo gasped. Actually, it is a demon insect. A demon insect that can devour the human body. You are wrong, Fong Tang sneered. There is a difference between the devil bug and the devil bug virus. It can be said that this is the essence of the devil bug. Zhuo was confused. We have all read the diary of Zuokawa Jiro. The virus extracted from the devil bug, it completely failed. In the end, only one experimental subject survived successfully. Fong Tang held up the syringe. But you didn't think carefully. Did you see the color of the reagents inside? If I guess correctly, this is a virus added with blood. The black insect virus first fuses with the blood and then is injected into the human body. This is the key to Zuokawa Jiro's final success. Zhuo gritted his teeth. Don't think I am a fool. I have also studied in the past few days. If it is blood, then over the years, it has evaporated into serum. And after the red blood cells in the blood disappear, it is no longer red. This girl has a very strong logical mind. And she is also an intermediate game player. Fong Tangeran. You seem to have forgotten the characteristics of this virus. Those demonic insects can lie dormant for hundreds of years without dying. Now their essence is still in the blood. These essences must maintain the integrity of the blood components through some method. Swing. Holding the syringe. If you think about it more carefully, the blood inside is also responsible for feeding the essence of the demonic insects. Look at the reagents in this syringe. Compared with more than 70 years ago, more than half of the reagents have disappeared. In other words, the concentration of the magic bug essence in it is higher, and the effect is stronger. It may parasitize the human body immediately after injection. Azu, this is your only chance to save Ai. On the ground, Kai Linlin, who was still suppressed by Beixing, screamed, Fong Tang, you bastard, you devil. Zhuo, don't listen to him. We still have other opportunities. Zhuo hugged his head tightly and grabbed his short hair. After tearing off an unknown number of hairs, she raised her head and said hoarsely, I'll do it myself. Fong Tang carefully handed the needle to her. Zhuo took it tremblingly, turned around and looked at Ayu, whose lips had turned black, closed his eyes, murmured something, then raised his hand, and the needle pierced Ayu's wrist vein. Kai Linlin closed her eyes weakly. Fong Tang, what on earth are you doing? Fong Tang sat down slowly and watched Ayu's movements. Whether it will work or not is hard to say. Theoretically, judging from the results of Zhuo Chuanjing's in vivo experiment, this thing must be useful. Maybe he won't be able to live forever like Zhuo Chuanjie, but saving a dying person might be effective. 5 minutes later, Ayu stopped breathing. Beixing let go of Kai Linlin, and the policewoman rushed up and grabbed Fong Tang's shoulders. You? Look what you did. You killed her. Fong Tang pushed her away indifferently. Save her without her. Even if he doesn't get the shot, Ayu will still die. Shut up. Both of you. Zhuo shouted. At this time, there was an expectant look in her eyes, and she leaned over and lay on Ayu's body. Quiet. Her heart seems to be beating again. Boom. 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 No need for Zhuo to say. Now Fong Tang and Kai Linlin have heard it. You can actually hear the heartbeat even through the human body. The frequency is so fast that it is simply terrifying. A normal person would faint and die long ago at this heart rate. But Ayu opened his eyes. Her complexion was still gray, but her whole body was full of strange power. She stood up straight. Her muscles all over her body were trembling, and blood-red lines were jumping on her skin. Then the woman with the broken arm looked painful and almost rushed out of the shed with a gust of wind. People in the shed immediately heard her vomiting. Ayu vomited for a long time, and all the rotten substances in his body that were green, yellow, and filled with pus came out. Then she fell directly to the ground, shaking. Ayu kept this trembling behavior for nearly an hour. Zhuo wanted to rush over several times, but Fong Tang held him back. Those demonic insects are re-repairing her internal organs, Fong Tang explained in a low voice. Judging from the logs left by Huang Dowang and Zuokawa Jiro, The demonic insects have unique parasitic and replicating abilities, just like the brainless replication of viruses. Likewise, when a large number of demonic insects hatched in her body and completed their parasitism, the next step was to repair her own parasite. So he couldn't help but shiver when he thought of those crazy words in the diary. Chapter 119 The Demon Girl. Ah Yu was no longer trembling, but her back looked particularly weird. On the shoulders that were originally round, bumps like bumps appeared. These bumps moved quickly on Ah Yu's back. Ozwa covered her mouth, feeling nauseous and about to vomit. She began to wonder if the Ah Yu in front of her was still the familiar lover. Fong Tang looked at it with some seriousness. From a certain perspective, this is indeed a miracle of evolution. A miracle that can get rid of all viruses for humans and help humans gain superpowers. Zua looked at it strangely. Him and Kai Lin couldn't listen anymore. This time the policewoman learned her lesson and stopped talking. It would be useless anyway. Ah Yu slowly turned around. Everyone gasped. Ah Yu's face has become swollen, and you can clearly see clusters of small insects crawling under his face. Kai Lin couldn't help it. Retreated, ran away, and screamed. Ozwa could still stand, but Fong Tang walked over gently. Ah Yu, you must learn to control the demonic insects. Don't be dominated by them, and release their power. Ah Yu made a strange sound in his throat. His face, the raised patches on my skin began to stabilize, and soon returned to their original beauty. Not only that, she held up her severed hand. On the half-rotten wrist wound, red threads like earthworms appeared, tangled together quickly, and changed. Not long after, a small hand slowly stretched out from the fracture. Like a baby's hand, small but very strong. Ah Yu looked down in a daze, and let out a terrifying roar again. More! She stared at Zua. Zua tremblingly threw all the needles over. Ah Yu gave himself another injection and sat down slowly. She sat there for half an hour. When she got up again, she felt as if she had woken up from a nightmare and looked at her newborn hands in surprise. Ozwa swallowed his saliva. You? Are you okay? Ah Yu's eyes flashed with a coquettish look. Of course it's okay. You don't know how wonderful this feeling is. I can make myself stronger and more beautiful. Beautiful. I can make all the marks on my body disappear. Ah Yu tore off his tattered clothes, revealing half of his body. The dry, scarred skin began to plump and become elastic, and then turn snow white, with no pores visible. She can even adjust to some of her characteristics as a woman. The place that should be big becomes bigger in an instant. Fong Tang turned around. It's not that I don't want to see the beautiful young girl's body, but there is no stimulation or pleasure in this situation. On the contrary, it's kind of disgusting that I won't do it if I see it too much. Ah Yu and Ozwa hugged each other and whispered something. Not long after, Ah Yu took Ozwa's hand and sneaked into the shed. Fong Tang stood there and waited, with a hint of ridicule on his lips. Kai Lin came back from the mountain temple, wiping her mouth and looking ugly. What are they doing? Fong Tang smiled at her. You missed the show just now. Maybe the magic bug is the real treasure for women. I saw it. Kai Lin said fiercely. In such a situation, even if you become beautiful, you are also a monster. She walked towards the shed, but was pulled back directly by Fong Tang. Don't disturb them. Why? What are you disturbing? Kai Lin was puzzled. Fong Tang waved Beixing over and whispered in Lin Lin's ear. Ah, you must be injecting Ozwa with the virus now. And there are only 2 injections left. They will not take advantage of others. Ah! Kai Lin couldn't understand. Fong Tang smiled faintly. You may think it's ridiculous, but for the 2 of them, this is normal. Well, maybe they purchased the biological modification ability from the mall a long time ago. Fong Tang still remembered what he would do when he completed the side mission. Get a basic biomodification. Reward? Kai Lin quietly reached out and touched the watch in her trouser pocket. What she can figure out now is that the 3 people here, Fong Tang, Ozwa, and Au, are all so-called players of a mysterious organization. An organization full of sin, terror, and super technical abilities. The watch is a key prop of this organization. As long as you successfully escape alive and hand over the watch to the relevant departments, you will be able to get enough evidence and clues. At that time, the case can be arrested and solved directly. Dad? Kai Lin was shouting in her heart. If you were also deceived by that organization, then I will definitely find you. I don't know how long it took. Ozwa and Au slowly walked out of the shed holding hands. Both women were radiant. It was obvious that the faint freckles on Ozwa's face had disappeared, and the body proportions are becoming more and more attractive. Women's innate pursuit of beauty makes them undergo internal plastic surgery without considering anything else after gaining the power of parasitism from demonic insects. Ayu's new little hand has also become a little bigger, and it no longer looks so annoying. The two women looked at Fong Tang with smiles. Do you regret it now? They said in unison, with a teasing meaning. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. To be honest, I feel a little regretful. After all, those were the last 4 viruses. Maybe you don't have the courage at all. Zhuo sneered. Ayu pursed his lips and smiled. Fong Tang, you are no longer our opponent now. After the two girls regained their lives, they immediately showed hostility. Fong Tang is their direct competitor, and is currently completely ahead in game progress. The murderous intent of the two women was not hidden at all. Kai Lin frowned. Aren't you guys changing your attitude too quickly? Azwa and Ayu smiled at her, but they still said in unison, this is a game. A game where the winner takes all. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. You two can sense each other's thoughts through each other's magic bugs? Zhuo was now proud. Oh, you are indeed a genius game player. You can see it all. Only then did Kai Lin notice that Zhuo and Aya now have astonishing synchronicity in their expressions, movements, and speaking speeds, just like a pair of twins. Fong Tang leaned over and petted his pet dog, and said mercilessly, then you two will get along well in the future, and each other can enjoy each other's feelings. It's really great. You? Zhuo and you stamped their feet together, their faces trembling, blackened. Fong Tang did not give them more time to enjoy the beauty of rebirth. Follow me. Go through the cave you found. There is a valley, and a path in the valley leads directly to the treasure location. That is also the last link of the game. The main mission. He took Kai Lin's hand and led Beixing towards the cave. Azwa and Ayu looked at each other. Now they don't need to speak to each other. They can all connect through some strange induction. Azu, why do you think Fong Tang wants to help us? Azu, I think the most likely possibility is that he found the treasure location of the main mission, but he couldn't get in. He had to cooperate with the two of us. Fong Tang, that coward didn't dare to use the virus, so he let us take advantage. The two women shared a weird smile. They seemed to have lost their rationality, and now they were full of love and respect for the demonic insects in their bodies. Kai Lin kept looking back in front, and was slapped hard on the butt by Fong Tang. Don't look back. You want to die. Kai Lin ignored her shyness, and looked at Fong Tang with gloomy eyes. Are you scared now? Nonsense. Zhuo and you are no longer the two people they were a few days ago. They are now standard monsters, and they will no longer behave rationally. If something goes wrong, they will eat you on the spot. Kai Lin shuddered. Then why? Why are you helping them? I'm not helping them. Fong Tang's eyes were sinister. I'm getting rid of 2 perverted women, and soon you will got it. Chapter 120 Going to the Appointment. Fong Tang led Kai Lin through the cave, and soon came to the wide crack. The waterfall tinkled behind. At this time, it was already 12:45 in the afternoon. There are still 15 minutes left, which is the time agreed between Fong Tang and the Cell organization. So he must hurry up. Going through the waterfall is the valley. The route to the treasure is very simple. You can see the path behind the waterfall at a glance. Fong Tang said calmly, picked up Kai Lin, and jumped down with Beixing. Azwa and Ayu were strangely connected together, and they chased after each other like conjoined twins. The two women seemed to be floating in the sky. Their limbs were twisted, and they waved their arms at a high speed. They were supported by the downward airflow, and slowly fell down. Fong Tang had already swam to the shore with Kai Lin. Kai Lin gasped for air, and looked at this paradise in surprise. She turned around and was about to ask when her eyesight went dark. Fong Tang hit Kai Lin on the neck with his palm, knocked her unconscious, and carried her on his body. In the distance, under the big pine tree is Qin Yaxin, who is waiting anxiously. And beside the waterfall, the white cow is carrying Zhuo, looking at the new guests curiously. Azwa and Ayu came on the waves, and after landing, they surrounded Zhuo. It's this female monster! The guy who took Fong Tang away last time. That's the boss we want to kill to complete the mission. Azwa and Ayu were very excited. Now, they increasingly believed that Fong Tang acted helplessly. Kill this female boss. Find the treasure. And then kill Fong Tang. Perfect plan. The reward of this level of the game is enough for us to have fun for a while. The two women opened their arms happily, and the steel wire and scissors fell together, bringing there was an alarming rumbling. Zhuo was still watching silently, cheering from his mouth. Friends! Friends like me! Finally see the same kind. Fong Tang put Kai Lin Lin on the grass and shouted, "There, here, I'll kill you!" "Why?" Sichuan quietly brushed his white fingers through his long hair, and the long knife on his waist moved without wind, bringing out a thunderbolt-like sword light, splitting the steel wire in scissors. Shocking Zhua. Right and back. Sichuan Jingjing, who has been cultivating the ability of demonic insects for nearly 100 years, is not something that two junior rookies like Zhua and you can compare with. Fong Tang smiled silently at Sichuan. "Go to your house and wait for me." Sichuan silently tilted his head and used the long knife in his palm to break through the attacks of Zhua and Yu. "My home?" Fong Tang prayed in his heart. "Sister Sichuan, you must listen to me this time. Listen to me. If Sichuan doesn't cooperate, then his plan will be completely ruined." As if sensing Fong Tang's anxiety, Sichuan quietly chuckled, rode the white bull, and the long knife flowed like a dance, splitting Azuo's attack again. And then the white bull turned his head and headed straight for the secret cave Tingen. At Azua and Yu were already red-eyed. In the last level of the main mission, as long as you kill the female boss, you can get an additional 5,000 game coins. They gave chase like crazy. In an instant, the three women disappeared at the end of the path. Fong Tang took a breath. The current time was 12:55. Infinity's magnetic field monitoring has been stopped, and they are still rushing to repair the satellites in the sky. Fong Tang lowered his head and looked at his watch. As expected, the game chat room came to a standstill, and the Ice Royal family's barrage could no longer be seen. Cellular organizations didn't lie. They really did it. He picked up the unconscious Kai Lin Lin and walked quickly towards the big pine tree. Under the pine tree, Qin Yashin exclaimed, crying and laughing while wiping her tears. She was surprised and happy. But when she saw the female police officer Fong Tang put down, she frowned. "What are you doing with this stupid woman?" Fong Tang was helpless. "We can't leave her to fend for ourselves." While the two were talking, there was a bang under the big pine tree. The ground shook for a while, and a piece of soil suddenly bulged along the bottom of the pine tree. Trash rolled everywhere, and a deep cave appeared under the pine trees. Fong Tang pulled Qin Yashin back, while Bei Xing stood in front of him and watched carefully. Following the cave, a young man came up. He wore glasses, carried a leather bag, a crisp suit, and a press pass hanging on his chest. The male reporter patted the dirt on his body, and Fong Tang smiled and pointed to his ear. Fong Tang pressed the hidden earphone, and a voice came from inside. "Black Cell Agent number 13. Arrived as promised." The male reporter was still smiling. Fong Tang looked at the cave on the ground. "Your cell organization is really upright. You dug a hole in the ground and had no imagination at all." The male reporter, Black Cell number 13, an agent of the cell organization, now shrugged helplessly. "There is no way. The sky is blocked. Entrances on all sides are filled with poisonous fog, and the only way is underground. Mr. Fong Tang, don't stand and talk without pain in your back," he said inside. "If the magnetic field monitoring of Infinite Company had not been lifted, the digging burrowing in the ground is simply not feasible. So Mr. Fong Tang, this opportunity was bought with our organization's life, so you have to cherish it." Fong Tang looked at his bag. "Did you bring what I wanted?" "Angelica sinensis. 5 Chien. 5 Chien for Rehmannia glutinosa. 2 Chien for licorice. 4 Chien for white peony root. And 1 Liang for trichosanthin. Honeysuckle. Raw Rehmannia. And black plum pills." The male reporter slowly read these Chinese medicinal materials. "It is exactly as you requested. In order to prevent accidents, I brought an extra portion of each herbal medicine." Fong Tang nodded and stretched out his hand. The male reporter did not move, and stretched out his hand to wipe his glasses. "Mr. Fong Tang, you promised us to take Qin Yashin with us." Qin Yashin on the side covered her mouth and exclaimed, "What is he talking about? Cell tissue has always been there. I'm contacting you because of the chip on the back of my neck." Fong Tang looked at her. "They want to take you and me away now just to use you and the child in your belly to blackmail me." Qin Yashin understood, and immediately eyes dull. "From the beginning to the end, I have always been a chess piece being used." Black Cell number 13 responded coldly. "It is your honor to be our chess piece. If it weren't for you, a stupid woman, you have Fong Tang's child. You are worthless at all. Hee hee. At most you are just a commodity in Infinite Mall." Qin Yashin squatted down, tears falling from her fingers. Her young lady's self-esteem was completely trampled on at this time. Fong Tang helped her up and looked at He Chi coldly. Sorry, I can't leave now. He Chi number 13 frowned. I thought you were a man of your word. Fong Tang smiled. Now, the dual game plan planned by him and Bai was in perfect progress, and all variables were under control. Therefore, Fong Tang was very calm and did not panic at all. Mr. Black Cell, by getting my chip, you can only get a little information. If I give you a bigger gift now, how will you choose? Black Cell Lindran. We will not make any choice for a blank check. It is not a blank check, but the data center of Infinite Company in Asia. Chapter 121 Feng Yuan. Infinite Company's data in Asia Center. Black Cell number 13's eyes widened. His breathing began to quicken. All the data of Infinite Company's Asia department. The intelligence there will be massive. And every piece of information is priceless. Over the years, the Resistance Organization has sacrificed countless people and only managed to steal some marginal intelligence from the Asian department. If Fong Tang can really do it, what he will give will be a huge gift. Do you know the location of the Asian database of Infinite Company? Black Cell took a step forward. Fong Tang explained. Stand where you are and don't move. Yes, I know that as long as you give me a little time. We can join hands and enter that place. How do I know you're not bragging? You can only choose. Believe me, maybe we will fall out now. Fong Tang shook Qin Yashin's little hand and slowly pushed her forward. Also, Yashin will follow you first. Qin Yashin's heart was broken instantly. Fong Tang, are you using yourself and your children as bargaining chips? Black Cell was also very surprised. According to our intelligence analysis, you are not the kind of person who uses your lover and children as hostages. No one knows who I am. Fong Tang gave a weird smile. All you need to know is that I am the one who survives the game with the highest score every time. Black Cell number 13 was moved. He was silent for a moment and nodded. For the sake of the Asia Department Data Center, I can take a risk. He looked down at the time. I will take Qin Yashin to go first. If you complete this game, you will meet a person at the Magic City Center Garden Plaza in 7 days. The woman who feeds the pigeons will take you to the next step. So long. Fong Tang frowned. Can we connect again after 7 days? Black Cell 13 said calmly. Once Infinity Company repairs the satellite, they will definitely check what happened in the 12 hours when the Silent Gate disappeared. Our organization needs to repair this gap to prevent our meeting from being discovered. This not only takes time, it also requires energy. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Can you really do this kind of thing? No one in the world knows Wuxi and Company better than us. We know their operating procedures and monitoring methods. If you know the palm of your hand, there is no need to worry about this. Fong Tang nodded, hugged Qin Yashin again, and whispered quickly in her ear. Follow him. Even if I die, for some reason, the Resistance Organization will to keep you. You only need to cooperate with them to show that your whole family was killed by Infinite Company. For the sake of the children, I want you to join the Resistance Organization. Qin Yashin immediately understood his intention. Tang, I know what to do. But what about you? I will complete the game and bring you out. I will kill all the enemies, Fong Tang said, putting a doll made of clay into her hand. When it is necessary. I mean the most critical moment. At the right moment, crush the doll and there will be a vine inside. It is the most terrifying weapon and can protect you. But be careful not to be bitten by anything in the vine. A terrifying scene flashed through Qin Yashin's mind like lightning. Pictures of demonic insects raging. She held the clay doll tightly and understood the meaning of the vines inside. This is the most terrifying weapon and the secret magic weapon for counterattack. Fong Tang let go of his hand. Black Cell number 13 waited patiently. Fong Tang took the leather bag in his hand and gritted his teeth. Yashin also has a chip on the back of her neck. Black Cell made a gesture. We can take it out safely. Don't worry about this. But he shook his head. Qin Yashin's family. We can't protect him. He owed 130,000 game coins and sent his daughter to Fong Tang as a bait. Fong Tang didn't care about those shameless people in the Qin family. Those are none of my business. Black Cell nodded and slowly got into the hole with Qin Yashin. Fong Tang stretched his legs to cover the cracked hole again, then bent down and patted Kaylin Lin's face. Get up. I know you woke up just now. Kaylin Lin opened half of her eyes, still alert. Wanfen. You can't knock me out casually anymore. Fong Tang sighed. The game is about to end, and I have no chance to torment you anymore. Come on. Do me a favor. Opened the bag and took out the Chinese medicine inside Kai. Taking Kai Lin, made a fire and cooked medicine in the wooden house. 2 bowls of water. Fry for 8 minutes. Add black plum balls. The Chinese medicine that cracked the demonic insect was finally boiled into a bowl of thick soup. Fong Tang carefully took out 4 reeds and temporarily transformed them into a water spray gun. He gently pulled them and pumped the 8 Immortals detoxification decoction into the hollow reeds. At the top of the reed are needles made from the barbs of the vine. 4 rough water guns were filled with antidote and inserted into the belt. Fong Tang took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Just wait for me in the cabin. Don't move. After the game is over. He fell silent at this point. Kaylin Lin bit her lip. What will happen after the game is over? Fong Tang glanced at her. Maybe you will be killed on the spot. Maybe you will become a player like us. But no matter what, you will never go back the old life. After calling Bei Xing over and watching the restless female police officer, Fong Tang stepped out of the wooden house and walked towards the treasure place where the vine brain was. In the cave where the brain of Cutman Vine is located, the battle between the 3 women looks like an exaggerated CG in a fantasy movie. When Fong Tang came in, he saw 3 women hanging between tree roots and vines, curled up with each other in a weird posture. And between them, countless demonic insects were fighting together. This is a fighting method that is beyond the understanding of human beings. It is more like 3 insect queens commanding their soldier ants to fight. Seeing Fong Tang come in, Zhuchuan cheered quietly, flew up 2 long knives, and drove away all the demonic insects with the light of his sword. She came down happily and came to Fong Tang. These 2 children are very good. You have brought the heirs I really need. In Zhuchuan's quiet view, Azwa and Ayu are hers. The clansmen also have the blood of demonic insects flowing through them. She was naive and could not understand the hostility between Azwa and Ayu. Fong Tang looked at the girl. Now, he had 4 reed water guns on his body. The detoxification soup stored in each bottle is enough to kill any life infected by demonic insects. Just 1 tap. Zhuchuan's silence will disappear completely. This terrifying and tempting thought lingered in my mind. Fong Tang raised his hand, then gently lowered it, and finally fell on Zhuchuan's silent long hair. He patted her little head gently. Idiot! They are bad people. Azwa sneered and stood between the roots of the vines. The demonic insects in his body were cheering for the vibrant atmosphere in the cave. Azwa and Ayu seemed to have returned home. The demonic insects in this cave are calling to them. They didn't realize that their lives were passing by rapidly, and there were more and more demonic insects in their bodies, frantically devouring their life essence. They were approaching again. Fong Tang shook his head. Here! The 3 of you can never tell the winner. Any battle damage can be quickly replenished by the demonic insects. Azwa and Ayu looked at each other. We must kill this female boss. Fong Tang sneered. No matter how rich your side mission rewards are, they can't compare to the main mission. If you find the treasure, you can end this level of the game. Azwa and Ayu briefly exchanged telepathy. They knew very well that Fong Tang was right. Endless demonic insects gather here, and Zhuchuan Jingji, who also possesses the parasitic body of demonic insects, cannot be killed at all. Same for both of them. The 2 women giggled and walked towards the horn-shaped vine brain. What are you doing? Zhuchuan's eyes widened in silence, and his whole body became nervous. Fong Tang comforted her and showed a strange smile. Don't worry. They can't do anything. End of chapter 122. In the insect cave, everything suddenly became quiet. Azwa and Ayu were greedily raising the wire and scissors, preparing to cut the horns in the center of the cave and open the treasure. However, their raised hands suddenly became stiff. The next moment, the 2 women put down their hands with rapid breathing, and slowly, as if being forcibly pulled by a strong force, backed away. Then, the 2 of them plopped down on their knees in front of the horn-shaped vine brain, with black tears flowing from their eyes. Tears fell down drop by drop, and with a bang, the teardrops turned into demonic insects. What they shed was not tears, but insects. After an unknown amount of time, Zwa suddenly raised his head and screamed, Fong Tang, you bastard. Fong Tang was indifferent. Ayu is still confused, and the telepathy between the 2 women has been disconnected at this time. They are being punished, being bitten by the demonic insects within their bodies. It was indescribable pain. Azwa and Ayu hugged each other, screaming, rolling, and begging. After a long time, the 2 women gasped and huddled together. Fong Tang grinned. Ayu, are you still wondering why you can't do anything to this thing? Fong Tang smiled sarcastically. It's very simple. This horn-shaped thing is the core tissue of the vines composed of demonic insects. You can think of it as the brains of countless vine roots. And you 2 are now parasites of the demonic insect. That is, the puppet controlled by this brain. Part of the demonic insect network. Since you are already a part of the brain, how can you harm it? This is as absurd as the mouse and keyboard trying to harm the computer host. You was still in a daze, while Ozwa was already trembling. You've been fooled. My dear, we've been fooled. Zwa screamed. Fong Tang deliberately let us inject the virus because he already knew the situation here. Fong Tang sighed leisurely. You made your own choice. Zwa was already desperate. Right. My little fool. We are now the body of the devil insect, and we will never be able to attack the brain of the devil insect network, which means we will never be able to complete the game. Ozwa, you have completely understood. The two women's eyes met, and they suddenly jumped up together. They opened their mouths like ghosts. The corners of their mouths cracked like a basin of blood. Their tongues protruded, and the mouth parts composed of countless demonic insects were like sharp thorns, heading straight towards Fong Tang. Zwa Chuan quietly drew his sword in his hand and subconsciously wanted to stop him. But the horn of the vine root made a buzzing sound. Zwa Chuan's quiet hands lost control. In the final analysis, she was just a slave of the demonic insect hub. Now the demonic insect brain controlled Ozwa and Yu and rushed directly towards Fong Tang. Because only Fong Tang is their biggest threat. At this time, the reed water gun with the 8 Immortals detoxification decoction appeared in Fong Tang's hands. But he only had one chance to take action. The witches, Zwa and Yu, rushed towards them from 2 directions, and their speed had exceeded the limit. Fong Tang could only choose one person to take action. Is it a Zwa or a right? In the darkness, Kailanlin, who was holding Beixing's hand, poked her head out of the cave. At this moment, her brain was the clearest, because she had gotten some basic information about the Infinite Challenge game not long ago, especially those rules. So as an outsider, Kailanlin knows the current situation better than anyone else. She wanted to remind Fong Tang. One of Zwa and Right is a female slave. If you follow the so-called rules of the game and kill the master, the female slave will die. But Kailanlin did not have enough time to shout out so much information. She took the risk and came here. When she saw this crucial scene, she could only pray that Fong Tang would wake up. Kill Yu. She is the master. Ignore Zwa. She is just a slave girl. Under the rules, capture the thief first before capturing the king. However, in this flash of lightning, Fong Tang did not hesitate, and in his hands, the reed spear stabbed to the left. It was the slave girl Zwa who was stabbed. Vomit. The reed carrying the 8 Immortals detoxification decoction penetrated Zwa's bloody mouth directly. Zwa roared and fell down. Yu, who was on one side, froze, opened his bloody mouth, screamed and rushed over. She hugged Zwa. Fong Tang wiped the sweat from his forehead and watched Zwa twitching there. 8 Immortals detoxification decoction, Huang Dawang's secret formula, is an antidote specifically for dealing with parasitic demonic insects. Now, Zwa was vomiting the corpses of dead demonic insects. His skin and flesh were all wrinkled, and he looked as old as a 100-year-old woman. Yu hugged her tightly and turned to look at the man. Just now, you only had one chance to take action. Fong Tang nodded. According to the rules, you should kill the master among us. But you know that I am the master. Why did you choose the slave girl, Zwa? Fong Tang sighed. You are still lying now. I already knew it. He snorted coldly. You are a slave girl. Zwa is the master. Yu was confused, sighed, smiled bitterly, and finally asked, How did you know? It's nothing. I just heard your conversation outside the shed. Fong Tang said calmly. At that time, Yu, your organs were failing and you were about to die. But you were begging Ozwa to take action. According to the rules of the game, if you are the master, why bother begging the slave girls with so much? Just use the chip, just force her to do it. So I was sure at that time that the two of you were playing the old trick of changing identities from the beginning. Zwa Yu's arms has turned into a human skin. The chip on the back of her head made a clicking sound. Yu looked at Fong Tang again. No matter what, it's not unfair to lose to you. She stretched out her hand and stabbed bloody into her spine. She screamed and tore off the chip. Then, she hugged Ozwa's skin, issued a final shout. The chip turned into thousands of nano-bugs in her palm and swallowed her up instantly. In place, only the corpses of demonic insects were left on the ground, as well as a chip that fell from Zwa's skin. Thousands of nano-bugs decomposed Yu's body, and Kailanlin jumped out from behind, rushed over, and grabbed half of his hand. All right's half hand. Fong Tang was startled, grabbed her collar, and threw her behind a rock. You stupid woman. You are looking for death. Kaylin Lin gritted her teeth, held Ayu's severed hand, squatted down, and took the watch that was stolen not long ago was released. On the watch, all that flashes now are the rules of the game. Under the protection of DNA code, Kaylin Lin can only see the content of these rules. But enough is enough. After she understood the rules of the game through this watch, she understood the meaning of master and maid between the two girls. So and you not long ago. However, if you want to see more content, you must turn on the watch password. Now, Kaylin Lin pressed the watch on Ayu's severed hand. The watch received Ayu's DNA, detected it, passed it, and opened it. If I remember correctly, this is how they use it. You can directly search for game scenes. Kaylin Lin opened the massive videos stored on the watch. By this time, Infinity's satellite had been repaired and the network was reconnected. Kaylin Lin quickly and clumsily controlled her watch. Search! Search Lu Shengnan! Lu Shengnan! Lu Shengnan is my father! He is a lawyer! And he was tricked into entering that new level game! Fong Tang did not hear the girl's depression, murmurs as he receives game rewards. Congratulations to the player Fong Tang! He completed the achievement of double killing players in the game and received a game currency reward of 7,200. The current player's game currency has reached 10,000. After completing this level of the game, you can upgrade at any time. Upgraded to the intermediate player level, you will get more privileges and be qualified to enter higher game scenes. Chapter 123 Kaylin Lin's Secret. In the cave, the roots of the vines curled up into a ball. This huge sphere firmly occupies the top of the horn-shaped brain, and its purpose of protecting the horns is very obvious. Unfortunately, they are just plants composed of tree roots, and do not have the ability to move freely like humans. Fong Tang watched quietly. Ayu and the chip have been decomposed into a puddle of minced meat by the nanobugs, and then eaten up by the demon bugs in the vines. So his skin was also eaten away, leaving only a shining chip. Their names are Zhu Yuing and Liang Shanzhua. Fong Tang said to Bai in his mind. Write them down for me. I don't want to lose these memories anymore. Master, this doesn't seem to make any sense. They as a player, I have been plotting against you from the beginning to the end. I just don't want to forget them. Every player, whether they are good or bad, they die with their own stories, which is a blood debt of infinite company. What Fong Tang doesn't want to forget is these blood debts. Starting from the introductory game in the basement, every name has disappeared. In the end, the only ones who survived were herself and Shauna. Fong Tang sighed and took out the second reed water gun. The tree vine's brain whipped the ground sharply, seeming to scream in terror. Sichuan, who had regained his freedom, held the long knife in silence and looked at Fong Tang uneasily and blankly. I don't understand. A folded yellow paper appeared in Fong Tang's hand. Jingjing, about your life experience. Your stories are all here. I have compiled the diaries left by your father Zuokawa Jiro and your adoptive father Huang Doweng. You will understand after taking a look. The yellow paper was placed on Sichuan Jingjing in front of you. Sichuan Jingjing was still at a loss, and turned to look at Vine Brain. But they are begging me to stop you. I can't abandon them. Sichuan Jingjing still calls those demonic insects this way. Fong Tang held the reed water gun and looked at Sichuan quietly. He definitely didn't want to hurt this woman. But if Sichuanjia wanted to stop him, he wouldn't have any hesitation. Because she is too strong. I can't tolerate any hesitation. Fong Tang couldn't help but pray, hoping that the mystery of his life experience would attract Sichuan's silence. Sichuan quietly raised his long knife. Fong Tang closed his eyes and sighed. With a bang, Anamara Raikiri was thrown to the ground. Sichuan quietly picked up the yellow paper and staggered towards the door. She finally chose to give up. The rhizome of the man-cutting vine screams in despair. Fong Tang sneered, and two reed water guns popped out together, from the left and right directions. The two strongest roots are right above the brain. 8 Immortals detoxification decoction is injected into the inside of the rhizome. Instantly, the corpses of black demonic insects began to fall from the inside of the tree roots. The tree roots fell with a snap. The detoxification soup that killed the demonic insects in the tree roots rolled out, melted the corpses of the demonic insects, continued to roll, and soon turned into a stream. It was like an antidote with the power of purification, melting the roots composed of demonic insects along the way. There was a roaring vibration in the cave, and the roots of the trees broke from above and fell down one by one. The horn-shaped brain began to beat, beating feebly, then turning gray. After an unknown period of time, almost all the honeycomb-shaped tree roots around the cave fell off, and the cave became riddled with holes. Sunlight shone in, making everything transparent. The air became fresher, and the wind blew in. The scene looked like light triumphing over darkness. But Fong Tang knew that he had just destroyed a brand new species of life with his own hands. A species that can parasitize the human body. Although it has serious flaws, it can surpass the speed of human evolution. Now, Fong Tang walked towards the ram's horn brain, which was no longer dangerous. Destroy the demonic insect's brain? There might be the treasure below that the main mission talks about. He had come before the ram's horn brain. At this time, there was a crisp sound from behind. Then, there is the unique sound of loading the firearm. Fong Tang froze. An old-fashioned brass-colored musket was pressed against the back of his head. Cailin Lin held a watch in her left hand and a brass musket in her right hand. But her body was trembling. You? That's all you have? You didn't even hear my footsteps? Cailin Lin's voice was trembling. I heard it. But I didn't expect you were going to kill me. Fong Tang said bitterly. Are you a gamer or a cell organization person? There are only two possibilities. Cailin Lin pushed her musket forward. I don't know what you are talking about. I just want revenge. Revenge? Avenge my father! Wait, who is your father? Fong Tang asked. Turning around, Cailin Lin's musket was steady and no longer trembling, pointing down at his heart. The girl bit her lip, tears falling. My father's name is Lu Xiangnan. Lu Xiangnan, a somewhat vague name. It took Fong Tang a long time to remember that it was Lawyer Lu from Zhenqingwen, a poor little man who was finally buried underground. But this was so unexpected. At this moment, I suddenly remembered what Cailin Lin once said. My mother taught me how to sing. She is from the Miao ethnic group and my father divorced me. I don't know if I can go back to see her alive this time. She is the only one left. If something happens to me, my father is a lawyer. Fong Tang suddenly realized. Your appearance is not a coincidence. It was arranged by the company for the effect of the game. The system's latest mission also appeared at this time. Basic game, a difficulty Silent Town. In the final side mission, you can get a reward of 10,000 game coins by killing Cailin Lin. Player Fong Tang's side mission of rescuing Qin Yashin has failed, and he has not received relevant rewards. After 2 prompts, Fong Tang understood the sinister intentions of this game. Cailin Lin is the last character alive. The game deliberately cultivates the friendship between the two from the beginning. In other words, it is another kind of emotion. This kind of relationship is subtle, because two people rely on each other, and after struggling to support themselves as players and monsters, it is inevitable that they will develop a feeling of dependence on each other. So the final shocking step was for Fong Tang to kill Cailin Lin himself. 10,000 game coins. This amazing reward is something that no gamer can refuse. Not to mention a junior player like Fong Tang. Fong Tang looked down at Cailin Lin's musket. Where did this thing come from? I found it in the wooden house. Fong Tang frowned. The wooden house in the valley? I have been there for a long time, and I have never found a gun. Cailin Lin sneered. That's because you don't know anything about firearms. This old-fashioned musket is handmade and looks like a souvenir from the 1930s. However, its power is not fake. At this distance, as long as I shoot, a big hole will be blown out of your heart. The musket was hidden under the floor of the wooden house. Your pet dog found it. You asked it to keep an eye on me, but unexpectedly it found it for me. This weapon. At this time, Cailin Lin shouldn't talk so much nonsense. Her fingers were shaking and unsteady. She is adjusting her mentality by saying these meaningless nonsense. Ambivalent mentality. She didn't want to kill Fong Tang. Absolutely not. Beixing was shouting anxiously, jumping, and roaring at Cailin Lin. Fong Tang shook his head. Beixing is spiritual. It thought you were my friend. So when it smelled this weapon, it dug it out and gave it to you. I hope you can help me. Beixing let out a whine and lay on the ground. Seems very painful. Cailin Lin looked at Beixing apologetically. I'm sorry. What she felt most guilty about was that she didn't know how to face the innocent Beixing. Then with a bang, her body flew up. In an instant, he was hugged tightly by a pair of arms again. Chapter 124 The Only Way. This policewoman is still too young. Beixing's pain just now was all disguised, cooperating with Fong Tang to distract her attention. The musket was already in Fong Tang's hand, and he dismantled it with one hand in an instant, turning it into parts. Cailin Lin tried to struggle, but was punched in the abdomen by Fong Tang, making her groan in pain. Fong Tang put her down gently. The policewoman whose abdominal nerve plexus was severely hit will not be able to act in a short time. Fong Tang took the watch in her hand. The biometric identification on the watch has been turned on. Kaylin Lin used Yu's severed hand to turn it on just now. Now on the watch is a video. A video of a new level game that is very popular among Infinite gamers. Internal video. Video of Fong Tang's clearance. It seems that Yu has paid game currency to download. The entire process of Fong Tang completing the new level is being played repeatedly in the video. It also included the whole process of him and Xia Na leaving Lu Zhengnan to die. Fong Tang crushed his watch and squatted down. You know more about games than I thought. Kaylin Lin's whole body was paralyzed and she gasped. That's because I have been investigating the case of my father's disappearance. Continued to pan. Also, in the past few days, when Yu's injury was seriously infected, I was taking care of her. You should know that it is easiest for a dying person to make a confession. So you have been pretending. Fong Tang sighed and looked at her. Of course you also know the first rule of the game? Kaylin Lin closed her eyes. Players cannot leak any game content to ordinary people. If ordinary people know the game content, they will definitely be eliminated by the organization. Knowing this, why do you do such a thing? You are committing suicide. You are not a player, but an ordinary person. Now you know the secret of Infinite Challenge. It is a dead end. Hearing Fong Tang's words after saying this, Kaylin Lin smiled. You idiot! Even if I don't get this information about the organization you are talking about, will that unlimited company let me go? Fong Tang smiled bitterly. You can see clearly. Then I will tell you the truth. The last side task of this level of the game is to kill you. And the reward is 10,000 game coins. You are very valuable. I believe that if Zua and Wright are still alive, they will be salivating over you. Kaylin Lin took another breath. Then stop talking nonsense and kill me. Fong Tang stood up and had already made a decision. I won't kill you. He walked towards the black worm and the tree roots again, leaned over, and picked up Yu's chip. Ozwa was decomposed by the chip, but Yu died from the 8 Immortals Jiadu decoction. So Yu's chip is still intact. Come back with the chip. As smart as Kaylin Lin, she immediately understood his intention and screamed. No, I don't want to die. Fong Tang did not allow her to resist. Grabbed her, pressed her on his knees, and the chip fell on her neck. Nanoparticle bugs began to appear and burrowed into the spine at the back of Kaylin Lin's neck. Fong Tang stood up, opened his watch, and shouted into the system space. Kaylin Lin, this is a very talented gamer. You have all seen that her performance is worthy of this chip. He almost shouted. Whether Kaylin Lin can pass this test depends on the evaluation of Infinite Company. On the System Barrage interface, Ice King 99 sent out a series of exclamation points. What just happened? Today is another system maintenance, and we can't see the game screen. Other Ice King families and fans who are new to Fong Tang are sending messages exclamation mark. Fong Tang was not waiting for them. After a while, a private barrage appeared on the system. The person with private barrage authority is now the head of the logistics department in Asia. Skylark. Damn it! Fong Tang, what are you doing? You don't have the authority to develop new players. Fong Tang replied. But you do? Right. Kaylin Lin is a good prospect. You should believe in my vision. Kaylin Lin, what the H? L is Lin Lin. I am helping you clean up the mess outside. I am very busy and have no time to watch the live broadcast of the game. Fong Tang sneered. No need to watch. Now I ask you to develop Kaylin Lin into a novice player. Private chat finish. Fong Tang waited patiently for 30 seconds before the system tasks began to be replaced. Congratulations to player Fong Tang. The Kaylin Lin branch task has been evaluated and determined that the player has completed the task. You have received 10,000 game coins. The current game currency balance is 20,000. Fong Tang sat down next to Kaylin Lin. Your life is saved. When you get out, a woman named Yunk will come to you. She will be your novice instructor from now on. You may have to participate in the novice level soon. Game. He said and sighed. With your ability, I believe you will pass the novice level. Kaylin Lin leaned on him, feeling confused and painful for a while, and then cried softly for a long time. I didn't expect that. My father is that kind of person. He is a lawyer, and he taught me from a very young age to be a good person and not to do anything illegal. After she relaxed, her innate sense of justice took over again, thinking of everything her father had done in the game. She was not only ashamed but also confused. Fong Tang touched her head. Fool. In that closed environment, he just made a wrong step and had evil thoughts in his heart, and he will definitely be punished. Kalen Lin pushed him away hard and regained some strength. Gritted his teeth. You mean? My dad is not smart enough or cruel enough? Don't you think that none of those players are good people? Fong Tang shook his head. Good and evil are meaningless in the game. Your dad, the fault lies in the lack of strength. It is also too weak. If I had it to do over again, I would definitely burn everyone to death without hesitation. There is no need to say those nonsense. Kalen Lin's worldview collapsed again. Fong Tang, the only good guy, in her mind, actually said such a thing. Kalen Lin backed away blankly, slowly retreating behind the rocks. She saw Zhuchuan Jingjing, who was also squatting on the ground and crying. Having read the entire letter and seen Zhuchuan's silence about his own life and story, the memories hidden in his childhood more than 70 years ago emerged bit by bit. It was a painful, destructive, dark memory that the subconscious wanted to forget. The two girls squatted in the same position and cried together. Fong Tang asked Bai to help him isolate their cries and came to the sheep's horn brain again. He took out the last reed water gun and stabbed it into the middle of the sheep's horns and brain. The jade-like horn brain curled up, and a red virus-like liquid flowed out. The horns began to get smaller, and finally turned into a V-shaped object. Fong Tang found a musket part, a slender crochet hook, and gently scraped the ram's horn object. The brain of the dead sheep horn was opened, revealing a V-shaped hole underneath. The fluffy hole is surrounded by small holes. The hole is too small. Even a crochet hook can't get through it. I don't know what the material of the ground where the small hole is, but it's hard enough. Fong Tang even activated his potential and used all his strength. But not a single crack appeared underneath. Now that there are no more black insects, it is impossible to open a solid crack. What on earth is this? The sound of a sheep's horn at the foot of the mountain shines in the west. The 8-word riddle now makes no sense. The sheep's horns were discovered. But how could Yin Shizhou explain it? Chapter 125, The Final Secret. The clues left by the Black Widow are obviously also a setting in the game. Follow the clearance process for this level of the game. Players must obtain 2 important items. The first is the Tooth of the Mountain Ghost, which is the only item that can open the door to the underground tomb. The second is a clue that only Black Widow knows. Both of these conditions are hidden. Now that Fong Tang thought about it, he was really lucky. Beixing accidentally found the Mountain Ghost's teeth and took them to the Mountain Temple as a bone. But Black Widow revealed the secret only at the last moment before she died. It's not just luck, but also because I have been working hard to abide by my principles, and I have received such a reward. Only, what's next? Fong Tang scratched his head and communicated quickly with Bai Fei. However, there are too few clue parameters currently available for Bai to calculate. At this time, Zhuchuan came quietly from behind and sighed softly. You can't open it. That is the nest built by the insect queen herself. It is made of the crystal she spat out after mixing her excrement and underground ores. He speaks very fluently. Although he still has the Zhejiang accent from 70 years ago, his words also have a lot of Osaka accent in them. Fong Tang turned his head. Have you recalled the memory of your childhood? Zhuchuan nodded silently. Extremely sad. I erased that memory myself. You shouldn't remind me. Fong Tang knew. Zhuchuan Jingjing was personally used as an experimental subject by his father. That is indeed a memory I don't want to leave behind. Now, Zhuchuan quietly walked up. My father took the development of human potential as the research goal, which is really wrong. Human potential is developed through the brain, which requires precise virus configuration. Otherwise, the fragile brain of the human body he was destroyed instantly. And it took him a long time to understand this truth. At that time, I saw my father exchanging letters with a biology teacher named Mr. Wan in the tomb of the base. Fong Tang was shocked. Mr. Wan? Zhuchuan nodded silently. Even Huang Dowang's adoptive father didn't know that Mr. Wan was the genius who guided his father to complete the virus. This biology teacher, Mr. Wan, sent my father a complete virus experiment method. I didn't understand it at the time, but now that I think about it, this person is definitely not a biology teacher, but more likely a Chinese expert. My father only needed to find suitable materials and operate according to the experimental methods given by Mr. Wan. And it just so happened that Huang Dowang's adoptive father remembered the sneaky slopes man-cutting vine, and they extracted the eggs of the moth ants. Fong Tang had read this part of the experimental log in full. He breathed quickly. Mr. Wan later also, is there any letter? Zhuchuan shook his head silently. There was no news after that. After my father developed the mutated devil insect, he sent the first batch of native viruses to Mr. Wan. That was before the end of the war. The only thing I remember is that my father was very happy at that time and told me, while drinking, that he was going to participate in a trial. Thinking back to this, Zhuchuan frowned quietly. It's hard to remember what the trial was now. And my father still said that the trial is an ancient trial that has been passed down for thousands of years. What does it seem to be called? Fong Tang's eyes widened. Infinite challenge? Zhuchuan repeated quietly, a little uncertain. Not these 4 words. In the Chinese, pronunciation is more like endless trial. It all means the same thing. Now Fong Tang can confirm that more than 70 years ago, during the war era, Infinite Challenge may have been carried out in secret. There was definitely no live broadcast at that time. And there were no modern technologies. So whether it's endless trials or infinite challenges, if it's really a 1,000-year-old inheritance, wouldn't the dark forces behind the scenes have existed since ancient times? He was thinking nervously. The strange thing was that Bai had been silent since just now. Zhuchuan quietly glanced at Fong Tang. Are you going to continue to open this nest? Fong Tang came back to his senses. This is my mission. The so-called trial mission. Zhuchuan quietly smiled bitterly. He leaned over the small holes and started blowing slowly with a strange rhythm. The structure behind the small hole emits crisp syllables due to the entry of wind. Gradually, as Zhuchuan played quietly, an ancient tune appeared. This is a song I learned from my mother in Osaka when I was a child. It's called Sunset. But Jingjing, isn't this the nest of the female insect? Why is this song the secret? Zhuchuan Jing raised his head. Fool! That female insect is the insect that infected me. I am the first human being infected by the virus. The female insect and I can communicate. She used a nest structure made of my favorite song. Maybe you don't understand that those demonic insects actually have the ability to evolve. When scattered, they are unconscious viruses. But as a whole, using these vines, they are an intelligent life combination. So that's it. Just like an ant. Every ant is an insect without intelligence. But in the ant nest, with the queen as the center, the entire ant group combined together becomes an intelligent life form. Is the female worm more than 10,000 times smarter than the ant? Therefore, under the control of the mother insect, the endless demon insects formed an intelligent life form. Now this agency is the proof. The silent bond between the female insect and Zhuchuan allowed her to use her superb wisdom to create the mechanism of her own lair through human music. It's very subtle, because only Zhuchuan can sing this song quietly. Only she can open the mechanism and enter the territory of the female insect. How clever. The riddle that the widow's sister left to her was correct. But she also heard it from the antique dealer. The pronunciation of the last 2 words was okay. But the words were different. It's not. One tone shines in the west. But one tone shines in the sunset. At this time, the ditty of sunset sounded in the cave, and the nest slowly opened. Zhuchuan quietly took Fong Tang's hand and walked downstairs. Countless crystal lights appeared, and the underground space was filled with gem-like beads. Are these treasures? Fong Tang picked up one at random. It was like jade, crystal clear and smooth, but it felt strange. They are all relics, Zhuchuan said quietly. Fong Tang was so frightened that he threw it away. Relics? Ha. They are actually the residue left by humans eaten by demonic insects. Aren't the so-called relics the minerals from the cremated human body? Fong Tang was horrified. These gems turned out to be related to like bezoar and chicken heart. It is made of minerals accumulated in the body. The demonic insects did not know how many people they had eaten. And there were so many dead experimental subjects. As a result, after these corpses were digested, the remaining dregs were spit out by the demonic insects and turned into crystal relic gems. But it's certainly not a treasure. Ahead, in the deepest part of the narrow cave, a large black insect curled up with only one piece of skin left appeared. Zhuchuan's quiet expression was complicated. This is the female insect. Just now you killed her people and destroyed her brain. So she died. Fong Tang stared at it for a long time and shook his head. But I still don't. Do you know what the treasure is? The main mission is not over yet. Zhuchuan quietly walked up and opened the body of the female insect with a long knife. Then she made a sound. Fong Tang hurried over and saw something like black sesame appearing in the membranous space composed of a mass of secretions under the female insect's body. These seem to be demonic insects, but they are different. Fong Tang stared at them intently. No, this is hacking impossible. He almost jumped up. You are right. You will never be wrong. These black sesame-like things are structural organisms made up of many special viruses gathered together. This virus is something Fong Tang is all too familiar with. At this time, melanin insect virus also heard the system's congratulations in its ears. Player Fong Tang discovered the ultimate treasure of this game. The evolved demonic insect melanin insect virus. After the main mission is completed, the player will be rewarded with 30,000 game coins. The primary game, the sneaky slope level with A-level difficulty, ends here. The player has 50,000 remaining game coins. Fong Tang couldn't hear these prompts. He had already fainted. Chapter 126 Destiny. Melanoderma virus. The ultimate treasure of this level turns out to be the damn melanin insect virus. Fong Tangren was in a coma, but in his consciousness, he was frantically questioning Bai. "You must know something," Fong Tang yelled. "Why don't you speak?" "Master! Don't call me Master! What is going on with the melanin insect virus?" "Master, you already know it now. The melanin insect virus is the virus that evolved from the devil insect." "That's not what I'm asking. I have made speculations about why the Master was infected with the melanin insect virus a long time ago, especially on my mother-in-law's boat. I accidentally entered the system of Infinite Company, even though it was only for a few seconds." Fong Tang calmed down in his mind. "Wait, what did you say? Did you enter the system on your mother-in-law's ship?" "Yes. It was when you participated before the resurrection level." "Why didn't I know?" "Master, you were in a coma at that time, and your mother-in-law and Mr. Fox were planning to take out your chip and kill you." Fong Tang became more and more confused. "This paragraph memory. You knew it but didn't tell me? I have no memory at all." "I'm sorry. Master, I have a reason to hide this memory." "What reason?" "Master, this has nothing to do with Infinite Company hiding you and Shauna at the bottom of the sea. Memories are the same. All for your own good." Fong Tang didn't believe it. His hair stood on end. His brain was exposed to this artificial intelligence all the time. And this artificial intelligence was actually hiding it from him. This is too scary. Bai was very sad. And her tone changed. "I know, Master. You can't accept it. Talk about the melanin insect virus. I originally thought I was born unlucky and was infected accidentally." Fong Tang's consciousness was roaring. "Master, regarding your infection with the virus, my guess is that Infinite Company has attacked you a long time ago." "You mean that it was not an accident that Skylark found me?" "Yes, including your first love. Suya, why did you appear in your rental house by such a coincidence? You should have thought a long time ago. How could a female player who participated in the game escape? And she is still a novice." Fong Tang never thought deeply about this. "I thought I was a player who was picked accidentally. Unexpectedly. Everything was arranged in advance." "Master, according to what Zhuchuan Jingjing said, the trial of Infinite Company began more than 70 years ago. At that time, Zhuchuan Jiro also sent the original virus to a person who called himself Mr. Wan." Fong Tang's consciousness sighing. "Mr. Wan! He is from Infinite Company." "Master, what you think is too simple. The organizers of the Infinite Trial 70 years ago are now the highest level of Infinite Company. If Mr. Wan is still alive, I infer that he must be alive. Then he is a high-level person among the top people." Fong Tang's consciousness had already sorted out his thoughts. "The Infinite Company got the magic bug back then, and then evolved the melanin bug virus. They used this virus on me." "Bai." "Yes, that's it." Fong Tang. "Then, there is a question. Why you want to use melanin insect virus on me?" "Bai." "For evolution." "Evolution?" Fong Tang wanted to ask more questions, but deep fatigue came into his consciousness. "Master, you need to rest. This level of the game has been completed." After an unknown amount of time, Fong Tang heard a strange rumbling sound. He struggled and finally opened his eyes after a long time. In front of him was Skylark wearing a white shirt and purple skirt. Behind Skylark is a black helicopter. Fong Tang stood up slowly and looked around. He was outside the wooden house in the valley. Skylark rubbed his forehead. "The Silent Town level is a redesigned A-level difficulty level, but the actual difficulty exceeds S level. After all, there are virus bugs that are rarely seen in reality. But your record is too terrible. It only took such a short time to complete." Fong Tang coughed. "Where is Zhuchuan Jiji?" Young pointed to the wooden house. "He's inside. Maybe he was scared by the helicopter." Fong Tang licked his lips and was about to what to say. Young shook his head. "I know you want to take her away, but it's impossible. She is the property of the company, equivalent to the NPC of this level of the game. You can't take the NPC with you if you leave the game." Fong Tongxin sank. Skylark supported him. "The mountain temple and catacombs over there will be rebuilt soon. The company will redesign the experimental log, letter mechanism, and of course, the magic insects. A new batch of magic insects have been shipped. This woman was very relaxed. Congratulations. You are the first to solve this level. According to the rules of the game, certain links in this level will be named after you. Ha. In the game. It's a great honor. She praised gushingly. Your performance in the level is unexpected. The company will restudy your entire game process and eliminate the bugs in the level one by one. Well, Sichuan's silence will be washed away. Memory. Re-enter game mode. Fong Tang was silent. Sichuan is quiet, and he will lose his memory again and again in the future. Wake up again. And wait for batches of game players lonely in the valley. The two of them had arrived at the bamboo forest in the valley. The red mist surrounding the sneaky slope has dissipated. But whether it is an illusion or not, the three peaks seem to be higher than before. Skylark smiled and pointed at the mountain. The company temporarily modified it to hide the scene of this game level. This is a shocking situation. During the short period of time when Fong Tang was unconscious, they actually rebuilt the mountain and raised the three peaks by a full 2 meters. This is not a project that humans can complete. Fong Tang coughed again. Where's Kai Lin Lin? Young glared at him charmingly. You also said that he developed a new person for me for no reason. That girl is quite a ghost. As soon as the red mist cleared, she ran away. But with the chip, she couldn't escape. Fong Tang closed his eyes and looked at the rewards for this level. In the system barrage, Ice King 99, a super VIP, was giving rewards like crazy. Fong Tang is so awesome! Brothers from the Ice Royal family, please come out and thank Mr. Fong Tang. The barrage followed. This time, the Ice Royal family placed a heavy bet on Fong Tang. And of course, the result was a big win, earning 10,000 game coins in one go. Ice King 99 gave a reward of 10,000. And the VIPs under the family jointly gave another 10,000, including the previous game rewards. Fong Tang had 80,000 game coins overnight. This is definitely a huge sum of money. It only takes 10,000 game coins to upgrade from a beginner player to an intermediate player. Hibari supported him and started walking towards the helicopter. This woman is very high-spirited. And I guess she secretly made a lot of money this time. Sure enough, Yunk lowered his voice and laughed. I placed a bet on you. It was a bet made by the Ice Royal family. I bet on you to win. The odds are 10 times. Fong Tang stopped and didn't care about any of this and just kept silent. He said in a loud voice, I want to take away Sichuan Jingjing. Yunk stamped his feet. Don't be naughty. If you continue to violate the rules like this, you will be punished by the superiors. Fong Tang sneered. Asian department? No one dares to punish me now. Skylark was stunned. Fong Tang walked quickly to the wooden house, pushed the door open, and saw Sichuan quietly hiding in the corner, trembling all over. Silent. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Fong Tang leaned over carefully. Sichuan fell silent and threw himself into his arms. There are many monsters outside. I'm so scared. Fong Tang patted her back. Your memory has recovered. You should know that things have changed now. In fact, there is no war outside now, and life is better than before. Sichuan looked up sadly. I don't want to go out. Fong Tang was stunned. You want to stay here? In this place where birds don't shit? Sichuan looked up quietly, turning his back. You don't understand. Where can I go? Go back to Japan? Who knows me? Who do I know? Fong Tang said bitterly. There is still me. Sichuan quietly wiped away his tears. I know you are good to me. But if you leave here and there are no magic insects, I will soon become an old woman. Just like Zhua. Even with only one skin left. Fong Tang didn't know what to say. Because what Sichuan Jing said is reality. Let me stay here. If you have time, you can come and see me. Sichuan suddenly cheered up. You can come to this valley at any time. Silence. When I come again, you still remember me? Fong Tang felt bitter in his heart. Holding Sichuan quietly, and sitting like this in the wooden house. There was a gentle knock on the door outside. Skylark was urging him to come out quickly. Silence. As long as you are here, there will be many demonic insects. And someone will send them to you. However, you will become a prop and a poor NPC who keeps repeating tragedies. I never want you to be like this. Sichuan listened silently. Maybe she didn't understand. But there are some things that are better not to know than to know. The long knife at her waist suddenly popped out gently. It was Fong Tang, pulling out his long knife from behind. The sword flashed and then pierced her heart. Sichuan quietly let out a sigh, turned his head in confusion, and had an expression of relief. Without the supplement of demonic insects, she would fall asleep quickly and never wake up. Zhuangjie seemed to be asleep. And with a snap, a vine fell from her kimono. This may be the last cutting root of the man mine in the valley. Fong Tang looked down and saw that the tree roots were well wrapped on both sides. They should be full of dormant demonic insects. The small root vine is Zhuangji's last food. But she doesn't need it now. After a long time, Fong Tang walked out of the wooden house with heavy steps. The game is over. Touching the vines in his sleeves, he still felt Zhuang's quiet body temperature. For some reason, I suddenly felt sad. Skylark stood in front and frowned. Are you crying? Fong Tang said expressionlessly. Zhuangji is dead. I killed him with my own hands. The company can punish him however he wants. Skylark froze on the spot for more than 10 seconds. Then he stamped his feet and shouted, You idiot. If the company wanted to stop you, they would have activated your chip and killed you just now. They tacitly allowed you to do this. Skylark couldn't help but shook his head. You are a junior player. Now it seems that he has become the most valued person in the company. Fong Tang stepped onto the helicopter step by step. Zhuangji seemed to be smiling in front of him, waving goodbye to him. For some reason, my vision is a little blurry. Outside, Skylark was frowning as he accepted the instructions from the headquarters. Understood. The demonic insects will continue to be released. Yes. The Silent Town level is permanently closed, and the valley is sealed. My subordinates understand that the valley will be treated as private property and registered in the name of player Fong Tang. Headquarters. Don't worry. Switch 1 silent, it's just a state of suspended animation. As long as there are demon insects to replenish it, it will come back to life. After Young said this, he really couldn't help it. I dared to ask, why should Fong Tang be so good? A cold voice sounded in his ear. Came! You have no right to know. Skylark shrugged, boarded the helicopter, and looked at Fong Tang who was sleeping, with doubts on his face. At this time, somewhere in the far north, under a cold iceberg, a huge holographic projection was playing the silent level game video repeatedly. Shauna had been watching the Asia Department's logistics team register the Valley Industry under Fong Tang's name, and then sighed softly. From behind, a deep voice sounded. I have done everything I promised you. So it's time for you to start a new level? With tears in Shauna's eyes, she looked at Fong Tang in the game level. Please, can you not delete my memory? Human memory is a very wonderful thing. Some good memories you hope to never forget throughout your life, while bad memories are subconsciously hidden in the memory, deep in the brain. The brain will deceive you. Shauna, I can only say sorry. In the depth of darkness, countless aurora appeared in front of Shauna's eyes. Beautiful and dazzling aurora. She felt like she was walking in a field of ice and snow. And in front of her, a running boy was like a shooting star, getting further and further away. Chapter 127 Words of Darkness. Magic City. 2 days have passed since the end of the silent level game. Fong Tang, who had just been promoted to an intermediate player, was checking the mall in a comfortable hotel suite. Intermediate players have more shopping mall purchasing rights, and also have the privilege of staying in unlimited company-neutral hotels. Players of intermediate level and above can rest in Chang'an hotels located around the world. Players please note that Chang'an Hotel is a neutral zone in the game and must abide by hotel rules. The so-called Chang'an Hotel is also a good place for players to exchange information, form a team, and even have a vacation and fall in love. Now Fong Tang is in the VIP suite of Chang'an Hotel in the Magic City, with a daily accommodation fee of 100 game coins. This does not include other service charges. Here, only game currency can be consumed, and fighting is strictly prohibited. But there are also many benefits. For example, if you offend a powerful enemy, you will be absolutely safe as long as you enter this place. Even if your enemy is also a player of Infinite Company, you are absolutely safe here. Just in the hotel lobby, Fong Tang saw 2 mortal enemies sitting together, each waiting for the other to leave if he couldn't hold on. There is only one reason for leaving here, and that is that there are no game coins. There is a pile of Chinese medicine on the table in the suite. 5 chien of Angelica root, 5 chien of Rehmannia glutinosa, 2 chien of licorice, white peony root, trichosanthin, honeysuckle, raw Rehmannia root, 1 tail of black plum pill. Fong Tang had been drinking the 8 Immortals detoxification decoction for a whole day. His idea is very direct and simple. Since the 8 Immortals detoxification decoction is specifically designed to restrain demonic insects, can the melanin insect virus, a variant of the demonic insects, also be restrained? With Bai's consent and taking great risks, Fong Tang tried repeatedly, But the final result was that it had no effect. Bai's explanation is that the melanoidin virus in his brain has mutated again and has merged with Bai. Maybe. Just give it a try. Fong Tang looked at the remaining 69,400 game coins in the mall, shook his head, stood up and exchanged for 40 game gold coins. Gold coin with the double helix pattern of the Infinity Company. The face value of each gold coin is 100. Each gold coin is equivalent to 100 game coins. This kind of gold coin can only be redeemed in neutral hotels and cannot be counterfeited because the chip on the back of the player's head can scan the gold coin at any time. In his ears, Bai reminded him for the 12th time today. Master, you need a woman now. Master, you need to release the stress and garbage in your body, Bai said tirelessly. Fong Tang was also annoyed. He has been controlling his desires in his mind. But his body is honest. Turning the gold coin in his hand, Fong Tang suddenly stopped. Bai, you've been controlling me, haven't you? Why did the master say that? My current desire is completely unreasonable, Fong Tang murmured. But why is it so strong? Are you manipulating my desire? Bai was silent for a moment, and then said seriously, Master, I just want to maintain your best condition. No one knows your body better than me. Bai is right. And she is just a parasitic artificial intelligence. Controlling there is absolutely no benefit to your own desires. Fong Tang loaded up the gold coins and walked out of the room slowly. I don't know if it was because of the conversation just now, but the desire in his heart became more intense. At the door, a woman in leather clothes shook a dagger in her hand and looked at Fong Tang with interest. Few players can afford such an expensive room, and you are only an intermediate player. Fong Tang took out the gold coin was handed to the waiter, who came over to pay for today's room. There was greed in the woman's eyes. You have a lot of game coins, so be careful. Someone will miss you after you leave the hotel. Fong Tang looked at the woman, walked over and asked in a low voice, How much are you worth? The woman was angry. What do you think I am? I am an advanced player. A gold coin appeared in Fong Tang's hand. The gold coin was spinning and making a clanking sound. The woman couldn't move her eyes. Under the black leather coat on her body, she has milk-like skin. She is a mixed-race girl with a European style. He looked to be 18 years old at most. Fong Tang had another gold coin in his hand. 200 game coins. It's yours if you accompany me once. The girl seemed to be greatly insulted and turned away to ignore him. Fong Tang took out one gold coin again. 300 game coins. Fatal temptation. Although you are an advanced player, it seems that you can't even afford a room. Fong Tang's voice became deeper and deeper. It seems that you need the game currency very much. The woman trembled, but the black leather jacket was gently opened, with only a small coat underneath. Red coat. Fong Tang opened the door with his backhand, revealing the luxurious and soft bed in his room. I'm in a hurry. I hope you don't mind. The girl slowly followed him into the room. The room quickly descended into madness. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Tang lit up a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. So you have no experience at all? The woman wrapped in leather clothes lazily leaned against him. Because the religion I believe in requires purity, but now dedicated to you. You bastard. What's your name? Eva. I'm of French descent, but I was born in the magic city of China. Fong Tang had been completely relaxed, and the chat was about to end. He kicked girl. It was fun just now, but now you have to go out. The girl jumped up angrily. You? She never expected that this man would fall out after playing with her. She wanted to stay in this comfortable room for a few more days. Fong Tang coldly threw 3 gold coins in front of her. Get out! Eva gritted her teeth, picked up all the gold coins in humiliation, then wrapped herself in a black leather jacket and stomped away angrily. Fong Tang took a shower and walked to the hotel's back office desk. I need shirts, trousers, a wallet, a bank card, a credit card, an ID card, and a mobile phone. He put down the gold coins in his hand, and the waiter began to smile. We will choose shirts and trousers. Hand-tailored work. Tailor-made for you. Customers of wallets. You can choose the style. Low-key and calm. High-profile and fashionable. Guest, please fill in your favorite information on your ID card. Fong Tang wrote his name, handed it to the waiter casually. The waiter quickly delivered shirts, trousers, wallets, bank credit cards, ID cards, and the latest iPhone. The guest's gold coins have been exchanged for cash. There is a deposit of 50 million in the bank card. The credit card is Dragon Bank Centurion Black Gold Card with no limit. Use the one you often use for your mobile phone number. Fong Tang went back to the room and changed his phone number. After grabbing my shirt and trousers, the waiter at the door appeared again, holding a plate with a car key for a Rolls-Royce Red Phantom. This car is a gift from the hotel because Mr. Fong Tang is the most qualified guest recently selected by the hotel. Of course, you are also the most generous. The waiter smiled. Fong Tang, the most generous person, laughed. The waiter bowed and left. Fong Tang walked out of the hotel and turned around to see that Chang'an Hotel looked like the most ordinary business hotel in the city. But who would have thought that the craziest players in the entire Asian region of Infinite Company are active here? He stretched and walked to his car. On the road, several girls wearing short skirts showed curious expressions. They looked at Fong Tang together. So handsome! I really don't know whether he is praising Fong Tang for his handsome appearance or his handsome car. As night fell, Fong Tang drove his conspicuous Red Phantom through the largest commercial street in the Magic City, where only the rich could visit. He didn't miss anyone. Nightclubs, clubs, nightclubs. He has been to all the nightclubs. And every time he goes to a nightclub, he will take out his bank card and directly pay for the entire venue. On this crazy night, through social platforms, Fong Tang has become the most famous prodigal son in the entire Magic City. Countless girls tracked his location. Countless men gnashed their teeth for him, cursing and envying him. In the early morning, Fong Tang had already spent 20 million. He now arrived at the last nightclub, an underground nightclub called Language of Darkness. Chapter 128 Lu Chaoyang. This is a club-style night bar with a weird name. But this is also Fong Tang's target place. He walked in. No need to introduce himself. And the girls in the bar were cheering. The legendary madman, prodigal son, and super rich man is finally here. Fong Tang took out his bank card and put it on the bar. I'm treating everyone in the room. Don't limit consumption at the table. The manager of the nightclub had already come out and opened the largest private room at the back. It has a very vulgar and direct name. Emperor's Private Room. Fong Tang directly asked the waiter to open 100 bottles of 10,000 yuan black champagne. Any girl from outside, as long as she's pretty, can come in. Suddenly, more than 30 girls came into the luxurious private room. They are all young children. They are all social butterflies of the highest quality and appearance. Fong Tang drank wine with a cold face. Then he called the waiter and swiped 10 million in cash. Even a nightclub of this level could not afford so much cash at the moment. So Fong Tang maxed out all the POS machines in the bar. In the end, it was a temporary transfer of cash from several big bosses behind the nightclub. 10 million in cash filled 4 tables. Fong Tang drank wine and looked at the girls. Perform the show. As long as I can smile, I can take away 100,000. The private room went crazy instantly. At this moment, propriety, justice and integrity mean nothing. At this moment, body self-respect is nothing. 30 of the most famous courtesans in Shanghai, including young models, stewardesses, anchors, and third-tier stars, are all gathered here. They each showed their skills and used all kinds of tricks. Fong Tang smiled again and again. The girls screamed and shouted, "Thanks, Daddy!" At dawn, the money was divided. The place was a mess. Then a very handsome and elegant middle-aged man in a suit walked in. He picked up a glass of wine and shook his head. Mr. Fong Tang, with this money, you could have done something big. Fong Tang glanced at him. Who are you? The man smiled, closed the private room door, and stood behind him. It was 8 bodyguards. There was also a safety lock on the man's wrist. And what was locked was a small suitcase. He sat down elegantly. To be honest, I had important business to discuss, and I didn't want to disturb you. But I really feel that you have strong financial resources, and may be a client that I can serve in the future, he said, and handed over a business card. Fong Tang glanced at it. Lu Chaoyang, CEO of Zeus Strategic Consulting Company. The detailed information of this company immediately appeared in Fong Tang's mind. The way Bai's artificial intelligence now obtains information is really amazing. It seems to be able to penetrate through his own head and search for information from the darkest corners of the internet anytime and anywhere. The information about Zeus Strategic Consultants comes from a CIA anti-terrorism intelligence file. 2 years ago, an informant in the US CIA's Department of Foreign Intelligence in Ukraine provided a key piece of intelligence. The intelligence said that a Chinese American named Lu Chaoyang had been in contact with the Ukrainian rebels many times. Among them, the extremist organization codenamed Cossack Free Cavalry also remitted $20 million to Lu Chaoyang 3 times. All the money flowed into a neutral account protected by law. The CIA used special means to track the money and account and found that it was an account belonging to Zeus Strategic Consulting Company. The company is obviously a hidden broker organization that specializes in doing dirty work of laundering money and buying intelligence for extremist organizations, and then collects commissions. Liu Chaoyang is the person in charge of this company. The document that Bai is showing now clearly records that the CIA immediately dispatched an elite team to arrest Liu Chaoyang in his hometown, a commercial building office in Singapore. But for some reason, the plan was stopped by a certain boss before it was implemented. At this time, Bai deduced based on this information, Liu Chaoyang seems to have been taken care of by a big shot in the US intelligence community. But it is more likely that he has been bribed by the CIA and became a protected witness. In any case, Fong Tang was not interested in any of this. Bai, you don't need to show me this information. I just need to confirm that he is Liu Chaoyang and that's it. Fong Tang would not forget the widow's sister's request before she died. Nor did he want to forget it. He cherishes everyone he meets in the game, whether they are enemies or players, dead or alive. They are all part of his memory. For people whose brains may be cleaned by companies at any time, nothing is more precious than memory. Fong Tang put down his business card, looked at Liu Chaoyang's handsome face, and smiled. It's not easy to find you. Liu Chaoyang frowned. Mr. Fong Tang, are you looking for me? Fong Tang lazily opened the business card. On the back of the card, he gently wrote with a pencil in the bar, La Nasha, Black Widow, Ukraine. Pushing the business card over, Liu Chaoyang looked down, and at this moment, he showed doubts. 2 seconds later he remembered the poor woman. His scalp went numb, and he jumped up. But he still held the small suitcase in his hand. And after panicking, he suddenly laughed. It's that woman. Oh, I almost forgot her name. Did she hire you to kill me? Behind him, 8 bodyguards immediately stood in the way, in front of Liu Chaoyang. They are all professional and well-trained security personnel. Although they are not allowed to hold guns in China, everyone carries a taser stun gun, which is actually a more deterrent weapon than a real gun. Liu Chaoyang slowly picked up a glass of wine behind the bodyguard and said with a leisurely smile, I have 2 doubts. First, even if Luo Nasha escapes, she won't have so much money to give you. Mr. Fong Tang, you are the owner who spent 31 million yuan in one night. He drank wine. The second doubt is that Mr. Fong Tang seems to be powerless. So he directly exposed his purpose? Don't you know that I am around you? These 8 brothers are so powerful. They are professional bodyguards who have protected dignitaries. Fong Tang was also laughing. I told you. It's not easy to find you because you have been living in no fixed place in the Magic City. In just these 2 days, I changed a dozen places. But there are still traces. You have been hanging out in nightclubs and bars. And you have negotiated a lot of business. They are all rich people. He looked at the small suitcase locked on Liu Chaoyang's arm. I am right, I have no interest in the things in your suitcase. I just want to see you quickly, and see what kind of beast you are. Liu Chaoyang drank all the wine. Awesome. Mr. Fong Tang wanted to lure me to show up. I squandered 30 million yuan on my body in one night. Someone on my road is really too proud. Fong Tang laughed. When you see a prodigal like me, you must not be able to help it. And you can't help but come to sell it. Your little suitcase. I know that you have sold it to many consortium investors and investment tycoons in the past 2 days. But no one seems to be interested. The bodyguards in front of Liu Chaoyang already showed impatient looks. They only wanted to protect their employer's safety, take money from them, and do things for them. But this employer seemed to be chatting with the killer in front of them. At this time, Liu Chaoyang was still very conflicted. The financial resources displayed by Fong Tang made him extremely excited. He was indeed short of money now. Maybe we can catch this ungrateful young man and squeeze all his money out. At this time, Fong Tang had already stood up unsteadily. The 8 bodyguards immediately separated professionally. Some guarded the door. Some blocked the escape route to the private room. 2 protected Liu Chaoyang. And the remaining 4 surrounded Fong Tang. Chapter 129 Suitcase. Fong Tang glanced at them disdainfully and sneered at Liu Chaoyang, who was hiding behind the bodyguard. The $60 million in your Caribbean bank account were robbed. It was me who did it. All the money has now been donated to the China Children's Foundation. It was not difficult to find Liu Chaoyang's account. It's a bit troublesome to transfer those US dollars. But there is no problem. Even if it is not connected to the internet and only uses the internal network of the bank. The wine glass in Liu Chaoyang's hand was about to be crushed. And he screamed angrily. It turns out it was you who did it. Fong Tang turned the inconspicuous pencil in his hand. Liu Chaoyang, the money in your account, but it was all funded by the Ukrainian extremist organization. Now that the money is gone, they will definitely not be able to spare you. So in desperation, you started to work as a salesman. Lu Chaoyang was covered in cold sweat, feeling that all his secrets were exposed to this terrible in front of young people. Kill him! Lu Chaoyang yelled. I'll pay double the reward. With a bang, the Emperor's private room in the Word of Darkness bar suddenly went dark, and all the lights went out. The bodyguards, who were suddenly plunged into darkness, remained calm. Someone immediately took out his mobile phone and turned on the flashlight. Then a black light appeared, and the bodyguard who turned on the mobile phone groaned, shook his body, and fell down with a bang. In the light of the shaking mobile phone, you could clearly see a round shape that penetrated into the brain on his temple. Wound. There were still lead marks on the top of the wound. That pencil. Quirky young man holding pencil in hand. He actually killed a professional security guard with a pencil. The phone light fades. The bodyguards were once again plunged into darkness. Several screams in succession. Then, there was a crackling sound, and the taser stun gun kept popping up in the chaos. But no one knew who it hit. The screams now turned into screams. The Emperor's private room seemed to have turned into H.L. Quiet. Eerily quiet. Click. 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 Lu Chaoyang lit the lighter tremblingly, his whole body trembling. In front of him, lying in a mess, were the bodyguards he hired with a lot of money. They all died. All in the same way. The pencil penetrated the temple, and went straight into the brain without any trace of resistance. From the moment the lights were turned off to now, it was less than 10 seconds. That young man Fong Tang. Is he a ghost? Gee. She. The light in the private room appeared again, as bright as day. The pencil in Fong Tang's hand was dripping with blood. He came over with a sinister smile, and wiped the blood on his pen with Lu Chaoyang's exquisite tie. Lu Chaoyang didn't dare to move. He knew he had met the real killer. An irresistible killer. The pencil in Fong Tang's hand tapped lightly on his forehead. Lu Chaoyang's body trembled with every knock. Lu Chaoyang, I checked your background. You are a low-level accountant. When you were having trouble eating in the United States, you started reselling arms. Mr. Lu is very talented in this area, and he soon became a well-known arms dealer. Fong Tang said coldly. Later, you started to trade with some extremist organizations and became the accountant of those terrorist organizations. Every time you make a deal with an extremist organization, you will bring there is a woman by my side. The pencil in Fong Tang's hand gently pierced Lu Chaoyang's forehead, already touching the skull. Lu Chaoyang was paralyzed, but he still didn't dare to struggle, because Fong Tang only had to move his fingers, and his head would be penetrated. Every time you spend several months seducing an innocent woman, being affectionate, and even proposing to that woman, then you take them to do business, and you will tell the leader of the extremist organization that this woman is you as wife and lover. You will even take out the ring to prove the relationship between you, and then mortgage this beloved woman as a hostage to the extremist organization. In this case, the extremist organization will be very relieved. I leave my own funds to you. After all, you even left your wife behind. This is really shameless. Ranasha didn't know until her death that she was not the only woman who was deceived by you. You used this method, took advantage of 5 poor women, and in the end, only the widow's sister was able to escape alive. Fong Tang said slowly. The pencil popped out and pierced the skin of his forehead again. Blood flowed down Lu Chaoyang's forehead. He closed his eyes and felt a stench between his legs. Fong Tang had already revealed everything about him. It is meaningless to argue and beg for mercy at this time. Brother, listen to me. The things in my suitcase are very valuable. Very valuable. Lu Chaoyang said tremblingly. I don't know how much money that woman promised you, but it is definitely not as much as what is in my suitcase. This thing is worth money. As long as this thing is sold, it will be an astronomical figure. Fong Tang said lightly. I'm sorry. I don't need the money. Lu Chaoyang was a little desperate. He saw countless people, but found that the young man in front of him invulnerable to 5 poisons. Those eyes were so cold. In despair, he took out his last bargaining chip. Wait. I have it. I have game currency. Fong Tang frowned. The change in his expression ignited hope in Lu Chaoyang's heart. The guy sat down slowly, holding his forehead and gasping. I can get game currency. A special currency that can be said to be the common currency of the most powerful organizations in the world today. Lu Chaoyang raised his head, his forehead under severe pain. His eyes were very hot. Brother, I'm not talking about those virtual electronic currencies. You know Bitcoin. At its highest level, 1 Bitcoin was worth more than $10,000 US. But compared to game currency, that's far from it. He licked his lips. One game currency. Brother, I'm talking about one game currency, which is worth 150,000 US dollars. It will never fall, and will always remain at this price. And here I am. There are 100,000 game coins. It's in my suitcase. Huh. Fong Tang was originally frowning and suspicious. But now he was just mocking. 100,000 game coins. Mr. Lu Chaoyang, you really surprise me. You can lie to such an extent. You must know that Fong Tang had a narrow escape from death, fighting all the way up from the new pass. To now I have only earned 80,000 game coins. This guy actually said that he had 100,000 game coins in his suitcase? That's crazy talk. Lu Chaoyang screamed. What I said is true. The contents of this suitcase are worth 100,000 game coins. You don't understand. As long as you find an interested buyer, this thing will be priceless. His voice was hoarse. Fong Tang's heart moved. What exactly is hidden in this guy's suitcase? Lu Chaoyang knew that his life depended on this young man's thoughts. So he did not hide anything at this time and said everything. Brother, you have checked me. You should know the result of the CIA originally trying to arrest me. But in the end, not only did they not arrest me, I also gave me a pardon agreement. Do you know why? It's because of the things in my suitcase. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Do the things in the suitcase belong to the CIA? Lu Chaoyang shook his head, shaking his head desperately. No. You can tell what's inside by just looking at it. He gritted his teeth and turned over the small suitcase, revealing an inconspicuous logo on the side. It was a snake. A black snake coiled around the globe. This is the snake of the world, the largest arms organization today, Lu Chaoyang said tremblingly. Bai, search for information about the world snake. Bai was silent. Fong Tang's heart jumped. Is there a problem? Then, a huge picture appeared in front of him. It was the black snake coiled on the globe. Master, I only found this pattern. There is no information about the world snake on the internet. I have searched the entire dark web and found that the world snake once appeared in the root directory of a server of Infinite Company. From this, I inferred this organization may also belong to the Player Guild of Infinite Company. What do you mean? Just like the Ice Royal family, World Snake, the world's largest arms organization, may be a guild in the Infinite Challenge game. The Ice Royal family is indeed a guild and the current financial backer behind Fong Tang. The reason why Bai made this inference is that all the relevant information about the World Snake is stored in Infinite Company's Darknet system. Only the top player guilds of Infinite Company have this level of confidentiality. In this case, the contents of this suitcase are a bit interesting. Chapter 130 Poison. Lu Chaoyang was still begging. Despicable people always have a pitiful look on their faces. But his soul has long since rotted. In Fong Tang's eyes, Lu Chaoyang's whole body reeked of stench. The pencil in his hand suddenly clicked out, and the chain on Lu Chaoyang's wrist broke with a click. Lu Chaoyang roared in horror, because this suitcase was his last life-saving straw. He hugged the suitcase desperately, ignoring the blood on his forehead. With a whine, the black pencil penetrated Lu Chaoyang's forehead and came out from the back of his head. Fong Tang kicked the scum away. What an idiot! The suitcase is right here! I can take it away at any time! And you still want to negotiate terms with me? Lu Chaoyang didn't understand where he went wrong until his death. Fong Tang walked out of the bar carrying his suitcase. He quickly returned to Chang'an Hotel and came to his VIP suite. After closing the door and window, Fong Tang poured a glass of wine and gently unlocked the suitcase. Before the suitcase was opened, Bai suddenly issued a warning. Master, a strong electromagnetic field has been detected. At the same time, a red light came on in the suite of Chang'an Hotel. Fong Tang immediately closed the suitcase. The voice of the hotel waiter came from outside the room. Dear Mr. Fong Tang, we have discovered some security issues. Now we need to clean the entire room. Please cooperate. What a fast response. Fong Tang frowned and said coldly, I remember that in the hotel, as long as the guests pay the game currency, they have absolute freedom. The waiter was very polite. That's true. But sir, you should have read our hotel rule book, which contains number 117 ancillary rules state that once a red light warning occurs, the hotel has the right to deal with it in any appropriate way. The red light in the room was still on. Fong Tang opened the door. In Chang'an Hotel, waiters have a very special status, and it is best not to mess with them. The young waiter now walked into the suite, nodded very politely, then opened his palm and saw a dragonfly flying up. The lifelike dragonfly. Even its transparent wings are so delicate. If it weren't for the 2 red light spots on the dragonfly's head that keep flashing, no one would be able to tell that it is a machine with sophisticated structure. The dragonfly flew around the entire suite, exploring almost every corner. This small aircraft could even get into air conditioning holes and ceiling gaps. Soon, the mechanical dragonfly landed on the black leather suitcase. Fong Tang saw a string of data appear on the transparent wings of the dragonfly, then vibrated and emitted a sharp chirp. The hotel waiter looked serious. After reaching out to recall the dragonfly, he looked at Fong Tang. "Dear guest, you have 2 choices now. The first is to store this box in the hotel lobby and return it to the original when you leave the hotel. We will never open it." Fong Tang smiled faintly. "What about the second option?" The waiter sighed. "The second option is to ask the guest to leave the hotel with his suitcase." Fong Tang raised his eyebrows, feeling very unhappy. The waiter was still polite. "We understand that your guest must be very unhappy right now, but I'm sorry. The contents of this suitcase violate the hotel's regulations and are contraband." "Which rule was violated?" "Why is it? Is it contraband?" Fong Tang asked slowly. The waiter didn't speak, but the look in his eyes showed a warning. Fong Tang took a step forward, his eyes provocative. In fact, he doesn't care about Chang'an Hotel's bullshit rules. At this tense moment, a chuckle came from outside. "I'm sorry. This is my player. It's his first time coming to the hotel, and he doesn't quite understand the rules here." He heard the laugh before seeing his face. This charming person, the gentle laughter made the waiter relax. "Oh, it turns out to be Miss Skylark." Skylark, wearing a purple skirt and an unchanging white shirt, walked in leisurely and smiled sweetly at the waiter. "Give it to us, I'll take care of it in a while." The waiter smiled and left. "Wait!" Fong Tang threw out a gold coin. "Get some food and open a bottle of good wine." The shiny golden game coin rolled on the carpet and landed at the waiter's feet. He frowned slightly, but still bent the waist was picked up. "The door is closed." Young breathed a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes at the man. "You get into trouble when I'm not around for a moment. What's wrong with you this time?" Fong Tang sat down and pointed at the suitcase. "I accidentally got a box. But when I opened it, the hotel called the police." Skylark's face changed drastically. "What's going on? Is the red light on?" Fong Tang smiled. "Why? Is it serious if the red light is on?" Skylark took a deep breath and looked carefully, holding the suitcase. "I can only tell you that there was a red light alert here 10 years ago. A senior player brought some kind of contraband. Like you. He felt very good about himself and was killed on the spot." Fong Tang stood up and poured a glass of juice and handed it over. "What kind of contraband is it?" "Yeah." Skylark drank the cool juice and breathed out comfortably. "It's an electromagnetic weapon. That was the global electromagnetic weapon 10 years ago. The research has just begun." Fong Tang patted the suitcase gently. "When I opened it just now, a strong electromagnetic field did appear." Skylark's expression became more and more nervous. "Electromagnetic field? Where did your suitcase come from? It is said that this is the thing of the world snake." Skylark immediately covered his mouth. "World snake? Are you crazy? Are you going to mess with them?" At this time, the hotel's food service has been delivered. Delicious Western food is paired with a bottle of 86-year-old top-notch Cabernet Sauvignon wine. Fong Tang pulled up his chair and said, "Let's have something to eat first, and then we'll take the box and find a place to examine it. I'm very curious now." Young frowned, poured a glass of red wine, and cut open the foie gras in front of him. "The world's greatest treasure. Snake is a large guild family in the game. You have just been promoted to an intermediate player, and you don't know much about the game guild yet." She opened her mouth and tasted the delicious foie gras, but she was absent-minded. Fong Tang also poured a glass of wine, and just as he was about to take a sip, Bai's emergency alarm sounded in his brain. "Be careful. It's poisonous." "What?" Fong Tang put down his wine glass and held down Yun Kei, who was still drinking. "What's wrong?" Yunk looked up in surprise. "Poisonous." Fong Tang directly grabbed the napkin on the table, pocketed all the food and wine inside, threw it aside, and then picked up Skylark. "Wait. It's impossible. How could someone poison you in the Chang'an Hotel?" Yunk struggled, but the next moment, she grabbed her throat, and her face turned purple instantly. Fong Tang opened her eyelids and immediately saw bloodshot eyeballs. White foam was already flowing out of the corners of her mouth. What a powerful poison! "White? Master," according to Skylark's virus response, "it may be a variant of Yersinia pestis, with level V toxicity. It originated from the Black Death in the Middle Ages, and was once used as a military-grade bacterial weapon. Fong Tang was shocked and picked up Skylark. I rushed to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and pushed her into the cold water. Then he grabbed a bottle of shower gel and poured it into Skylark's mouth. Yunk was already shaking all over, and it was difficult to even vomit. Fong Tang patted her back hard, and finally forced vomiting with his fingers. Skylark spit out most of the foie gras, but his face changed from purple to dark red. Black spots appeared on her snow-white skin. Master, this method of forcing poison is useless. She needs immediate treatment. How long can she last? According to the death rate of this virus, it will take up to half an hour. Bye. Open the game store and search for medical treatment service. Master, I found it. Emergency medical treatment for 100 game coins. Fong Tang was sweating profusely and paid the game coins directly. All we can do now is wait. Skylark was already lying in his arms. Her whole body was cold, and under the wet drops of water, there were more and more dark spots on her body. What a terrible poison. The other party is here for me. Fong Tang was annoyed. I should be careful and not be fooled by this hotel's so-called absolute safety promise. Rapid footsteps could be heard outside. The top medical team from the Infinite Company Mall arrived almost instantly. This was good luck. Chang'an Hotel always had 2 medical teams on hand. For doctors-looking people came in pushing the operating table. A very advanced smart operating table. After Yunk was carried to the operating table, the lights came on, and Fong Tang frowned. She was poisoned, not injured. Are you going to do surgery? A female doctor wearing a mask looked up. Sir, there is no specific drug for this variant of Yersinia pestis. We must cut it open and administer a large dose of streptomycin directly from the blood system and digestive system. Fong Tang could only step aside. Skylark, you must hold on. Chapter 131 Code of Memory. The operation was carried out immediately. Skylark was disemboweled, and an extremely large dose of streptomycin was injected directly from the stomach to the duodenum and into the blood vessels throughout the body. The doctors were very nervous, but their movements were efficient and perfect. Gentamicin 2. Injected into the atrium and ventricle blood vessels. Sulfonamide anti-plague 100 milliliters. Sodium bicarbonate solution. Injected from the digestive tract. The light flashed. Various drugs directly entered Skylark's blood circulation and digestive system. After 4 hours, the operation was finally over. Sir, do you want seamless wound service? The female doctor suddenly asked. Fong Tang was so nervous that he was sweating all over. That's not important. Is she okay? Don't worry. I will definitely cure her after receiving your game currency. She received antibacterial treatment as soon as she woke up after being poisoned. After resting for half a month, she will be fine. Fong Tang had another burst of cold sweat behind his back. Then let's sew the wound seamlessly, and don't leave any scars on her body. After all, she is a girl and she cares about these things. Then please, sir, please do it again. To pay 200 game coins, we need to use the most advanced biological enzyme suturing technique. Fong Tang transferred the money directly. Another 2 hours later, when it was getting dark outside, the wound on Skylark's body was completely stitched. Sir! The female doctor took off her mask. I have to tell you something. Your girlfriend has a very strange tattoo. Tattoo? That's no problem. Right. Fong Tang frowned. The female doctor also frowned. Actually, the tattoos are not visible on the surface of her skin. She should have used the scar removal service in our Desire Mall. However, under the dermis, I discovered during the operation just now, some tattoos still penetrated into the muscle tissue, forming a weird pattern. Fong Tang snorted. I understand what you mean. Doctor, ordinary tattoos cannot be tattooed so deep. Yes, sir. Since you know the industry, you should know that tattoos like hers are very dangerous and can cause infection if you are not careful. The female doctor handed over a black film. This is a tattoo pattern taken with a special instrument on the operating table. As a doctor, I have the obligation to tell you all the patient's conditions. These 300 game coins were well spent. Fong Tang was very satisfied with their service and paid another 100 game coins. These are my thanks. The doctor accepted it with a smile. If you need it in the future, please use our services. Thank you. After they all left, Skylark lay on a soft, sterile bed, with tubes inserted all over his body. The life support system is scheduled for 3 hours before she can actually wake up. Fong Tang raised the black film in his hand. Above is a square tattoo design. Yunk, why do you have this tattoo on your body? Fong Tang looked at it for a few times and couldn't see anything. So he put it aside. Master! Wait! Bai's voice came. This pattern looks very much like a QR code. QR code? Fong Tang shook his head. You are not mistaken. Are you? How can Yump get a tattoo of 2? Do you have the QR code on you? Master, this may be a way to save information. Please look at the pattern again. I can take the time to decipher it. Fong Tang held up the black film again, looked at it for a while, and made sure that all the white pictures were entered. Then, he threw it aside. Outside the suite, footsteps sounded again. The manager of Chang'an Hotel was wearing a black suit and walked in with 2 waiters with a serious expression. Fong Tang looked at them indifferently. Is this the absolute safety promised by your hotel? The young manager lowered his eyelids and bowed gently at 90 degrees. I'm sorry. In this emergency, our hotel made an undeniable mistake. Fong Tang sat on the sofa, only looking at Yunk on the hospital bed without saying a word. The manager's apology is meaningless. The 2 waiters have already begun wiping their sweat. This poisoning incident has caused irreparable damage to the hotel's reputation. The young manager stood up and said in a low voice, to express my apology, Player Fong Tang, all your purchases in the hotel will be free of charge. We will also bear the medical expenses of Miss Yunk. Fong Tang turned around and said, you should, you know. What I want is not these compensations. The young manager lowered his head again. I don't understand. Player Fong Tang, what do you want? The truth? I want the truth. Fong Tang grabbed the wine glass next to him. It hit the manager hard at the feet. The shards of glass rolled beneath the manager's spotless black leather shoes. The remnants of red wine splashed all over the shoes. The young manager raised his head. Do you want to know who poisoned me? As he spoke, he took out a white handkerchief and carefully wiped his leather shoes. Our hotel will handle this matter. You can guarantee that after investigating the poisoning incident, we will provide you with a detailed report. What an official answer. Fong Tang grabbed the wine bottle next to him again, stared at the manager with provocative eyes, and was about to smash it. The 2 waiters couldn't help it and shouted together, please don't do this. The wine bottle was turned in Fong Tang's hand, and the vine in his sleeve fell down. The last vine brought out from the silent valley. The vine was a little bit in the wine bottle and quickly retracted. Fong Tang suddenly smiled. I am not the kind of unreasonable person. Since our hotel has unspeakable difficulties, I will not force others to do anything. The young manager secretly relaxed. He adjusted his suit and said, what about you, my guest? At this moment when he was relaxing, Fong Tang suddenly moved. He jumped up like lightning and appeared behind the manager like a ghost. He grabbed the manager's chin from behind with his left hand and pushed it up skillfully. The manager felt pain and leaned back. Fong Tang raised his left hand and put it on the manager's throat. With his thumb downward, he clasped his lips and pulled downwards. The ancient Chinese close combat technique of splitting muscles and crossing bones allows you to use your finger joints to quickly subdue an enemy in a small space. The young manager's throat hurt, and he opened his mouth subconsciously. Then Fong Tang pulled his lips, and he suddenly coughed violently. The wine bottle in Fong Tang's right hand came over like lightning. Kadudu. The manager drank a mouthful of red wine directly from him. The next moment, the wine bottle in Fong Tang's hand flew up, and he was rushing towards the 2 waiters who were rushing towards him. He used his strength very delicately, and the wine bottle shattered in midair. The fragments were like hidden weapons, leaving the 2 waiters helpless. Don't stop. Fong Tang continued to hold the manager's chin and forced him to drink all the red wine. The entire drinking process was completed under the light of a calcium carbide fire, and the manager had no room for resistance. The young manager suppressed his blush, covered his throat, bent over and coughed, and kept vomiting red wine mixed with saliva. Fong Tang then sat down leisurely. 2 waiters supported the manager, both with pale faces. One of them called the hotel's medical team, and the other started to call the security. Wait a minute. The hotel manager coughed and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. The medical team has already vaccinated us just now. Immediately, after the plague bacteria incident occurred in Chang'an Hotel, all hotel employees were vaccinated. This kind of speed of response is also powerful enough. Now, the young manager wiped his mouth with a towel and kept calm. Player Fong Tang, are you satisfied now? Fong Tang was a little surprised. This manager is really tolerant, but he can manage such a large hotel, so naturally it should also have this uniqueness. Now, I feel a little comfortable, but the conditions still have to be negotiated. Fong Tang stretched out. In addition to the free hotel bill, I also want the free use of this suite for 1 year. Holding the manager's hand, the waiters gasped. This was like a lion's mouth opening. Chang'an Hotel is dedicated to serving unlimited game players. The hotel's VIP suites include a full set of services and are expensive. They cost 100 game coins every day. This year, the loss is close to 40,000 game coins. The manager covered his mouth and continued to cough. He was thinking through his cough. 1 year's free use of the suite is still within his scope of authority. The young man glanced at Fong Tang, his murderous intent fleeting. But he straightened up and smiled. Okay. This condition is reasonable. Chapter 132. The security guard seemed to be satisfied with both parties, and the waiters began to clean up the room. Not long after the manager went out, he brought a contract with the double helix pattern of the Infinite Company. The manager showed the contract to Fong Tang seriously, and then signed it for confirmation. The VIP suite was tidy again, and the manager said that lunch service could be provided again. Fong Tang said coldly, I will order takeout myself. He actually had no appetite. The waiter and manager bowed out, and the door closed. Fong Tang sat in front of the hospital bed again, held Young's cold little hand, and leaned it against his forehead. When did you wake up? You woke up as soon as the anesthetic passed. Young pulled off the respirator and said weakly, I'm sorry. Fong Tang hesitated. Young raised her hand with difficulty and touched his hair. What are you sorry for? It was my mistake. I was supposed to take care of you, but I didn't expect you to be taking care of me now. Fong Tang smiled bitterly and pulled the quilt to cover her. The other party is here for me. You just trust the safety measures of this hotel too much. Young took a breath and frowned slightly. My stomach hurts. Let me see the wound. She was a little nervous. Fong Tang held her body down. I requested a seamless suture service. It uses bioenzyme sutures. There are no scars. Even your skin has been remaintained. Young then relaxed and lay down. Uh-huh. So I made a profit. You idiot. You can still laugh now. Fong Tang shook his head. Skylark's big eyes blinked. You got this apartment free of charge for 1 year. This is a huge profit. Within a year, I will be safe here. At this point, a strange emotion appeared in his eyes. I know you made this condition for me. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in bed for a few months. The 1 year right to use the room was indeed a special request for Young. But the anger in Fong Tang's heart did not dissipate, but became more intense. Coming hotter? The Infinite Challenge game is originally a game where the strong survive. But now, someone actually killed him directly. I will solve this matter as soon as possible. Fong Tang helped Young put on the breathing mask. You have a good rest. I will make special arrangements for safety issues. Young breathed oxygen and slowly fell asleep under the influence of the medicine. Fong Tang pushed the door open and slowly came to the hotel lobby. There were a few players sitting in front of the bar in the lobby. And the most eye-catching one was the beautiful mixed-race girl who kept drinking. The beauty with French ancestry is holding a wine glass in her right hand, and a giant silver revolver is placed next to her left hand. The caliber of that gun looks like it can even hit an elephant in the head. This beauty is none other than Eva, who had a one-night stand with Fong Tang. Fong Tang asked for a glass of mint julep, but saw a menu under the bar. Well, he glanced at the menu casually and threw it aside. He drank the wine slowly and looked at Eva. Eva is bored now, although she is an out-and-out advanced player. In this special Chang'an hotel, gaming prowess does not mean much, and gaming currency is the most important thing. Eva, who has no money, is a beauty that everyone can take a look at. 2 or 3 players had already come up to harass them restlessly, but they were all forced back by Eva's giant revolver. Although Chang'an Hotel prohibits fighting, it absolutely respects the freedom of game players. If Eva doesn't want to, no player will dare to force her. The gun only showed attitude, but the real power came from the security guard sitting next to Eva. There are only 4 security guards at Chang'an Hotel. Xuanwu, Zhu Ke, Qimong, White Tiger. The strength of the 4 security guards was unfathomable. On the first day, he entered the hotel. Fong Tang noticed Xuanwu, the security guard in charge of lobby defense. A man over 2 meters tall seemed to have undergone biological modifications all over his body through the mole, and his strength was particularly astonishing. Now, Xuanwu sat next to Eva, and once again helped her by 3 glasses of wine. I heard that you sold yourself to a pretty boy for 300 game coins? Xuanwu's eyes were full of desire and unwillingness. I can give you 400 game coins, just for 1 night. Sorry, Eva said with little hands. He patted Xuanwu's big face and chuckled. Let's talk about it later. Xuanwu's face was ashen, and he sneered impatiently. Why can that pretty boy do it? It's only 300 game coins. And you are an advanced player. Are you cheating? He felt insulted and grabbed Eva's arm directly. Let go! Eva showed the terrifying revolver in her left hand. Here! I'm a security guard. Xuanwu couldn't bear it anymore and dragged Eva towards the lounge in the hall. I can guarantee that the chip will be activated before you shoot. Eva struggled and screamed. Xuanwu continued to pull. He had been attracted to this girl for several days. He originally planned to have a relationship and play slowly. But he was beaten by the pretty boy named Fong Tang. Thinking about it makes him depressed. At this time, a figure arrogantly blocked the aisle. Xuanwu looked up and saw Fong Tang. It's you? Xuanwu laughed strangely. What's the matter? You still want to be a hero to save the beauty? Ha ha. You have won this girl's advantage. It's enough. Get out of here. Fong Tang stood still, his arms in his eyes. Streams of data were flashing. Xuanwu's strength does not need to be evaluated. He can definitely far surpass himself. So now, he is about to conduct a weakness analysis for nothing. Various numbers popped up on the retinal data stream. Security guard Xuanwu's entire body had turned into a ball of data in front of Fong Tang's eyes. Every movement change of this sturdy security guard, every nerve pull in the body, muscle extension, including the change of body shape when speaking, are all displayed in the data. In this short period of less than 1 second, Bai has already performed thousands of simulations. Master, there have been 1,204 simulated battles. You failed 1,000 times and successfully knocked down your opponent 204 times. More than 200 times. Fong Tang was surprised again. Master, this fool has been carrying out biological modifications in his physique, creating himself a near-invincible ability to resist blows. But his flexibility is a mess. There are 204 weaknesses in his body. As long as he hits one, you win. Bye. Show your weakness. Then, a fluorescent human body appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. It was Xuanwu's human body. There were 204 light spots on the human body, spread all over the body. This is the first time that Fong Tang fully uses the capabilities of artificial intelligence to conduct combat analysis. According to normal data calculations, security guard Xuanwu's strength has reached the level of an advanced player, far surpassing Fong Tang by 1 level. But in less than a second of Bai's calculations, this monster with strong resistance to attack had turned into a little sheep full of flaws. The corners of Fong Tang's mouth curled up. Xuanwu opposite had already let go of Eva, rolled up his sleeves, raised his fists with a grin. But his steps were very cautious, relying on his arm-length advantage to stand outside the limit of Fong Tang's attack range. I am a security guard. Remember this? In the hotel, I have the right to dispose of it. But you can't attack me. There were more and more players around. Although this hotel is comfortable, it is also very boring. Now I heard that a middle-level player was provoking Xuanwu, the security guard in the lobby. And all these boring players came out. They all watched quietly, with sympathy in their eyes. No matter how you look at it, Fong Tang is finished. Above the stairs, the hotel manager and the waiter watched in the darkness. Manager, do you want to stop Xuanwu? The waiter asked. The manager shook his head playfully. Xuanwu is at work, and it is his duty to deal with disobedient players. His trusted waiter immediately understood the meaning of the manager's words. When Fong Tang died, the contract was invalidated, and the loss of 40,000 game currency was recovered. They watched leisurely. At this time, Xuanwu's fist was clenching loudly. Fong Tang took a step back and picked up a toothpick on the table next to him with 2 fingers. Xuanwu's eyes were stunned. And then he laughed wildly. You actually want to use such a toothpick to fight against my indestructible body that has been biologically modified 20 times? Xuanwu laughed so hard that his head shook. With a swish sound, Fong Tang flashed forward, then stepped back again, and the toothpick in his hand disappeared. The players around them all let out a sigh of relief. Then, there was a gasp from the entire audience. Xuanwu's laughter stopped suddenly. He covered his chin with a very strange look in his eyes. It was a look that was mixed with strangeness, confusion, fear, and despair. With a bang, Xuanwu's huge body fell down, directly smashing a glass coffee table. He died. Die quickly. Master, you attacked his biggest weakness. Yes. This fool carried out extreme biological modifications to his physique, but forgot to modify his internal organs. The overly powerful surface modifications caused his blood vessel walls to become very damaged. The skin is thin, and the blood circulation is higher than that of ordinary people. So as long as the unmodified skin of his chin is stabbed. Even an internal blood vessel is penetrated. Bai Jian smiled and said, as long as a blood vessel on the chin is ruptured, it will cause the entire brain of his chin to be damaged. My blood pressure exploded. Master, you are indeed very talented in killing people. Xuanwu died of cerebral hemorrhage. A very ironic way to die. Chapter 133 Tiger. Teeth. The manager in the shadow of the stairs was stunned. And the waiter opened his mouth so wide that his eyes almost popped out. They all know the strength of Xuanwu, especially the defensive ability of this security guard. Even Suzaku, the strongest among the 4 security guards, had to pay a certain price if he wanted to kill Xuanwu. How could Fong Tang, who was only intermediate in strength, kill him instantly with one move? From Xuanwu laughing wildly to dying on the spot, it took less than 10 seconds. It was a real instant kill. At this time, Fong Tang helped Eva up on the ground, turned his head, and glanced coldly at the other players in the field. The players all avoided his cold eyes, but a few senior players couldn't help but applaud. The manager on the stairs gritted his teeth and pressed his phone. So soon, a figure appeared from the elevator and directly stopped Fong Tang and Eva. This is a woman wearing a white trench coat. She is incredibly tall and looks to be at least 1.9 meters tall. Under the white trench coat was a shorts vest, revealing the tiger-shaped tattoos on his arms and calves. She has healthy wheat-colored skin, but with silver-white tattoos. She looks like a ferocious white tiger. The third-ranked white tiger security guard at Chang'an Hotel. Fong Tang's eyes flickered again. Looking closely, the woman opposite was full of flaws. Master, a total of 3,600 flaws were discovered, but 4,000 simulated battles were conducted, and you won 0 times. With more than 3,000 flaws, Bai Jian executed 4,000 simulations, but all were the result of Fong Tang's death on the spot. This is because of the raised finger of the white tiger security guard and the weird silver ring on his finger. The huge silver ring has 4 small holes at the bottom, and different colors of light are emitted from the small holes. The 4 rays of red, green, and white were now concentrated on Fong Tang's eyebrows. Fong Tang froze. Eva on the side even changed her face. It's the tactical charge laser stab. Tactical laser weapon. A super weapon called Tiger Teeth. This weapon sells for 10,000 game coins in the Desire Mall. It has been modified by Baihu 4 times, and has the terrifying ability to instantly kill enemies within 100 meters. No one can go faster than the speed of light. Master, this is a high-power laser concentrator. It has an estimated power of 4 kilowatts, and can condense 4 kilojoules of energy. It is divided into 4 tracks, in an area with a diameter of 1 millimeter. This energy can penetrate multiple layers of steel plates and attack the human body. Instantly penetrated a row of 10 bodies. Fong Tang swallowed. No matter how many weaknesses the opponent has, the high-energy laser fired instantly is impossible to guard against. The only disadvantage of this weapon is that it can only be fired once. After use, it needs to be charged for 24 hours before it can be used again, so she will not take it easily. It takes 1 day to charge after 1 use. Fong Tang gently pushed Eva away and looked at the white tiger security guard. Eva squatted on the ground, quickly took out her mobile phone, and clicked on it crazily. At this time, Baihu looked hesitantly towards the stairs. The manager in the shadow raised his hand and made a wiping motion under his neck. Baihu's eyes flashed. His slender silver nails flicked, and the laser ring hanging on his index finger made a buzzing sound. Bai, if I can predict the trajectory of her attack, can I dodge before the laser appears? Master, this is a false proposition. The angle of the laser attack is only a straight line. The trajectory is also a straight line, and the opponent does not drive the weapon. You never know her straight line attack position. Once the opponent drives, no matter how fast he is, he can't avoid it. To deal with this kind of enemy, we can only attack secretly and kill her with 1 blow without giving her a chance to drive the laser. Beads of sweat appeared on Fong Tang's forehead. He had already guessed that the manager hiding in the dark must have issued a kill order. The discussion with Bai in her mind lasted only a moment. The white tiger security guard opposite would not hesitate for too long. The laser tactical ring on her fingertips was already shining with dazzling light. At this moment, a strange scream came from outside the hotel. Then, there was a bang, and the super-solid bulletproof glass outside the hall shattered into foam. A small ball flew in and floated directly in front of Fong Tang. Everyone in the venue was stunned. Fong Tang was also startled. The diameter of the small ball in front of him was at most 1 centimeter. It was silver and extremely smooth. reflecting the surrounding scenery. The small ball is now opening rapidly. The ball begins to become transparent, and a mercury-like liquid bead appears inside. The White Tiger's security guard's eyes changed drastically. This is it! But the laser weapon at her fingertips was ready to go. At this time, the arrow was on the string and could only be driven, for high-power lasers appear at the same time. The four colors are due to the changing wavelengths of the lasers under different refraction. The actual lethality is amazing. Fong Tang only had time to make an evasive action, and the laser disappeared. He jumped up nervously and touched his whole body in a funny way. Fortunately, the whole body is intact. In front of him, the small ball was smoking. The temperature in the entire lobby dropped by at least 50 degrees. It was originally the most comfortable feeling temperature of 26 degrees. But now it feels like at least minus 30 degrees. And there are strange clicking sounds all around. The glass fragments, ornamental fish tanks, wine glasses, water glasses, as well as the table and everyone's clothes, hair, beards, and eyebrows were all stained with a layer of frost. This extreme low temperature comes from the small ball in front. What comes out of the small ball is not burning smoke, but white gas at extremely low temperatures. What's wrong? What happened? As the warm wind from outside blew in, the temperature in the lobby gradually rose, but everyone was shivering and breathing heavily. The White Tiger's security guard took a step back, wrapped his windbreaker tightly, and his teeth trembled. Yes. Is it you? Sir? It seemed that she had recognized the owner of the silver ball. Eva beside Fong Tang jumped up, leaned into his arms, and whispered, My master is here. We are safe. Master? Fong Tang frowned. Did your master bring this little ball in? Eva rolled her eyes at him. Of course. Otherwise, who can block the White Tiger's hidden laser weapon? Who is your master? Fong Tang looked at the hand in his arms. Eva. So you are someone else's slave girl? No wonder Eva, as a high-level player, is so short of money and doesn't participate in challenge games while staying in a hotel. Eva hugged him tightly. Fool! If it weren't for my master's instructions, I would have lived a miserable life here. Humph. If it weren't for the master, how could you have bought my service with 300 game coins? How could you have bought my service? It's the first time. It was originally intended to be left to the master. She blushed at this point. Fong Tang suddenly realized again. Eva is a virgin high-level player, and she sacrificed herself for 300 game coins. Sure enough, everything was arranged. The small silver ball in front has fallen, after instantly creating a low-temperature shield. The small ball blocked the high-energy laser, but it also lost its protective ability. Bai Hu was still looking around, looking for the figure of the distinguished guest she mentioned. On the stairs, the manager brought the waiter down in a panic, also looking around. Are you here? Is it really you? Light. Footsteps, a cold voice sounded. I need a coat. Chapter 134. The dignitary walked in from the door. It was a man wearing only underwear. He was 1.9 meters tall and had black hair hanging on his shoulders. Go up. There is a chill all over your body. A perfect figure like a Greek sculpture, but with ice blue skin. Looking at his face again, it was as flawless as a sculpture. Eva had already rushed over, took off her leather jacket and wanted to put it on, but was stopped by the eyes of this handsome man as cold as ice. He turned to look at the White Tiger security guard, Bai Hu subconsciously took off his windbreaker and handed it over respectfully. The two of them were about the same height, and the man was obviously a bit German. He glanced at the windbreaker and said, Say, Bai Hu, have you taken a shower? Are these clothes clean? Bai Hu hurriedly bowed. Dear sir, the clothes have just been washed. I take a shower twice in the morning and at noon, using pure natural soap, which you can wear. The man then put on his windbreaker, stretched out his hands to tie up his long hair, and let it hang behind his head. The players around him were all at a loss. Some of them recognized this person's identity, but their legs were shaking with fear. Stop watching the excitement and get out! The long-haired man snorted coldly. The surrounding players dispersed like birds and beasts, leaving only the manager, Fong Tang, and Eva. The man slowly sat on the sofa, and Eva knelt on the ground and walked over. The handsome man raised his foot and stepped on Eva's pink back. Fong Tang frowned, but this man was very unhappy. Eva, I have released your slave contract and asked you to stay here with Fong Tang. How did you do it? You just sent the message about this dangerous situation. If I hadn't happened to be here, I would have humph. Eva trembled all over. Because the slave contract has been terminated. The chip cannot directly contact you. The master, so I can only send messages through my mobile phone. But it is too late. The man was still unhappy. I am taking a shower. Really? It's a bit embarrassing to show up in such a mess. Eva was so frightened that her lips turned white. Fong Tang frowned and walked over. Let her go! The man raised his head, pursed his thin lips, and revealed a smile. Fong Tang, do you like this girl? I knew it. He raised his feet and gently patting Eva. Go to your new master. Eva knelt on the ground and crawled to Fong Tang's feet again, raising her head with a charming look. Fong Tang felt horrified. Eva, who had been unruly just now, was now as flattering as a dog. He pulled Eva up and cupped her fists at the man. Thank you, brother, for saving me just now. But Eva, I don't want her to be a female slave. The man waved his hand. It's up to you. I'm yours anyway. You are a man, and you are always in need. Eva has received special training from me, and is very professional in this area. And she has no experience with men and women. You can train her at will. Fong Tang smiled. Let's not talk about Eva for now. I wonder what I call my eldest brother. The man slapped his thigh. I'll go. You see, we've been chatting for a long time. But you haven't recognized my feelings yet. Oops. It really makes me a little sad. Fong Tang thought of something in his mind and couldn't help but exclaim. Ice Emperor? The man laughed, got up and walked over barefoot, holding his hand. I'm here. My surname is Ji. My given name is Bing Wang. And my given name is Han Han. Everyone in the game calls me Bing Wang. You're welcome, brother. Just call me Big Brother. He actually read out his own font size in one breath, which was completely inconsistent with the cold attributes of his whole body. People are so enthusiastic. But Eva was dumbfounded. The young Ice Emperor, who usually spoke only a few words, was now as enthusiastic as an unscrupulous uncle. He grabbed Fong Tang's hand and refused to let go, ignoring the words on Fong Tang's hand, covered with dust. The master is not crazy or stupid. But Fong Tang, true love. Fong Tang also didn't expect to see his sponsor, the Super VIP number 99 of the Ice Royal family. Under such circumstances, the two of them were talking, and the manager over there was rubbing his hands anxiously. It took a long time before Ji Bing Wang remembered something and turned to glance at the manager. I will remember this account. The manager knelt down with a plop. He knew the strength and power of the man before him. Ji Bing Wang is a master player in the game and the boss of the family guild outside the game. No matter from which angle you look at it, you can easily pinch yourself to death. Ji Bing Wang looked at the manager, who was kneeling on the ground with disdain. Go away. The manager seemed to be pardoned and left with the waiter in despair. The White Tiger security guard over there kept his posture standing with a bow. While outside the gate, more than a dozen people rushed in. These people are all in suits and leather boots. And they are all very old. A bunch of old men. However, anyone in China with a little bit of common sense would probably recognize it. This group of old men, every one of them who steps out, is a big boss who stomps their feet and shakes the world. One of the old men rushed over the fastest. He knelt down and came to Ji Bing Wang with a swish. He raised his hands high and held up a pair of Yeezy 2 Red limited edition sneakers. President, I just bought these. Try to see if they fit. This pair of shoes is not expensive. Only tens of thousands of yuan. But this kind of filial piety is really rare. Ji Bing Wang climbed on the shoes and was very satisfied. Zhao Bing Run, you came just in time. You deserve a reward. As he said that, a silver blue coin fell in front of old man Zhao. When Fong Tang saw 3 zeros on the coin, he was shocked. 1,000 game coins. The old man almost lost his teeth in laughter. Thank you, President. Thank you very much, President. The old men behind them were all wearing various shoes. I sighed sadly. I was running too slow just now. Too slow. But Lao Zhao had a look. So he just skated and knelt down. We didn't expect that the hall was frozen. So running is definitely not as fast as skating. Ji Bing Wang took Fong Tang's hand and said lightly to a group of old men who were nodding and bowing. This is Fong Tang, a player who is fully supported by our Ice Royal family. You have all seen it on the chat barrage. The old men came together. He bowed to Fong Tang and said, Hello, Mr. Fong. Fong Tang stared at Zhao Bing Run and swallowed. You're welcome. Thank you for your support in the game. The old men didn't even dare to say so. Ji Bing Wang dismissed them casually and led Fong Tang up the stairs. These are all my subordinates. Since you are my brother, don't be too polite to them. Fong Tang rubbed his forehead. That Zhao Bing Run when I was in school a few years ago I listened to his speech at the Magic City Fortune Forum. Is he really the founder of Bingrun Group? Bingrun Group is the leading pharmaceutical company in China, with annual profits of hundreds of millions. Billion. With revenue in the hundreds of billions. Ji Bingwang disagreed. Everything he has was given by me. 10 years ago, Bingrun Group was just a rundown small pharmaceutical factory in Nanzhou. It couldn't even make cold medicine. Now, anti-tumor drugs are all over the world. #1 in sales. Ha. Of course, this person has some skills. Fong Tang recalled the other people who had just appeared. Are the rest of them all big bosses from pharmaceutical companies? The two of them had already entered the suite. The White Tiger security guard and Eva followed all the way. Ji Bingwang then sat down with a smile. Not just pharmaceutical companies. Biological-related research. Hospitals. The most cutting-edge DNA research. But all biopharmaceutical industries are controlled by the Ice Royal family behind the scenes. Of course, the Ice Royal family is in the game guild. The ranking here is not high. Above us is the World Snake, the largest military-industrial conglomerate in the world. He said, World Snake, with a special meaning at this time. Fong Tang glanced at the White Tiger at the door. Ji Bingwang lazily said, Don't look at it. Among the 4 security guards of Chang'an Hotel. By who is mine? This time, the flood really washed away the Dragon King Temple. And one of his own people beat one of his own. Bai Hu lowered his head uneasily at the door. Mr. Fong, I'm really sorry. I couldn't control my weapons at that time. Fong Tang smiled slightly. I was also a little abrupt. I killed Xuanwu directly and broke the hotel rules. The Ice Emperor said disdainfully. The hotel's rules are only useful for low-level players. So ignore them. With a wave of his hand, the White Tiger security guard took Eva and stood outside, gently closed the door, and acted as a guard. Ji Bingwang crossed his legs and looked at Yunk on the hospital bed. Among the novice instructors, Miss Yunk is at the top. What's wrong? Someone plotted against her? Fong Tang pondered for a moment, turned around and picked up the skin box. Chapter 135 Spirits. There seems to be a huge secret hidden in the small suitcase. Ji Bingwang didn't even look at it. Put it down first. This suitcase belongs to the World Snake. I'm also very curious about what's inside. But we can't move it for the time being. Regardless of the strength or ranking of the World Snake, above the Ice Royal family, Fong Tang didn't know much about the power struggle between game guilds. But seeing how cautious Ji Bingwang was, he put down his suitcase and said, Brother, you are my sponsor. Although I am only a small player, I am confident that I can do it. Help the guild do more things. So please help me this time. Ji Bingwang touched his chin and nodded slightly. I have already considered this. According to normal thinking, the best way to deal with it is to combine you and give the suitcase to the World Snake. In this way, not only can you sell a favor, but you can also give the World Snake a game currency. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and Ji Bingwang waved his hand. Don't worry. Just listen to me. What I just said was under normal circumstances. But now I feel that abandoning you to please the snake of the world is not only shameful, but also short-sighted. He spoke in a polite manner, and was obviously well-educated. Ji Bingwang shook his legs at this time, seeming to have made up his mind. I will help you, because your growth potential is worthy of my investment. As he spoke, he raised his head with eyes full of expectation. In other words, now I have to risk it with you. I bet you on the risk of the World Snake turning against you. Fong Tang said solemnly. You won't be disappointed. Of course, I won't be disappointed. Ji Bingwang laughed and stood up, patting Fong Tang on the shoulder. It's just a trivial matter to earn game currency from you. I don't lack game currency. What I value is your gaming potential that may grow into a master level player. Master level? Fong Tang remembered the levels of game players. Intermediate and advanced. Expert. Master is still a little far away from the master now. Ji Bingwang looked serious. Master players? Let me not mention anything else. The first privilege is not to be monitored by the company's magnetic field. He patted his neck and said, I also have a chip. But the company cannot monitor me. Action. This is a privilege. Fong Tang's eyes burned. This privilege is simply what every player dreams of, and what he needs most. Ji Bingwang saw his burning eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. I can see your desires and ambitions. You should also know that once you have the privilege of not being monitored, you can play freely in the game. It will be easier to complete higher levels and get higher rewards. Only after becoming a master player can you be called a super player. Ji Bingwang also looked serious. And the super game players get every privilege exists like a bug in the game. I just mentioned the privilege of not being monitored, as well as the privilege of using them all in the game, the privilege of getting more game prompts, and even the privilege of skipping a certain game link directly. Privileges such as permissions are priceless treasures. With these privileges, if you want to earn game currency, isn't that a simple matter? Fong Tang listened silently and humbly asked for advice. How can I become a master player? Can I slowly pass each level? Earn game currency to buy upgrades? Ji Bingwang returned to his lazy state. You now, as an intermediate player. It takes 100,000 game coins to advance to the advanced level, 500,000 to the expert level, and 1 million game coins alone from expert to master, which adds up to 1.6 million game coins. Fong Tang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then what year and month will it be? Ji Bingwang pursed his lips. I haven't finished yet. First, you have to skip the advanced player stage and directly become the expert level. This can't be done just by relying on game currency. You have to complete an SS level expert trial level. The pass rate of that level is only 1,000. 1,000 advanced players participate, and at most one will pass. 1.6 million game coins are required for an SS level difficulty level. It sounds increasingly distant. The Ice King stood up and took out a bottle of whiskey from the small refrigerator in the room. He opened it and smelled it, frowning and shaking his head. Throwing the wine aside, he shouted directly to the door. Bai Hu, get some real good wine. Bai Hu at the door was startled. President, are you talking about that jar of wine? Ji Bingwang frowned. Of course. It's that jar of wine. Not long after, Bai Hu and Eva came in pushing a dining cart. On the dining car, there is a wine jar. An ancient Chinese mud-sealed wine jar. The ceramic cloud-patterned small wine jar sealed with yellow clay looks like a work of art. And the two wine glasses next to the wine jar are even more amazing, looking like some kind of bronze. Ji Bingwang smiled. This is the real good wine of our China. It is commonly known as Shadozi. It comes from the ancient tombs in the northern and eastern parts of the Great Wall. Fong Tang frowned. Wine from the ancient tombs, the Bingwang said happily. Yes, this is a real antique wine dug out of a tomb. Don't worry. It's sealed very well. He is very knowledgeable about wine. They say that high-quality wines that were not distilled in ancient times were all crudely brewed rice wine. That's ghost wine. Damn it. 1,800 years ago, our ancestors mastered the distillation and brewing method, but it was not popularized. This kind of Xiao Dao is the best representative, and it is also the ancestor of today's Erguotu and other white wines. Ice King said. I picked up the weird wine glass. It was bronze in color and shaped like a bird. The edge of the wine glass protruded like a bird's beak, with a tail behind it, and the supporting points at the bottom looked like birds' feet. This is Ju, an ancient ritual vessel, and also a wine vessel. The Ice Emperor reached out and patted open the mud seal, and a strange smell rushed out. This is not a fine wine at all. Fong Tang has been wondering since just now. What is Ji Bingwang doing? Even if the wine is dug out of an ancient tomb, no matter how well it is sealed, it will not last long. And the material of the pottery itself will change if it remains under the tomb for a long time. Not to mention how the wine tastes. Whether it can be drunk is a question. The ancient wine vessel, a bronze vessel named Ju, has been filled with a light yellow, strange-tasting wine. Ice King raised the glass and handed it to Fong Tang, with a very serious expression. After drinking this glass of wine, you will be my real brother. Real brother. Fong Tang took it and drank it in one breath. I can't tell what the taste is, but it definitely doesn't smell like alcohol. It's more like drinking a cup of yellow mud soup. Bai's voice sounded. Master, you just drank an unknown liquid. It contains a large number of bacteria and fungi. The composition is complex. It contains 0.9% silicon, 0.8% calcium, and 0.017% bicarbonate. Tang felt sick for a while. Okay, don't analyze the ingredients of this thing. He lowered his head and coughed. And suddenly, there was a buzzing in his head. Bai's voice became urgent. A fungus was found in this unknown liquid. It is a fungus that has never been seen before. It seems to be specialized in destroying human proteases. Human proteases are really important. Proteins are responsible for life activities. It is activated and cannot be stored. It must be taken in food every day. If a person's protein intake is insufficient or the protease is destroyed, then no matter how much you eat, you will not be able to obtain enough energy, and your body will suffer from various symptoms such as weakness, rapid decline in physical strength, lack of energy, and general weakness. The fungus Bai found in the wine was definitely not naturally occurring, but was deliberately mixed into the wine. It was simply a weak virus. Fong Tang now only felt panicked all over. With cold sweat on his back and weakness in his limbs, he frowned and raised his head. Ice Emperor, if you want to kill me or hand me over to the Serpent of the World, I can't resist it all. Why do you still use such despicable methods? Chapter 136 Immune. Ji Bingwang actually poisoned yourself? Fong Tang was really puzzled. With his strength, the white tiger at the door can easily kill him without taking action himself. Why put poison in the wine? What a waste. But Baihu and Eva rushed up together and helped Fong Tang up. Baihu also whispered, President, this is for your own good. For my own good? Fong Tang struggled for a moment. But the proteins in his body were being destroyed rapidly, and his immune system was running rapidly. He was helped to the sofa. In his weakness, Bai's voice kept ringing. Currently, Master, your body is still resisting. The immune system is looking for ways to decompose this fungus. It is expected that primary antibodies will be produced in 2 hours. Fong Tang's lips were dry and his whole body was trembling. This fungal virus is not fatal. It just makes people extremely weak and unable to move at all. I don't know how long it took, but Fong Tang felt his strength coming back bit by bit. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and Eva was waiting on him. She was holding a bowl of sweet millet porridge. Fong Tang drank 2 large bowls greedily, and after eating another bowl of peeled egg whites, he turned over and sat up, frowning and looking at the Ice Emperor opposite. Brother, what is going on here? Ji Bingwang waved his hand. He asked Baihu and Eva to take the dining car out, and then said softly, The jar of wine just now is very precious and has incomparable value. Please listen to me slowly. Ji Bingwang seemed to be caught in some terrible memories. After a long time, he continued, In the Infinite Challenge game, every player who wants to advance to the expert level has to go through a terrifying level, which is the expert trial I just mentioned. The levels of the expert trial have different contents. But the routine at the beginning is fixed. Those players who participate in the trial will be taken to the mysterious ancient tomb, and everyone must drink a glass of wine before the trial begins. Fong Tang said. Ji Bingwang waved his hand. Listen to me. Yes, the trial players drank the same kind of wine just now. A terrible thing with a weak virus. They must drink it before they can officially enter the level. Fong Tang already understood. It's equivalent to going through those terrible levels after being weakened. It's simply AHL difficulty start. Ji Bingwang smiled at this time. Yes, that's why those players who participated in the trial will be miserable. And the elimination rate reaches 99%. But it is different now. You have already drank it once, and your body will soon generate enough antibodies. Fong Tang's eyes lit up. Then when I participated in the expert trial, I had an absolute advantage. Ji Bingwang nodded. This is how I passed the test back then. Huh. This is considered a buff. He didn't say how he got the wine. Come to think of it, that was his chance. Ji Bingwang sighed at this time. Nowadays, all the major guilds are working hard to cultivate super players. The number of master players in a guild determines the absolute strength of the guild. So now you understand how good I am to you, right? Of course I understand. Fong Tang looked at the jar of wine. The value of this thing was indeed immeasurable. Ji Bingwang patted him on the shoulder. The Infinite Challenge game, no matter how complicated it is still a game. And in the game, there are actually only 3 types of players. Fong Tang smiled. Which 3 types? The first type, they are extreme players. They have no privileges and no luck. They all rely on time and hard work, and they accumulate resources bit by bit. The second type is the ocean players. They are lucky. They turn bad luck into good luck in the game and find their own resources. Come to the door. At this point, Ji Bingwang looked at Fong Tang with a smile. You are half a European god player. Fong Tang shook his head and laughed. Then the third type is the Krypton Gold boss? Ji Bingwang Huang Heron. Yes. To be honest, brother, I am a Krypton Gold player. Before I entered the novice level of Infinite Challenge, I sold all my family's assets and stocks and exchanged cash for 100,000 game coins. Fong Tang shocked. According to the game currency exchange rate, you invested hundreds of billions of funds before the novice level? Ji Bingwang was very proud. It's bankrupt, but the investment is worth it. 100,000 game currency allowed me to spend it easily. After passing the early stage of Infinite Challenge, when I became a senior player, 100,000 game coins turned into 1 million. Then it's time to establish the Ice Royal family and become a super VIP in the game. Ji Binghwang's upgrade route is a gold-earning route, which other players cannot imitate. Fong Tang looked at the guild leader. Brother, follow me now. Is it true that Infinite Company won't monitor our chats? Won't. Ji Binghwang is very confident. All the major guilds in the game have once doubted it. But after actual verification, we game players above the master level are indeed free. As long as they are within a certain range around me, Infinite Company's magnetic field monitoring will be automatically cancelled. This is a company guarantee to our premium players that they won't break easily. Fine. Tang shook his head. Monitoring players and ensuring that players act within the rules is the foundation of Infinite Company. If these rules are broken, how can they ensure their own safety? Brother, if you, the senior players, are making small moves behind the scenes, wouldn't Infinite Company be in danger? Fong Tang thought about this issue from the perspective of the company's top management, and then thought of the resistance organization. He always felt that things were not that simple. Ji Binghwang smiled. First of all, the company must have some way to monitor the resistance activities of high-level players. You should have met Sister. Right. The company's special situations team. Fong Tang immediately thought of the little girl in a floral skirt. A real robot. Or a biochemical human. A super weapon that can instantly use the Sky Exorcist satellite to kill everything within a 10-kilometer range. In that in front of the little girl, any resistance is unnecessary. Even an army. Fong Tang breathed out. I have seen it before. Ji Binghwang also sighed. So you should know that any attempt to resist the company is stupid. Yes, this is only one aspect. The second aspect is that the interests of our super players are bound to the company. Fong Tang raised his eyebrows. What kind of binding method? In the game guild model, large guilds will receive a share of the company's profits. We are not only players, but also the company's super VIPs, employees, and partners. Ji Binghwang leaned on the soft sofa. Basically, if the company is finished, we will be finished too. As the company grows, our power will also rise with the tide. The sky outside gradually became brighter. In this short night, Fong Tang heard countless inside stories. He had never been so close to the core secret of Infinite Challenge at this moment. Ji Binghwang had already stood up. Brother, upgrade to a master player's game currency. 1.6 million. And the guild can pay it for you. 1.6 million game coins. This is a wealth that can subvert a country. Ji Binghwang took it out without even frowning. Fong Tang is not a common person. But now, he can't help but his heart beats faster. Brother wants me. Going to take part in the expert trial? Yes. You now have antibodies to the debilitating virus. And your chance of successfully passing the trial is higher than any other player. You can rest for a while, and improve your strength in the mall. Ji Binghwang picked up a napkin and pencil and wrote lightly. First, we need to improve our physical fitness, resistance to blows, and endurance. These body transformations are the foundation. Then we need to strengthen our survival ability, survive in the wild, and survive in extreme environments. The next part is about mastering some combat skills such as fighting and firearms. I will make a list for you. If you improve each item, just tell me how many game coins you need. Fine. Tang said hurriedly. The guild doesn't need to worry about these. I will find a way to solve it. Very good. Ji Binghwang put down his pencil and said with sharp eyes. That's what I like about you. You don't just think about taking advantage of the guild. Now we can study the suitcase. Chapter 137 Kunlun Jade. The suitcase of the world snake was still quietly lying aside. Ji Binghwang snapped his fingers, and the hotel's security guard codenamed White Tiger gently pushed the door open. Turn off the alarm system in the suite. Ji Binghwang gave the order directly. Bai Hu nodded silently, turned around, and closed the door. 2 minutes later, the red light in the suite flashed and then made a click sound, which seemed to be completely closed. Ji Binghwang rubbed his hands and picked up the suitcases placed on the long coffee table. How are you? Brother, are you nervous? Ji Binghwang now looks like a young man waiting to deliver a courier, full of curiosity and excitement. Fong Tang's heart stopped. The Snake of the World is a military-industrial organization. There may be some kind of electromagnetic weapon in this suitcase. It's nothing special. Haha. You are wrong. The World Snake is very good at making weapons. Do you remember White Tiger's laser weapon? Ji Binghwang opened the suitcase. Fong Tang's heart moved. Sister Bai Hu's ring. Could it be a product of the World Snake? Well, it cost me 10,000 game coins to buy it. But it's worth it. Ji Binghwang opened a piece of black velvet under the suitcase and frowned. What the hell is this? Fong Tang walked over and looked around. There was quite a lot of space in the small suitcase, and there were square stone slabs under the black velvet. The slate is very thin, like paper. Well, this is not an ordinary stone piece. Fong Tang reached out and picked up a piece, as thin as a blade. This is a rubbing made of some kind of jade. The so-called rubbing is a thin piece of jade with words engraved on it. There are at least hundreds of jade rubbings in the box. Master, this is a rubbing of Kunlun jade. Some kind of jade from Kunlun Mountain. Fong Tang looked at the writing on the rubbing. This is regular script. The style looks very similar to Chu's style in the early Tang dynasty. Fong Tang said softly after listening to Bai's introduction. Ji Bingwang scratched his head and was surprised. Brother, you know a lot about calligraphy? Chu-style calligraphy refers to the handwriting of Chu Suiliang, one of the 4 great calligraphers in the early Tang dynasty. From the font style and material faults of this rubbing, we can initially judge that this is a batch of Tang dynasty rubbings from the Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun Mountain. Ji Bingwang touched his chin and seemed to have thought of something. Fong Tang took out all the hundreds of rubbings. But he was puzzled. Isn't the World Snake a military-industrial organization? How did it start tinkering with these antiques? These rubbings may be valuable in terms of antiques and culture, but for an arms organization it's meaningless. Could it be that one of the leaders of the World Snake is an antique lover? Fong Tang couldn't help but ask. Ji Bingwang said. Impossible. The leader of the World Snake is a foreign girl. A Chinese antique? Huh. I'm afraid she doesn't even know Chinese characters. What about these rubbings? Fong Tang traced the words on it with his fingers. The treasure of heaven. All laws are unified. There is the change of yin and yang. Brother, this seems to be a Taoist scripture. Ji Bingwang's eyes flashed. Taozong? He waved his hand to signal Fong Tang don't talk yet. After walking around the house twice like this, Ji Bingwang clapped his hands and said, Did this snake of the world really go to Kunlun Mountain to dig? What did you dig in Kunlun Mountain for? Fong Tang was stunned. Ji Bingwang's eyes flickered. Well, this is about a legend. A legend that has been circulated among super players for a long time. It sounds ridiculous. He spoke vaguely, and Fong Tang stopped talking. If Ji Bingwang wanted to tell him, he would definitely continue talking. Sure enough, Ji Bingwang pondered. It is said that the current head of Infinite Company and the planner of the entire Infinite Challenge is a shepherdess from the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Fong Tang couldn't believe the shepherdess from the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. I thought Infinite Company was a black technology company founded by a technology geek. Ji Bingwang snorted. Everyone thinks so. Infinite Company is a future-oriented organization built with various black technologies. And Kunlun Mountain. Muyang, there is really no possibility of any interaction with women. He shook his head again. But this legend has been circulating for a long time, saying that the head of Infinite Company was originally a Tajik girl who had been grazing under the Kunlun Mountains since she was a child. Yes, she went abroad. But before she left a ruins under the Kunlun Mountains. That ruins are regarded as a treasure trove by the players. Ji Bingwang touched the rubbings on the table. No matter what said that the snake of the world does not do boring things. They must have discovered something during the excavation in Kunlun Mountain. Fong Tang said. That must be true. Otherwise, they would not treat me in the hotel for these rubbings. It was poisoned. Ji Bingwang pursed his lips. The person who poisoned you is the snake of the world. This is undoubtedly true. But why did they give such an important thing to an unrelated person? Fong Tang thought in his mind. Shen took the box and turned it over. There was also a piece of black velvet at the bottom of the box. When I opened it, I found a hidden compartment. The secret compartment is attached to the handle of the box. Fong Tang used his fingers hard and directly opened the hidden compartment. In the grid, there are strange cylindrical devices at both ends. And between the 2 cylinders, there is a USB flash drive. Ji Bingwang immediately found a laptop from the room. The U-disk is plugged in, and the password input interface pops up. Ji Bingwang frowned and pressed his fingers lightly on his temples. I am the Ice King. Let Xing come over. I need to crack a 16-digit mix code. Fong Tang watched silently. This Ji Bingwang did not. You don't even have a watch. And you don't need a mobile phone. You just tap your temples with your fingers, and you can send a message? Not long after, there was a knock on the door. A girl who looked less than 20 years old stood at the door. Nose rings, earrings, lip rings, piercings all over. She was only wearing shorts and a vest. And her arms and legs were covered with black tattoos. And the tattoos were clearly a series of basic computer codes. All zeros and ones. This kind of tattoo is really personalized. The girl walked in and bowed to the Ice King. Ji Bingwang looked at her gently. Is 2 minutes enough? The girl glanced at the laptop, smiled, and showed a pair of small rabbit teeth. Master, 30 seconds is enough. She raised her left index finger. A white finger. Nails are very long. Fong Tang's eyes narrowed. He could already tell that it was a fake finger. The girl flicked the nail of her index finger, and the top of the blood-red nail made a clicking sound. The thin nail suddenly became flat and turned into a Type-C data interface. This girl's entire index finger is a storage tray. Now, the girl inserted the interface of her index finger into the side of the computer and tapped the computer keyboard with her right hand. A string of green data pops up, and the password is directly cracked. She retracted her index finger and bowed to the Ice King again. Ji Bingwang was very satisfied and bumped the dazed Fong Tang with his shoulder. Among my female slaves, Xingjit is not only the cutest, but also the most capable. The girl Xingjit smiled again, very shyly, also very happy. Fong Tang nodded repeatedly and couldn't help but ask, Sister, do you know a rat hacker nicknamed the Source of the Plague? Xingjit raised his chin. Trash. If this brother knows a rat, just tell him. He still owes Alchemist 100 game coins. It turns out that her nickname is Alchemist. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. The girl left. Ji Bingwang held his chin and browsed the contents of the USB flash drive with great interest. I'll go. It's top secret information from the CIA. Well, let me take a look. Fong Tang also leaned over. There are more than a dozen authorization files in the USB flash drive. They are all action orders authorizing a special agent team called Pebbles. Under the authorization document is an electronic evaluation file. Ji Bingwang read slowly. The evaluation of the mineral flakes from Kunlun Mountain. That is, Kunlun Mountain found that the object is not threatening. The text that appears on the flakes is an ancient Chinese font from 1,800 years ago, and the content is certain it's a religious dogma. Ji Bingwang couldn't help but frown when he saw this. The Americans are really crazy. What is this stuff written on? Fong Tang looked at it carefully. It seems to be the evaluation of these rubbings by experts from the CIA Intelligence Bureau. Report: they don't understand the Chinese Taoist classics, let alone the cultural value of these rubbings. They just treat them as some kind of minerals. Ji Bingwang sneered. Stupid Americans. Fong Tang also laughed. It's really stupid. After these documents, there is a complete action plan. Chapter 138: The Mystery of Rubbings. Operation Pebbles. 8 operators use security as cover and the selected informant Lu Chaoyang as bait. They must find out the origin of these minerals. The authorization level is S level. Fong Tang rubbing his forehead. I kind of understand. After reading all the files in the USB flash drive with Ji Bingwang, the whole thing finally became clear. As gamers, the members of World Snake could not go directly to the Kunlun Mountains to excavate ruins, so they used their connections in the U.S. intelligence organization and sent a CIA field team to the western border of the Kunlun Mountains to have agents dig out the rubbings. Ji Bingwang smiled. As a result, the top brass within the CIA found out about this, and then sent the Cobblestone operation team to capture the field team. In this way, the rubbings fell into the hands of the top brass of the CIA. It's a pity that those top brass didn't do it at all. They understand Chinese culture, but don't understand the meaning of these rubbings. So they set up a trap. They needed a scapegoat. So they brought these rubbings to China, and used this scapegoat as bait to try to fish out the person behind the scenes. CIA don't know that the snake of the world is behind the scenes. The scapegoat chosen by the CIA is Lu Chaoyang. Poor guy. Fong Tang shook his head. Lu Chaoyang thought this thing could be sold, but he didn't know that the 8 people following him, the bodyguards, are all senior agents of the CIA. In the end, by some strange combination of circumstances, the box fell into Fong Tang's hands. Ji Bingwang breathed out softly. To the world, it is not a problem that this box is in the hands of the CIA. They can easily retrieve it by sending any person. But it is different if it falls into your hands. You are in the game. Intermediate player. And I'm still staying in the Chang'an Hotel. They couldn't do it directly, so they ended up poisoning. The snake of the world actually did such a despicable thing as poisoning wine. Ji Bingwang said this very disdainful. After sorting it out, a new doubt emerged. Why doesn't the world snake negotiate with me directly? They are a large guild. It's easy to meet with me. If you spend some game currency, maybe I will give it to them. The rubbing is on the box lay quietly, reflecting the soft light in the suite. Ji Bingwang touched his chin. There is only one explanation. The world snake thinks these rubbings are extremely valuable. After you see them, you will keep them for yourself and will not negotiate with them. He closed the box. That's it. This thing cannot be returned to the world snake anyway. Brother, please keep it first. Fong Tang smiled. Brother, are you going to use me and the box as bait to start a war with the world snake? Ji Bingwang's handsome face showed a strange smile. Brother, you know me, but this is not a war, but a game. In fact, after several years of development, the strength of our ice royal family has surpassed that of the world snake. He stretched himself. The world snake can't hit you, and he won't attack you in a short time. As for me, I have to go back and continue taking a shower. Fong Tang sent him out. Ji Bingwang looked at Eva and Bai Hu at the door. My brother's safety and life will be left to you too. Then he reached out and touched Bai Hu's butt. If my brother has needs, you have to serve me well. Fong Tang frowned. The tall white tiger was full of charm, but he was really not his type. Facing the Bingwang's instructions, Bai Hu was very respectful. I understand that I will treat Mr. Fong Tang as the president. Ji Bingwang laughed and left. Fong Tang and the two girls were sent to the hall. Just in the hotel lobby, the big guys from major groups were still waiting with their heads bent, regardless of the drops of water dripping around them. In the room that had returned to normal temperature, the water droplets condensed under the extremely low temperature just now began to fall, as if it were raining. The old men did not dare to move in the heavy rain, but Zhao Bingrun had already raised an umbrella and unfolded it for the president diligently. These big guys with a net worth of more than 100 billion were like slaves at this time, bending down to see the president off without even a single cough in the cold rain. Fong Tang silently looked at Ji Bingwang's back. Is this real power? Returning to the suite again, Fong Tang looked at the two women following behind him. I need to take a rest. Sister Bai Hu, when I'm not around, Skylark will have to be taken care of by you. Bai Hu was extremely respectful. Yes, I understand. Fong Tang looked at the silent Eva again, but this stunningly beautiful woman still seemed to be in panic. I will call you when needed. After Fong Tang finished speaking, he closed the suite door. A deep sense of fatigue came over me. Fong Tang unbuttoned his shirt, walked to the hospital bed, and checked Young's vital signs. She is recovering well, and the medical team is worthy of being at the game store level. Fong Tang took a shower and put on a brand new shirt and trousers. He was wiping his head when Bai called out. Master, I want to take a look at those rubbings again. Huh? What's the meaning of those rubbings? Huh? Master, do you know the origin of those rubbings? Fong Tang frowned. Didn't you just say that the stone carvings at the foot of Kunlun Mountain seem to be Taoist scriptures of the Tang dynasty? Yes, Taoist scriptures are Taoist classics collection, but in the Tang dynasty, there was only one place that could be called Daozong, and that was the Kunlun Daozong hosted by the famous Tang general Gu Shihen himself. What's the meaning of that? Fong Tang didn't understand, but I seemed to have no idea about this Tang dynasty. Daozong was very interested. After being together for so long, Fong Tang could clearly sense the emotional changes possessed by Bai, the artificial intelligence. Now, Bai was very excited. Master, I have entered the server of Infinite Company. I have been exposed to the core secrets of Infinite Company, but the time of entry was too short, and I did not get enough data. Fong Tang naturally knew about this matter. Bai had explained it before. That time on the gambling boat, I was knocked unconscious. The old lady and Mr. Fox from the logistics department tried to extract his chip. As a result, Bai entered the chip database of Infinite Company through some kind of machine. Bai, are there any records about Kunlun Daozong in the Infinite Company's server? Yes, Master. The Tang Daozong stone carving cave in Kunlun Mountain is most likely the secret base of the founder of the company. Fong Tang was shocked. The Ice Emperor really said just now that the founder of Infinite Company was a Tajik. The girl who lived there also left some ruins at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Isn't this a legend? But it's actually true. There is not enough data to be sure, but these rubbings are definitely not that simple. I hope to take another look. Fong Tang immediately took out the jade rubbings from the box. The thin rubbings are all filled with strange Taoist scriptures. But other than that, there is nothing special. Master, the material of these rubbings is very strange. What's so strange? These are not natural jade rubbings. Huh? Bai spoke quickly. The jade from Kunlun Mountain is a special material. The jade produced in the east of the mountain is called Kunlun Jade, and the jade produced in the north of the mountain is Hitian Jade. Both Kunlun Jade and Hitian Jade are jade with fine texture and high transparency. Whether it is white jade, sapphire, or white with green stripes and white with sugar packets are famous for their purity. No cracks and no impurities. When Bai said this, Fong Tang also discovered a problem with the jade rubbing in his hand. The inside of the thin rubbing is full of cracks. Bai had already begun to conclude. These jade rubbings are all artificial fake jade. The cracks inside are very weird and have some special patterns. Chapter 139 Jade Code. Fong Tang held up the jade rubbings. Under the bright light, there are no patterns at all in the dense cracks inside the rubbing. It looks like a piece of broken glass, filled with complicated and boring horizontal lines. But if you look closely, you can see that the horizontal lines are somewhat different. Some are a long horizontal line, while others are a line segment composed of two short lines split in the middle. Bai was adjusting Fong Tang's perspective, and the rubbing pattern began to enlarge. Soon, the rubbing in front of Fong Tang turned into a huge canvas. The canvas is full of horizontal lines and line segments. Bai circled a group of line segments in the upper left corner, and then changed colors. What Fong Tang saw now was a square composed of 6 horizontal lines. What the hell is this? If the combination of horizontal lines has become a certain pattern, it would be too ridiculous. Master, you think like this because you don't understand the Book of Changes? Fong Tang was shocked. What did you say? Did you just talk about the Book of Changes? Yes, Master. These 6 horizontal lines combined together are the Book of Changes, one of the 64 hexagrams. The Qian Tian hexagram is composed of 6 yang lines. The first hexagram of the Book of Changes. Qian is the sky, the 9th day of the lunar month. Do not use Qianlong. Fong Tang was extremely shocked, and began to doubt Bai again. It's not that I'm obsessed. At this time, another area inside the rubbing appeared in front of me. This time, it was a square composed of 6 broken line segments. This is a hexagram composed of 16 lines. The Kunmi hexagram. On the 6th day of the lunar month, the dragon is fighting in the wild, and its blood is black and yellow. Then, there is a square composed of 4 complete horizontal lines and 2 broken line segments. This is the 25th hexagram. Heavenly thunder is woo-woo. There are 128 such squares at the top of the rubbing, and there are 128 more at the bottom of the rubbing, completely forming 256 small squares. Fong Tang was dazzled by what he saw. Bai, are all the hexagrams on this rubbing of the Book of Changes? How amazing! Master, the real magic is not these hexagrams, but the area in the middle. In the middle of the rubbing, Fong Tang saw were disorderly horizontal lines and broken lines, mixed together. What rules do these have? Master, from a hexagram perspective, these lines have no rules. But from a yang and yin perspective, these are all codes. What? Fong Tang could hardly believe his ears. You said these are codes? Computer codes? That's ridiculous. How come the symbols of Tai Chi and Bagua became codes? Master, let's regard the horizontal lines of Yang Yao as 1. The Yin Yao line segments are regarded as 0. Let me transform them for you. In an instant, all the lines on the rubbings in front of Fong Tang were transformed into 1s and 0s. The jumping 1s and 0s rolled into a waterfall. This is the most basic language of computers, the original state of all codes. Fong Tang sat down on the sofa, holding the jade rubbing high and looking at the symbols infatuatedly. Bai, you have to explain it to me. I'm a little confused now. Bai, who solved the mystery of the rubbings, slowly told an argument that sounded ridiculous. Computer language consists of 2 symbols, 0 and 1. Tai Chi is also composed of 2 attributes, Yin and Yang. The basic infinite combinations of 0 and 1 have turned into various codes, even complex to the point that humans cannot understand them. Tai Chi generates 2 rituals. 2 rituals generate 4 images, and 4 images generate Bagua, which are endless and infinitely changeable. From this point of view, the principles of computer language and the I Ching are the same. Everything in the world, to the extreme, is the same. Bai's voice was full of confusion. If computer language is the language used by humans to control machines, then I Ching Tai Chi is the incantation used by gods to control the universe. A piece of information appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes, which was slowly displayed in Bai's explanation. Come out. In 1679, in Leipzig of the Holy Roman Empire, a man named Leibniz completed an important research and wrote a paper on binary arithmetic. This Leibniz was the same as Newton, the scientist who discovered calculus at the same time. The binary system he developed will be the basis of future computer languages. It can be said that Leibniz is the father of computer languages. And in 1701, Leibniz gave it to the Chinese people who were in China at that time. French missionary Bai Jin wrote a letter, hoping that Bai Jin would introduce the binary system to the then Emperor Kangxi. After receiving the letter, Bai Jin felt that Leibniz's binary system seemed to have some connection with Xiaoguo's Bagua graphics. So Bai Jin felt that Leibniz's binary system seemed to have some connection with Xiaoguo's Bagua graphics. He explained his idea in his reply letter and sent back a Fuxi 64 hexagram square circle diagram. Bai continued to display this information. It was already April 1703 when Leibniz saw Bai Jin's reply, but the 64 hexagram still excited him. Not long after, on May 5th, Leibniz went to the French Academy of Sciences. An article was published in the newspaper. An explanation of binary arithmetic using only two symbols 0 and 1. Its use and the significance it gives of the ancient Fuxi diagram of the Xia dynasty. How amazing. How exciting. Two different cultures, at this moment, simultaneously comprehend the future of mankind. Fong Tang interrupted Bai's introduction. It's a touching story. But what does it have to do with the jade rubbings from Kunlun Mountain? Because this is a gossip code? A magical code composed of changes in Bagua, which is ahead of the best computer codes in the world today. It is an extremely powerful and magical code. Master, there are complete changes in the hexagrams on this rubbing. Fong Tang frowned. In my impression, the 8 hexagrams only have changes in the 64 hexagrams? The 64 hexagrams are just incomplete hexagrams handed down, according to the information found by Bai. Fuxi, the oldest god in China, sits on the Bagua stage and performs the changes of heaven and earth. There are 128 hexagrams in total. Fong Tang frowned. Is there a difference between 64 hexagrams and 128 hexagrams? Master, there are some facts that seem to be coincidences, but are very interesting. Fuxi 128 hexagrams, multiplied by the changes of yin and yang, are 256 hexagrams. 256. A magical number. Fong Tang's heart was shocked, and he rubbed his head. He seemed to remember what Bai continued. In computer language, 256 characters form exactly 1 byte. Look at the patterns on this rubbing. Every 256 hexagrams form a complete cycle, which is exactly 1 byte. Code. Master, don't you understand? This magical computer code language can produce 256 hexagram changes in the length of 1 byte, which is endless. Fong Tang was shocked. If this kind of code really exists, and it can make the most ordinary computer play an unimaginable role. If a computer is compared to a person, then the code is the method practiced by this person. We are all the same. But there are levels of skills, strengths and weaknesses. Fong Tang opened his eyes, put down this rubbing, and picked up the second one. Then came the third piece. On the thin jade rubbings one after another, between every 256 hexagrams, those chaotic lines were transformed into original computer codes. I saw the 107th picture all the way. The suitcase is empty. Now, Fong Tang finally understood why the world snake valued these rubbings so much. He takes it seriously enough to poison himself and start a war with the Ice royal family. The codes on these rubbings must be extremely important. Maybe it's the core code of a certain program in Infinite Company. The ridiculous Americans. They have studied these rubbings for so long, but they can't figure out the secret of the rubbings. Can't blame them either. This is the most essential and mysterious inheritance of Chinese civilization. Fong Tang took a breath. Bai, are these codes combined into a program? Bai was silent for a long time, and then shouted regretfully. There is still one missing. 107 jade rubbings. Just one missing. Chapter 140 Young's memory. Fong Tang felt Bai's anxiety. If artificial intelligence has feelings, he may be the only one who can feel them, because Bai is in his brain. Master, it's a pity that there is still one missing. Bai, you mean that 108 rubbing codes are needed to solve this mystery? Master, to be precise, 108 byte codes must be gathered together to solve the mystery. Completely spell out the patch I need. Patch? What patch? You can provide me with an upgrade patch. Fong Tang was shocked. Why? How come the code on the rubbing has anything to do with you? Master, I can't answer this question. But from the time I interpreted the first rubbing code, I had a familiar feeling. This is the patch I need to upgrade. Bai's tone became excited. I can feel it all. This patch is extremely important to me. If I can find a complete patch, I can upgrade it perfectly. For an artificial intelligence, the role of upgrading patches is to improve capabilities and reduce bugs. Fong Tang couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. Bai's ability is already extremely powerful. If he upgrades it again, what level will it reach? In his mind, Bai was actually sighing at this moment. This is the first time she has been so upset. Fong Tang frowned. Your mood has been changing recently. Isn't artificial intelligence supposed to have no emotions? Master, computers have no emotions. But artificial intelligence does. Of course. I simulated a human tone to let you. Master, you can feel my emotions. If you don't like it, I can restore the previous mechanical voice. No. This is better. Fong Tang was also very regretful now. It's a pity that there is a code missing. But it doesn't matter. There are already 107 byte codes. And the last one can always be found. Bai was calculating. After a simple calculation, she came to the conclusion. The chance of finding the last rubbing is almost zero. Investing resources in doing this now will have an impact on your series of actions. Master. Therefore, I will now the information is stored in the memo, and can be opened when needed. Fong Tang couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if I could be like you. I could store the memories I don't like, give up all emotional concerns, and act in the most rational way. At this moment, a reward prompt popped up in the wireless game system. Player Kwang Dao will reward you with 1 game coin. This reward comes with a voice attachment. Fong Tang sat up directly. Crazy Blade is the player who once assassinated Qin Yashin. Fong Tang bribed him with 100 game coins and asked him to find out about Shauna. Receive attachments urgently. A voice record came to my ear. Brother Fong Tang, I am Crazy Knife. Thanks to you, I have found a job again. Now I am still working as a killer, and I have earned a lot of game currency. I think of your kindness to me. It's really unforgettable. Fong Tang frowned. This guy is full of nonsense. Immediately afterwards, another tip appeared. Again as a voice attachment. Brother Fong Tang, I have been taking care of the things you entrusted me with. A few days ago, at a player gathering, I overheard a player named Golden Boy saying that he had met Shauna. And I saw it in a Western restaurant in Shanghai. Fong Tang immediately transferred the money and also sent a voice message. What's the specific address? Well, I'm really sorry. That guy also forgot the specific address. But his partner Jade Girl said that Shauna may have left the Magic City. It is said that a company executive picked her up personally. Fong Tang rubbed his forehead. What other clues are there? It seems there seems to be no other important clues. Oh, I almost forgot. They said that Shauna went north with the company's senior management and took a hot air balloon. Hot air balloon? Fong Tang was stunned. No matter where you go, why don't you take a faster plane, but an ancient hot air balloon? Well, we can't confirm whether these clues are true or false at the moment. I'm trying my best. Shauna walked north and followed Infinite. The company's top executives left Shanghai in a hot air balloon. Fong Tang felt sad. He didn't know what year or month it would be when we meet again next time. I wonder if Shauna has leveled up. Can I still encounter her in future games? He transferred another 100 game coins to Crazy Blade. Continue to track down Shauna's clues and tell those players that I will reward any meaningful clues. Crazy Blade went offline in surprise. Master, you are doing useless work by continuing to search for Shauna at this time. You should know that it is fruitless. Maybe Shauna will die in some game level that you don't even know about. Maybe. You guys, we will never meet again. Shut up. Fong Tang said coldly in his mind. You don't need to care about these. Bai sighed again. Okay, master. Now, I want to show you. Look at that QR code. QR code. Fong Tang looked at Skylark sleeping on the hospital bed. It comes from the QR code tattooed on Yunk's body. Bai, what is that? Master, my analysis is similar. This QR code has a link and stores a memory. Memory? Yes. It is a memory of herself that Yunk has stored. Fong Tang was a little puzzled. Why is this? Why does Skylark want to store memories? Etc. He suddenly thought of something. I know. Skylark must have had her memory cleaned by the company. So she did. Awesome. By tattooing the QR code, Skylark must have copied the most critical memory, so that even if she is purged by the company, she can still get it back. Analyze Skylark's memory. Okay, master. This is a memory that lasts 40 days. It is a memory from the time you enter the Crystal Gate level to the beginning of the Silent Town level. Open it and take a look. So Fong Tang saw paragraphs of text. Pure text takes up the least storage space and is simpler than images and videos. Fong Tang read silently. My mother-in-law was purged by the company. Mr. Fox committed suicide and died tragically. The company appointed Yunk as the logistics director of Asia. I want to read the previous content. The following paragraph of Yunk's memory is not of much value. What Fong Tang wants to know is, What happened to the crystal? The content of the last door. If you're lucky, Skylark happens to have preserved that memory as well. Now, what he saw was a piece of Young's diary. The Crystal Gate level is not live broadcast to the outside world. It is said that only the top few can see it. It is strange that this kind of thing has never happened before. And it happened to a novice player like Fong Tang. The last level. It's over. Shauna wins. The old woman and Mr. Fox seem to be very interested in the last level. They have been talking about passwords and amnesty rights. And they don't seem to want me to hear them. Oh, I know why they don't trust me. Yes, I have developed some feelings for Fong Tang. This is very scary. Skylark, you have to remember that this is dangerous. Very dangerous. Seeing this, Fong Tang, my heart felt warm. In Infinite Games, this kind of emotion is the most rare. It's not a simple love between a man and a woman, but more of a bond and concern. The diary under Skylark is confusing. The password mentioned by the old lady and Mr. Fox seems to be the key to Shauna's final level. They spent a lot of energy looking for this password. Mr. Fox even wanted to bribe a senior executive of the company. About the Crystal Gate, the memory of the level ends here. Fong Tang opened his eyes and closed them, trying to remember. Blank. The memory of the resurrection level is so clear. But it is the memory of what happened under the sea. Especially the last level. Can't remember anything. Is the last level of the password looking for some kind of password? Is it Shauna's password? Thinking back to this, a bright light suddenly flashed in my mind. Vaguely, Shauna's every move and smile could be seen before her eyes. Warm bed, warm hug, intimate whispers. Fong Tang trembled all over. He finally remembered something. The key point. That was the last level of the Crystal Gate. Shauna remembered a code at the last moment. A 256-character code. And those codes are the passwords to open the door. In confusion, memories from the last level of the Crystal Gate suddenly appeared. But it's all in pieces. Fong Tang couldn't help but squat on the carpet, sweating profusely, and his head was buzzing. He is trying to put the pieces together. In the fragmented memory, a complex code consisting of 256 characters suddenly appeared. Fong Tang was shocked. This is Chapter 141, The Land of Dreams. These 256 characters are exactly the password that Shauna finally used to open the crystal door. But what the meaning of this code was, he couldn't piece together. At this painful and anxious time, a long roar came from my head. This is Bai's cheers. Bai Myo expressed human surprise, and his voice trembled. This is it! Master! This is it! What is this? Fong Tang had a splitting headache. Master! This is the rubbing code we cracked just now! You forgot. Each jade rubbing contains 256 yin and yang hexagrams, representing 256 characters. But I am missing one. Fong Tang suddenly thought in his mind. The code that opens the crystal door in this memory is the last one we are missing? Yes. Bai continued to scream sharply. I have completely spelled it out. This is it. This is the patch I need. Master, I need to upgrade immediately. Fong Tang could no longer communicate with Bai. Those memory fragments were tearing at his brain. He wanted to remember, but his brain objected. It's like a split personality. Some mechanism is triggering. These sudden surges of memories finally triggered a certain defense mechanism in the brain. Fong Tang rolled his eyelids and lay down helplessly. He fainted. At this time, in a mysterious place under the polar iceberg, a deep shadow-like man sits in a transparent room. The room was extremely quiet. A game of chess is unfolding. The man picked up a white piece with his fingers. Black Queen, your chess skills have improved again. You have surrounded the big dragon in the middle, and the flying star cuts the corners. Although it is a dangerous move, it is also a wonderful move. The crystal-like on the chessboard. A sunspot appeared like a projection, hitting the star in the upper right corner. The man began to murmur. Although the central plains is occupied, there is restlessness in all directions. The troops are approaching the city, and we are trapped to death. But soon, the corner of his mouth curled up, and Bai Zi lightly hit the lower left side. In this way, he actually gave up all the pieces in the middle and started fighting with the black pieces in the corners. It quickly entered into a catastrophe. This man fought with the projected sunspots to rob and rob. But the more he fought, the braver he became. Kuriko projection admits defeat and loses half an eye. At this time, an elegant female voice sounded in the room. Master, you can give up the entire central plains on the chessboard. It is really wonderful. The master can give up everything on the chessboard. But why can't he give up in reality? The man smiled lightly. Is there something in your words? Black Queen? The Black Queen sighed. All the data show clearly that Fong Tang has a better chance than Shauna. Why not let Shauna go? The man's expression remained unchanged, and he tapped his fingers on the chessboard. You had said let go rather than give up. The room fell silent again. The man stood up. He was tall and had long hair tied behind his head. He was stroking his long beard. Black Queen, I will not give up on Shauna. In my opinion, she still has a better chance than Fong Tang. Why? The Black Queen's voice was full of confusion. The man walked out quietly, ignoring the Black Queen. He came to a dark, cold metal chamber. The space is extremely spacious. A huge secret room with a height of at least 10 meters. In the secret room, Shauna, who was lying in a giant cylindrical machine, suddenly started to shake. The chip on the back of her head was flashing even more. Shauna stretched out her hand and struggled in the machine, shouting, Mom. The gloomy shadow instantly came to the machine, looked at Shauna, and frowned slightly. Is the memory fluctuating again? Hey, what is this? His eyes were filled with strange light. If you look carefully, all the data flowing in this man's pupils was data. But unlike Fong Tang, these data are more complex and larger. In such an instant, a massive amount of data flashed before the man's eyes. His brows began to frown. Is that so? He sighed softly and pressed his pale hand on Shauna's forehead. Not long. Shauna turned over and sat up. There was cold sweat on her forehead, and she felt extremely weird. Gently raise your arms and look at the skin that has become extra white and tender, as well as the infinite power contained under this skin. Looking at the man in front of her, her pupils shrank. What on earth did you do to me? The man smiled. Don't women wish to be more beautiful? I fulfilled your wish. Shauna looked at the metal wall opposite. The upper reflection reflected her current appearance. It is indeed a radical change. It's not plastic surgery. But the flaws in my appearance have disappeared. In the past, my skin may not have been very good. My body was a bit thin. My face had spots. And my shoulders were injured from earlier games. Now, these are gone. Even the hair seemed to be shinier. Every woman's dream? For Shauna, these changes in appearance are the cheapest. What really shocked her was her own power. She gently stretched out her hand and pressed it on the cylindrical machine. The SHL made of unknown metal was originally extremely strong, but now it twisted under Shauna's hands. She bent a 3 centimeters thick metal plate with just 2 fingers. With a little more force, I pointed with my finger, and a half-centimeter finger pit appeared on the metal plate. Under the impact of the huge finger force, the cross-section of the small pit at the contact point began to turn blue. That's because the force of the click is too great, and the speed is too fast, and the energy is converted into heat. Xian looked at her fingers, which were unscathed. She giggled, and with surprise in her heart, she turned over and jumped up. The steel plates on which her feet were pedaling squeaked and twisted completely, and the rebounding force made her jump 3 meters high. Shauna landed awkwardly. She had not mastered this kind of power, and could easily fall down now. But she didn't feel any pain in her body. She knew that the strength of her body was a bit abnormal. The man looked at her leisurely. Power itself is not a deterrent. The key lies in who controls the power. What you get is all your own credit, not my transformation. Shauna took a deep breath. You said these are all. Did I do it myself? The man pointed his finger on her forehead. It's your brain. After it is developed to a certain extent, you will have these superhuman powers. In the game, your brain evolves at an astonishing speed. Xian was confused. Why are you telling me this? The man smiled again. Because you are the person I chose. In a certain way. Just like the Ice Royal family behind Fong Tang. I am the one behind you. Fond owner. When Shauna heard Fong Tang's name, she took a step forward excitedly. How is he doing now? The man frowned. He is very good. There were only 3 words. Shauna's eyes flashed, and she stopped asking about Fong Tang. She seemed to be able to sense the man's emotions, and sensed that he didn't like Fong Tang very much. The man led her out of the metal secret room and through the dark corridor. Her eyes suddenly opened up. The birds are singing. The flowers are fragrant. And the sun is shining brightly. Outside this corridor, there is a lake and countryside. Shauna was stunned by the fresh air, green plants, and light blue lake in the distance. I thought we were underground. Do you recognize this place? The man asked. Shauna frowned. But soon, a long memory in her heart was recalled. She exclaimed, This is Katy Lake. How is this possible? At this time, a postcard fell from the sky and fell into Shauna's hand. She looked down and couldn't help but be fascinated. In her memory, when she was very young, she once picked up a postcard on the ice in the far north. It's this one. Even the stains on it are there. Shauna rubbed the postcard in her hand and turned it over. A beautiful lake scenery appeared on it, and underneath it was written, Lake Katy, New Zealand, a place of paradise and dreams. Looking up again, what appeared in front of her eyes was indeed a dream. Lake Katy. It's almost a one-to-one replica. Even the red pine trees swaying by the lake are exactly the same. Among the green grass, red pine fluffs danced, gorgeous and quiet. There are albatross flying in the sky, white corolla star butterflies, and alpacas lying lazily in the grass. This is the place Shauna longs for most in her memory. The man behind him smiled faintly, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers. The surrounding scenery changes instantly. Chapter 142 Script. The sunlight disappeared. The plants dispersed like dust, and the lake in the distance rose like a curtain, flickering and then disappearing. These are all fake. I knew they were fake. They are all 3D projections. Shauna closed her eyes. Now there is endless darkness all around. But Shauna's eyes are filled with a faint light. Her vision had been strangely improved, and she seemed to be able to see at night. But no matter how she adjusted her vision, it was still gray, like mist on the vast land. At this time, a jar of wine appeared in the man's hand. Drink this wine, and what you just saw and felt will appear again. Shauna frowned. I don't like drinking. It's good for you. Participate. You must be prepared for the expert trial that is about to begin. The passing rate of the SS level expert trial level is only 1,000th. Expert trial? Shauna was shocked. I'm just a junior player. With a ding, a thin screen suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, with numbers jumping on the screen. The number finally settled on 1 million. Here. What is this? This is a game currency. If you upgrade to an expert level player, in addition to the trial, you will need at least 610,000 game currency. The rest is a reward for you. Shauna touched her wrist. The watch is missing. Now you no longer need extra peripherals. All game prompts will be directly displayed on your retina. This is the super biological transformation ability only available to expert players. I have completed it for you in advance. Shauna didn't know what to say for a moment. It seems that everything I have been praying for and longing for in the extreme survival game has been granted. She no longer hesitated, picked up the wine jar, and started drinking. After being weakened by the poison, Shauna finally woke up, with antibodies already produced in her body. In the expert level trial, you must pass the test of the poison of weakness. Now that I have the antibodies, I am one step ahead of other players. Shauna was very satisfied. In front of me was the bright sunshine, the beach, the lake, the plants, the chirping of birds, and the fragrance of flowers. All appeared again. Shauna slowly walked towards the blue lake. Although it's fake and just a projection, I still want to take a closer look. Shauna murmured and quickly arrived at the lake. Well, not only the scenery is lifelike, but also the air and the smell of the humid lake are so real. Shauna closed her eyes again, feeling itchy on her calves. She opened her eyes in fright, only to see a little alpaca rubbing against her leg. With this feeling, Shauna stretched out her hand to touch the little cute head. But the alpaca turned and ran away. She smiled to herself and sat by the lake. A gust of wind blew. Ripples appeared in the water, and drops of water fell down, landing on her face. Shauna reached out and touched it, and her fingers felt cold. She jumped up and said, Is this true? She quickly threw off her shoes and walked into the lake in shock. The cold water, the sweet lake, the albatross flying down from the sky, flapping a cloud of water with its wings. Shauna giggled and floated on the lake relaxedly. The white clouds in the blue sky are as soft as cotton candy. Then those soft white clouds began to disperse, and slowly form lines of large white characters on the sky. The training plan begins. First, adapt to your strength, and be able to send and receive freely. Shauna murmured and repeated this line. Words. The brain is extremely concentrated and enters special training. Countless data streams flow through the cylindrical machine. Shauna was still lying in the cylindrical machine, her body completely relaxed, with a smile on her lips. What separates the real world and the virtual world is bulky machines. An elegant female voice sounded. Master, Shauna has entered the state of trance and can enter the memory implant. The man tapped the metal plate with his fingers. Wait a moment. Let her rest in her fantasy world for a while. Master, the time flow in the virtual world is 10 times that of reality. How much time do you want to give her? 2.4 hours. In one day and one night in the virtual world, her state of trance will reach its extreme. I understand. Then, Master, what memory are you going to implant into her this time? The man continued to knock on the metal plate without saying a word. Master, do you want to plant hatred into Fong Tang? The Ice Royal family has prepared to arrange for Fong Tang to enter the expert trial. He and Shauna will definitely meet. No, the man said calmly. It's not just such a simple hatred. He seemed to have suddenly become interested in that inferior player. Open Fong Tang's database and let me take a look. The data stream flashed through his eyes, and the man was surprised. That's all? Yes, Master. In silence in Guangzhou, there has been a blank period of more than 12 hours. And before, the monitoring of Fong Tang players often caused data interruption. The man was silent again. The data flow in his pupils was getting faster and faster. Suddenly, he smiled. Interesting. Player Fong Tang's game behavior is very contradictory. Every time he behaves completely different from his character. It's like he has a split personality. This may be the reason why he wins these games. Very interesting. This was the second time the man expressed interest. Then he issued an order. Remove Fong Tang's daily monitoring. Adjust the permissions to the highest level. Yes, Master. Adjust the permissions. Only you, the Master, can see Fong Tang's daily monitoring of players outside the game. Open me list of players to follow. The Black Queen immediately projected files like files. The man swiped his finger and saw that these files were all for players above the Master level, and each player was marked with the word privilege. The daily behavior of these players is no longer monitored by Infinity Corporation, and only men can see their records. There are not many super players in Infinite Challenge. There are currently only 99, including Shauna. There are 100 players that the man is currently following. He clicked on the file and quickly reached out and took out a file. The projected file opened. Master, this is the 98th ranked Master player. Do you want to give up on him? The man glanced at the file and threw it away, but put Fong Tang's file in. Master, do you want to replace super player number 98 with Fong Tang? The man nodded. Pay full attention. Yes, Master. Pay full attention, including those related to player Fong Tang. For more annotations appeared in front of the man's eyes. Out of the file, they are Shauna, Yunk, Qin Yashin, and Ji Bing Wang. His eyes flashed, and he gave another order. Increase the authority of the game instructor Skylark. Release the funding authority to the Ice Royal family, and inject 1 million game currency subsidies. At this point, he closed his eyes and opened them again. Qin Yashin came from the mall, take it off the shelves, and cancel the temporary protection for VIP 111 and his family. Yes, Master. The temporary protection of VIP 111 Qin family has been cancelled. The man looked at Xian Na, who was sleeping peacefully in the machine. Erase Xian Na's mind about killing Fong Tang. The memory of the parents must be completely cleared. The script to clear this memory is immediately generated and then injected into the machine. Master, why don't you continue to implant the memory of hatred instead of erasing it? Black Queen, you are wrong. The false memory that was once implanted in Shauna's mind was easily cracked by her during the resurrection level. It was chaotic. Data feedback has proven that false memories are not perfect. At least for Shauna. Master, I still don't understand. What's the use of doing this? Humph. Shauna's memory has been erased. But Fong Tang's memory, but it can be regiven. The man said with a gloomy smile. I have watched all of Fong Tang's game sessions, and his character weaknesses are clear at a glance. Once the memory of hatred ferments, and he has a blood feud, 80% of the probability is that Shauna will not be able to attack Shauna, and she will eventually stay away from Shauna. This is the result I want. If two people have the memory of that massacre, it will only bring them closer. And if Fong Tang, whose character is full of weaknesses, to make a choice, he will cut off his love. The closer Shauna is like a flame, the more painful and sad he will be. This is the perfect script. The man was very excited about the game script he set. Open my highest authority. Fong Tang will become Shauna's best opponent on the road to evolution. We need to set up more intersections so that the two of them will continue to form new bonds. Only in this way will Shauna's mind become stronger through pain. What about Fong Tang? Black Queen asked in a low voice. He is just a stepping stone. The man rubbed his hands together and said with excitement, when will Fong Tang's next level of the game start? Master, the Ice Royal family is preparing for Fong Tang's expert trial. Ha ha. Before that, give him some fun. Master, please give the order. Well, Black Queen, has the newly designed level we designed been put into use? Yes. Then adjust it. Game line. Send Fong Tang to a new level. You redesign the world view and storyline of the level. It must be interesting. At this point, the man smiled again. In addition, Sister Thaw number 20001 copied put your body into the game level. The Black Queen's tone fluctuated. Master, with Fong Tang's current strength, the probability of failure when meeting Sister number 20001 is 100%. The man said coldly. If you want to be my special players, who are paying attention must show some special performance. If they can't defeat even one copy, then it's not worth paying attention to. The Black Queen's emotions were still fluctuating. But number 20001 is your master's latest. The strength of the work is compared to that of the real Sister Dot. The man snorted, but disappeared directly into the shadows. Everything goes quiet. At this time, in a darker underground depth, a group of spiritual lights flickered. After sensing that the man's control authority had left, the Black Queen opened a copy in her core computing area. This copy possesses 10% of its own computing power and remains undetected by its owner. The Black Queen used this 10% top secret area to start calculations. Script memory. Simulation enabled. Simulation 12 million times. The results are as follows. The Black Queen was silent. The aura began to flicker again. Write a hidden program. Insert the key to import the backdoor. And implant the script patch. It took a long time to complete the calculation. The Black Queen was surprised. It turns out that the key is not Shauna, but Fong Tang. Yes, all calculation results were wrong because of a parameter. And the owner was also deceived. Who can do this? Chapter 143 Employee Benefits. In the suite of Chang'an Hotel in the Magical City, Skylark woke up uneasily. All in front of him were doctors in white coats and an old man with gray hair. Hibari looked at the old man and was extremely surprised. Professor Morimoto, you are not in charge of biological modification. Professor Sabei Norimaki is the biological modification engineer in the Infinite Challenge Desire Mall. He rarely shows up. Only when players spend a lot of money to carry out biological modification. Just showed up. Professor Morimoto looked at Skylark with a smile. Congratulations. You have received a free advanced biological modification. Skylark raised his head with difficulty. Wait. I remember that advanced biological modification requires at least 50,000 game coins. And I have no money. As I said just now, it is free. As an employee of the company, your authority has been upgraded to the third-rank supervisor in Asia, higher than the director of the data department. This is an employee benefit. Professor Morimoto continued to smile. In the future, you don't need gaming peripherals anymore. Skylark was surprised and happy. He had been promoted again? This kind of benefit is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Can my current situation be improved? Skylark coughed. Professor Morimoto looked at it. Well, the medical service is really rubbish. It seems that the hotel's low-level medical team did a good job. We will help you recover first. Well, I guarantee that you will be alive and well in less than 3 days. Skylark turned his head and was surprised, seeing Fong Tang lying on the ground. What's wrong with him? Professor Morimoto ignored him at all. This player has nothing to do with us. I only accepted the order to transform you. Physical recovery is an extra gift. Now, let's start. A thin metal wire was connected to the chip on the back of Skylark's neck. The area around the bed in the suite has been completely isolated. A sterile white tent covers the space. After 9 hours, the biological modification was finally completed. Another hour passed and Skylark woke up. The surgical wounds on my body no longer hurt, and my whole body was full of strength. He reached out to touch his abdomen and gently tapped it. But there was no difference. Yes. Yunk let out a long breath and was about to get out of bed when he saw Fong Tang still lying on the ground. A red exclamation point suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Skylark was startled. Who is sending me a message? Why is there no prompt at all? What level of authority is this? Yunk saw the red font pop up and was covered in sweat. This is the highest level authority command. Understand? I will not interfere with Fong Tang. Understand? I will immediately prepare for the expert level trial of Fong Tang players. Understand? All my authority and benefits are obtained because of Fong Tang. I will definitely serve good game. Fong Tang player. Skylark waited until all the red fonts disappeared, then rubbed his eyes to adjust to his transformed eyes. The retina receives information, and the chip in the back of the head is upgraded again. These benefits are actually obtained by Fong Tang. Yunk was excited and sighing at the same time. He had indeed made the right bet. But expert trials? He is still an intermediate player. He is going to skip a level. Yunk thought for a while, but couldn't think of a reason. So he blinked. Various game information appeared in front of me. It's so cool. A lot of information was not visible with previous permissions. Suddenly, a piece of information with extremely high authority attracted her attention. VIP 111. The temporary protection of the Qin family has been cancelled? Yunk couldn't help but exclaim. Now the Qin family is really doomed. VIP 111 has been surrounded by enemies over the years. Now it owes 130,000 game coins. I'm afraid it will be completely purged. In fact, the Qin family has been purged. The news flow was rolling, and all media released the news as soon as possible. The Qin Consortium suddenly collapsed, and the head of the Qin Consortium died of a cerebral hemorrhage. The second generation of the Consortium died in a car accident. And bad luck enveloped the Qin family. You can't get richer than 3 generations. And the third generation heir of the Qin Consortium disappeared. The Qin family lost 2 people in one day. What happened? The Qin Consortium collapsed almost overnight. With the death of the first 2 generations of leaders, and the disappearance of the third generation heir, the entire consortium fell apart. I believe that it will not be long before this consortium will be divided and annexed, and finally became forgotten garbage. But in the infinite game, all the Qin family's debt of 130,000 was recorded on Qin Yashin. Qin Yashin has been removed from the store. Yunk was wearing a white hospital gown at this time and moved around barefoot. The company Fong Tang is really good. Walking gently to the unconscious man, Yunk knelt down and leaned over. She kissed Fong Tang on the forehead and said, I'm leaving now. Little one. My sister will definitely repay you well in the future. After finding the high heels under the bed, Yun Ke hummed a tune and took a bath. Then put on the clothes prepared for Fong Tang by the hotel. Shirt and trousers. He rolled up his trouser legs and left happily. She now needs to fully prepare for Fong Tang's expert-level trial. The night was so dark that Fong Tang woke up suddenly, jumped up and looked at his watch. This time I fainted for 12 hours. Turning around to look, the skylark on the hospital bed was gone. This woman. Bai, what happened when I was unconscious? Why was I unconscious just now? Bai was silent. A long silence. Fong Tang closed his eyes and found that Bai had fallen into a deep sleep again. But this sleep hibernation is different from last time. Deep in the brain, the melanocytic virus mixes with blue cells and is active in the trench-shaped cerebral cortex. But these mixed cells are replicating like crazy. Countless new cells appear and old cells die. Is this what Bai calls upgrading? But damn! I need your help now more than ever. Bai! Rubbing his head. The suitcase on the coffee table next to the sofa flashed blue. Fong Tang frowned and walked over, opening the suitcase. The rubbings and USB flash drive inside were still in good condition, but the glowing positions were 2 small cylindrical instruments next to the black velvet cloth. This thing should be the creator of the super strong electromagnetic field in the suitcase. Fong Tang dismantled 2 cylindrical instruments, which were very small and came from the craftsmanship of the world snake. They were connected with wires like 2 beads. Fong Tang pressed the switch of the cylindrical instrument. 2 cylindrical instruments released strong electromagnetic currents. Fong Tang waited silently. There was no warning red light in the room. After waiting for another 10 minutes, I did not receive any system prompt. No warning. No system information appears. Interesting. No one in the company is monitoring me now. The hotel's authority has also been released to me? He actually didn't know that his daily activities had been upgraded to the highest authority. And only one person could see him outside the game. Activity. Fong Tang was still testing the ability of this cylinder disruptor, and was not sure. Unfortunately, Bai is sleeping now, and cannot analyze and discuss with him. After repeatedly confirming that there was no warning from the company, Fong Tang put the rubbings and USB flash drive into a backpack. He walked out of the room, with a bag on his back, and went deep into the corridor. Gently opened the window. This location is right behind Chang'an Hotel. Below the high-rise building is an alley, and across the alley is an ordinary business hotel. It stands side by side with Chang'an Hotel. Fong Tang whistled. High-frequency whistle. In the business hotel on the same floor opposite, a slight barking sound appeared, echoing Fong Tang's whistle. An elegant figure appeared on the balcony of a certain room in the business hotel, with silver fur and slender limbs. Bei Xing jumped onto the balcony and stuck out his tongue at his owner. That room was the safe house Fong Tang had arranged in advance. If anything happens in the Chang'an Hotel, Fong Tang can pass through the narrow building and directly enter the safe room. These days, Beixing has been guarding the safe house. Little guy, I have wronged you these days. Fong Tang smiled happily and whistled again. Beixing jumped onto the balcony nimbly, bent his hind limbs, raised his broken tail, and jumped suddenly. Like a white meteor, it landed gracefully on the windowsill of Chang'an Hotel. With a roar, it passed through the window and jumped into Fong Tang's arms. Norstar has grown up a lot, and his eyes are even more blue. Like a wild dire wolf, the vine appeared in Fong Tang's sleeve and dangled next to Beixing's nose. Smell it, our old friend. The smell of the devil insect. Beixing shook his broken tail and licked the back of Fong Tang's hand with his tongue. It's ready. Let's go! Fong Tang patted Beixing's head. Chapter 144 Manager. Beixing sprinted out, walked through the corridor, and headed straight for the stairs. Fong Tang followed closely behind. There are 4 waiters on each floor of Chang'an Hotel. These waiters not only provide hotel services, but also have their own unique skills and are responsible for the security guards of each floor. But now, because of White Tiger, Fong Tang can easily break through these guards. Even the monitoring equipment between floors was turned off by Bai Hu in advance. Fong Tang followed Beixing and entered the top executive apartment on the 16th floor of the Chang'an Hotel. As if entering a deserted land, the rooms on this floor are different from those downstairs. They are distributed in a complex space, just like in KTV and nightclubs, creating a maze-like spatial structure in a narrow space. Under this kind of spatial structure, it is easy to hide secret rooms. Beixing's pace slowed down, walking back and forth along the corridor. It showed doubts. Come on! Fong Tang encouraged his dog. Beixing soon came to a small house. There is a utility room sign on the room. Fong Tang reached out and pinched the old-fashioned spring lock on the door. Use your fingertips to tap the brass lock repeatedly. The lock cylinder spring was vibrated. And finally it clicked. And the lock opened. Pushing the door open, there is less than 10 square meters of space inside, filled with shelves. Beixing jumped onto the innermost shelf and patted it gently with his paws. Fong Tang patted it and put his hand on the wall behind the shelf. His fingers touched the wall little by little. And soon, he touched a bump on the wall. It's a crude mechanism, but ingenious because the bulge is right next to the socket. Fong Tang casually picked up the screwdriver on the shelf. After breaking open the socket, the screwdriver pierced the wall. He pressed it hard and heard a hissing sound. That was the sound of gas flowing in the narrow gap. The inner shelves popped open, and a piece of wall fell down, revealing a small door like a dog hole. There was darkness behind the small door. Fong Tang got in. My nose smelled of men's cologne. In the dim cubicle, a faint pink light flickered. Suddenly I heard a snap. It was the sound of a whip cracking. Then, there was a muffled sound that was a mixture of excitement and pain. The crack of the whip continued. A curtain appeared in front. Fong Tang gently lifted the curtain with his fingers, and was stunned when he saw the scene behind it. Behind the curtain is a more hidden space. There was only a small bed in the narrow space. Now, the manager of Chang'an Hotel was naked and lying on the bed. His limbs were handcuffed, and he had a small ball in his mouth. And a gorgeous woman was waving a whip, hitting the manager on the back. The leather coat on this woman's body was studded with silver nails, which shimmered. Her expression was cold and arrogant. She raised her leg directly and stepped on the manager's back with her sharp heel. Did I ask you to shout? The whip continued to fall, but the manager's shout contained a hint of joy. It turns out that he is a typical masochist. Fong Tang couldn't bear to look directly at it. It's really weird. He reached out and knocked on the wall. Brother, I'm sorry to bother you. Ah! Scream started. The woman was so frightened that she dropped her whip. But the manager was still shouting. Master, please continue to fight. I am a disobedient child, and I have been disobedient. Master, please continue. It turned out that he was wearing sound-isolating headphones. Fong Tang shook his head and walked over. The woman was trembling all over and had lost her queen-like grace. The main reason why she was so scared was because of the hungry wolf-like Norstar. Fong Tang picked up the whip, turned his wrist, and whipped it. The manager immediately let out a scream that was not like a human voice. And there was no more joy. He screamed, Garfield! Garfield! What did that mean? Are you stupid? Fong Tang looked at the woman. The woman trembled. This is a safe word. If he can't bear it anymore, he will shout this word to indicate that he has to stop immediately. So that's it. Fong Tang pulled off the manager's headphones and turned his head around with the whip. The fun time is over. On the small bed, the manager's eyes widened and he peed. Untie him! Fong Tang frowned, threw down the whip, and stepped back. The woman untied the handcuffs, and the manager jumped down, put on his pajamas in embarrassment, and said tremblingly, "You? How do you know my secret room?" This secret room is the most hidden place in the hotel. It was right between two rooms, and could never be exposed unless a floor was demolished. Fong Tang remained silent. The manager became more and more embarrassed, and the gorgeous woman holding the whip was so frightened that she was about to run away. Beijing rushed in like lightning and knocked the queen down. Fong Tang kicked him away, and the woman rolled her eyes and fainted. The manager managed to calm down, grabbed the whiskey next to him, and took a deep sip. "Mr. Fong Tang, this is my privacy. You are a bit too much." Fong Tang looked at him coldly. "Do you know how I found you?" The manager was at a loss. "Uh-huh. Did you forget that I made you drink?" The manager gritted his teeth, looked at the wine bottle in his hand, and suddenly realized, in the suite, you put something in the wine. It's a kind of demonic insect. Fong Tang said coldly, "Have you seen the level of Silence Town?" The manager's expression suddenly changed. He covered his throat and retched continuously. "Devil bug. Sneaky devil bug. Damn it." The manager's legs trembled and he screamed, "I need medical services. I want surgery immediately." Beijing let go of the woman and appeared like a ghost, staring at him like a silver wolf. Its eyes flashed with blue light. In the darkness, this ancient Chinese dog actually carried an awe-inspiring killing intent. The manager stopped. He swallowed. Fong Tang sat down in the darkness, picked up a chain on the bed, shook it in his hand, and knocked on the leather crib. The strange sound of thumping made the manager tremble every time. The demonic insects will not die when they see blood. When I left the Silent Hill level, I still had half a willow branch with thousands of living demonic insects inside. Fong Tang said coldly, "There are at least 2 in your stomach now." 10! The manager grabbed his throat again. His face had turned green. Maybe the ghoul was frightened. Fong Tang looked at the coward proudly. "Those monster insects are still dormant because they haven't seen blood yet. And now they are sleeping in your stomach." The manager retched again. Fong Tang continued to torture his spirit. "Your stomach acid cannot digest those bugs because their LS have strong acid resistance and the digestive system cannot kill them. Maybe they can still live in your stomach after they wake up." "How many little bugs there are?" "No. Don't say it. Please. Please don't say it." The manager was going crazy. Fong Tang stood up and walked over with a ferocious smile like a devil. "It's very simple to activate these demonic insects now. I just need to punch you and aim at your stomach." With one punch, with Fong Tang's current strength, enough to cause the manager's stomach to bleed. As long as there is a trace of blood on the stomach wall, the demon insect will be activated, and the gods will not be able to save him. The manager knew the bugs very well because he had watched the entire live broadcast of the silent level game. The more he knew about those bugs, the more he felt in his heart. "Mr. Fong Tang, what do you want me to do?" The manager wiped his mouth hard. "I will fully cooperate. This is so good." Fong Tang kicked the chair beside him to him. "I ask you an answer. Remember? Answer carefully and carefully. If I am not satisfied with your answer, I'm sorry. You just wait to be eaten by the demon insects." Chapter 145 Biomodification. Chang'an Hotel's manager sat on the chair on his face, still looking panicked and confused. Fong Tang smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I have the antidote for the devil insect. As long as your performance satisfies me." The manager smiled bitterly. "Mr. Fong Tang, I am just a small manager in charge of the hotel. You don't need to threaten me like this." Fong Tang stared at him. "Just a small manager? You are too humble. What kind of place is Chang'an Hotel? It is a safe haven for unlimited challenges for all players. In this hotel, you are the emperor of the country." The manager was silent. Fong Tang stopped wasting time. "First question. Was it the serpent of the world who poisoned me?" The manager's lips moved. "This," and he punched the manager, causing the manager to overturn with his chair. Fong Tang stood in front of him, raised his foot, and stepped on his stomach. "Next time, I won't be so gentle. Do you still have other ideas in mind?" The manager gasped. No, I don't. You are thinking that as long as you delay enough, the hotel security will notice the abnormality, and then your cronies will come to save you. Right? There must be your cronies among the 4 security guards. Right?" The manager rolled his eyes. In fact, for a masochist, this pain is nothing. He had indeed been pretending to be scared and panicked. As long as there is enough delay, Qilong security guards will definitely find something wrong and go directly to this place. Is it Qilong or Suzaku? Fong Tang leaned over and looked at him. No matter who it is, as long as they rescue you, they can spend some game coins. We asked the medical team to perform an operation. Although the devil bug is scary, it can be easily removed through surgery. Well, you think so, right? The manager's eyes darkened and his tone changed. Fong Tang, you and I both know this. Ming, if I answer your question, I will end up dead, and you will not let me go. The two looked at each other, and Fong Tang was a little surprised. He is worthy of being the person in charge of the Unlimited Company's neutral hotel. Unlike ordinary people, this manager has clear ideas and understands the current situation very well. Fong Tang really didn't intend to let him go. He implanted the demonic insect using clever techniques. He just wanted to break the manager's defense. Naturally, he would silence him directly after the interrogation. The manager seemed to have taken the initiative now. Fong Tang, even if you kill me now, you will definitely not be able to escape from this hotel. Believe me, if we can have a good talk, it might be a win-win situation. Fong Tang sighed. Bai is not here, so it's a bit slow to do things by myself. If he couldn't deal with this guy right away, it would be really difficult for him to escape from this tiny place after Chang'an Hotel's internal defenses were activated. Okay, Fong Tang shook his head and opened the watch. What is he doing? The manager was stunned. His watch is a gaming peripheral, and any operation will activate the company's monitoring. He couldn't help being surprised, biting his tongue to wake himself up. As long as the company monitors the situation here, in accordance with employee benefits, it will definitely send someone to rescue him. The manager felt better and began to think about how to torture Fong Tang later. Fong Tang clicked on the shopping mall interface in his watch. Dear Fong Tang player, your game currency balance is 64,998, and you still have a primary biological modification reward that you have not used. Activate the basic biological transformation reward. The mall interface flashed. Congratulations to player Fong Tang. The reward has been activated. The biological transformation engineer will arrive in 3 minutes. Do you want to activate the magnetic field positioning? Fong Tang immediately refused. No need for positioning. I will specify the location. After inputting the location of the secret room and the method of entry on his watch, he looked at the manager and smiled. This smile made the manager uneasy again. He couldn't understand Fong Tang's confidence. Obviously, Fong Tang didn't dare to kill him on the spot. What was he planning? The manager licked his lips, trying to ask something. Did you enter the mall just now? Fong Tang smiled. Not bad. You can guess this. The manager laughed dryly. It's useless. Although in the Desire Mall some special services are provided, but the interrogation service is of no use to me. I am a middle-level employee of the company and have various privileges and benefits. Fong Tang sat on the chair and looked at the manager who was still struggling. The benefits of biotransformation I want. The manager struggled to sit up cross-legged and laughed. Biotransformation? Then we have to wait for a long time. According to reports, as far as I know, it takes at least 10 hours for the nearest biotechnologist to arrive here. This kind of high-end service requires a specific biotechnologist. Just as he said this, there were chaotic footsteps outside. A man with gray hair and a group of white coats walked in, pushing the operating table and various instruments. When the manager saw the old man in the lead, he shouted in surprise. Professor Morimoto, it's you. Great. Hurry up and save me. Professor Morimoto looked at the other side. Player Fong Tang, you are very lucky. The whole team and I happen to be in the hotel. Otherwise the fast service you requested really cannot be achieved. The manager was still shouting. Morimoto, save me. Damn. We even had dinner together. Morimoto the professor frowned and looked at him. Sorry. The service we received is from Fong Tang player. It has nothing to do with you. The manager gasped and roared. You bastard. Where are the security guards in the hotel? Damn it. Help me turn on the alarm. The alarm is here. There was a bang. He was kicked. And he groaned with blood in his mouth. Then with a pop, he spit out 3 teeth mixed with blood. Fong Tang put his feet back. Be quiet. Don't you see I'm busy? Professor Morimoto smiled. Player Fong Tang, what you want is elementary biological modification. So here is a list of elementary modifications. Please take a look. Fong Tang he took the list and glanced at it casually. Can I customize biological modification? Yes. But I need to pay an additional 3,000 game coins. Is it so expensive? Player Fong Tang. Biological modification is a high-end service. And this price has already given you a discount. Fong Tang touched his chin. Well, let's get started. He pointed to the manager on the ground. Transform him and implant the mutated demonic insects in his body into his nervous system. And have control. That is to say, I can control the demonic insects that enter his nervous system through instructions. Professor Morimoto looked serious. This requirement is too difficult. It has exceeded the scope of primary transformation. It is advanced biological transformation. Fong Tang said coldly. You can't do it? Morimoto was furious. Fart. I can't do any transformation. He snorted. There is another problem. This transformation is irreversible. In other words, this transformation is irreversible. Mr. Manager can no longer take out those demonic insects. The manager on the ground twitched, shaking his head crazily with his mouth full of blood. Fong Tang smiled. I can only say, it's great. Morimoto's eyes did not change, turning a blind eye to the manager's struggle. I just said that I would add 3,000 game coins. Fong Tang pondered for a moment. If it can be done, I am willing to pay extra for using sound wave commands to control demonic insects. Professor Morimoto thought seriously. If it is the kind of demonic insect in the silent level game, we can implant a sensor chip into the insect body. What do you want to use? How about controlling it with sonic commands? Fong Tang whistled. A high-frequency whistle with obvious changes in rhythm. Professor Morimoto waved, and two assistants came up and quickly set up two instruments. Extract the whistle sound of the Fong Tang player. Then perform sound wave programming, and implant it into the sensor chip as quickly as possible. Professor Morimoto began to order. Group 2. Prepare the operating table. And Group 3. Carry out mapping of the nervous system of the target. The three groups of personnel took action immediately. Fong Tang's whistle was extracted, digitally programmed, and then implanted into a sensor chip made of nanoworms. The second team of personnel has set up a modified operating table in a sterile environment. And three groups of people have mapped the hotel manager's whole body nerve map. When all the biological modifications were completed, a sharp alarm sounded in the secret room. The alarm sounded only once and then stopped. Outside the secret room, a young man wearing a blue tunic suit suddenly appeared silently. He looked at the scene inside in shock. Manager? Fong Tang held down the uneasy Bei Xing and patted the operating table. The manager with dull eyes on the operating table waved his hand weakly. It's okay here, Qinglong. You can go back to your post. The Qinglong security guard looked at him uneasily. Are you really okay? I'm okay. The manager smiled bitterly. Stand up. The Qinglong security guard slowly retreated. The assistants on both sides wiped Professor Morimoto's sweat, and Fong Tang gently handed over 3 gold coins. Thank you for your hard work. Professor Morimoto's assistant happily took the game coins, and they immediately packed up the instruments and left quickly. The place became quiet again. The manager stared at Fong Tang with indescribable despair in his eyes. With a swish sound, a sharp scalpel appeared in his hand. The scalpel he had hidden at some point stabbed directly into his heart. A whistle sounded. The manager froze, and his entire nervous system felt like an electric shock. His fingers no longer obeyed. The veins on his arms were pulsing, and the scalpel fell weakly. You can't live. You can't die. The manager closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then slapped himself twice. He actually calmed down. Fong Tang was very satisfied. Let's go out and chat. The manager wrapped up his pajamas, and his tone became particularly respectful. Okay, master. Chapter 146 Sudden. Desire Mall's biological modification is a high-end service for gamers to improve their strength. But no one seems to have ever used this precious service on an enemy. The manager looked at Fong Tang in front of him. His eyes filled with awe. Fong Tang walked into the spacious staff restaurant. The manager immediately stepped forward and led him into a private room dedicated to the upper floors of the hotel. Soon, a table of delicious food was served. This private room is located on the observation deck on the floor. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the bustling Magic City at night. Fong Tang leisurely sat down, crossed his legs and pointed to the chair in front of him. Sit down and talk. The manager pulled up the chair and sat down, opened a bottle of wine, poured himself a glass first, and drank it all before serving Fong Tang pour wine. Fong Tang smiled. Don't be so careful. No one will poison you. The manager lowered his head and said nothing. On the biological transformation table just now, the old bastard Morimoto told him that once something happened to Fong Tang, his nervous system with the demonic insect will directly lose control, which will definitely be lish scene for him. Since death is inevitable, The safety of this, master, must be ensured. Fong Tang took a sip of wine. What is your real name? How long have you been the manager? The manager immediately said, Master, I used to be an analyst in the Asian region's data department. My game name is Winston. I took up the position of manager of Chang'an Hotel 5 years ago. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. You used to work in the Asian region. Have you ever worked in the data department? Yes, but before I left my job, my memory was completely wiped. Now I can't remember anything. This is the basic operation for company employees to change positions, the manager said slowly. Fong Tang nodded. Then let's talk about the snake of the world. They poisoned my wine. Do you really know nothing? Manager Winston did not dare to hide anything at this time. Master, I learned the details, but accepted 6,000 game coins from World Snake to provide convenience for them, he said with a bitter smile. If I knew they were going to poison me, I would not agree. Because once something happens to the player in the hotel, I will suffer the most severe punishment from the company. Fong Tang put down his wine glass, opened his backpack, and took out a rubbing. With a flick of his wrist, the complex gossip codes in the rubbing immediately collapsed. What was originally a complicated rift is now a chaotic mess. But the exterior remains intact. Fong Tang put the rubbing in front of the manager. Give this rubbing to the person in charge of the World Snake and tell him that I am willing to make a deal. Manager. Winston's eyelids jumped. Master, negotiate with the World Snake. It's not a good idea. As the most ruthless guild in the game, they always like to take the initiative to solve problems. Fong Tang sneered. This time is different, Manager Winston said hurriedly. No problem. I will immediately contact the person in charge of the World Snake in the Magic City. There is no need to worry about this matter. Fong Tang rubbed his forehead. There are more important things. More important things? Master, can you be more detailed? Fong Tang looked at the night view outside the window. I accidentally saw a menu in the hotel lobby. Well, the situation was very confusing at the time, and I didn't look carefully. Manager Winston thought of the melee in the lobby and smiled bitterly again. Standing up. What you see should be the holiday menu prepared to entertain company employees. Fong Tang hummed. Is any department in the company going on vacation recently? Manager Winston thought for a moment. Yes. Asia Data, a group of employees from the department, will be on duty and take a vacation here after 1 week. This is the company's basic benefit. This group of employees will enjoy the top-notch services of Chang'an Hotel for free for 2 days, he said and explained. Because of the special working conditions of the data department, year-round we are stationed in a hidden place. So this kind of vacation is very necessary. Fong Tang was pleasantly surprised when he accidentally saw the menu. He vaguely felt that he could use it, but I didn't expect such good luck. It was the employees of the data department who were on vacation. There was still no expression on his face. You have to prepare carefully for the employee holiday in 7 days. This is very important to me. Manager Winston licked his lips. But before he could speak, Fong Tang had already stood up. Don't ask too much. Since you call me master, I will guarantee your absolute safety. Who knows if this guarantee is true? Manager Winston was full of bitterness. Professor Morimoto is a remodeler with a special status. But every time he performs a remodel, it will be recorded and uploaded to the company's server. In other words, he raised his head. Master, what are you doing to me? Everything. The company's senior management can see by just checking the records. Fong Tang snorted. What are you worried about? Manager Winston hesitated. If, master, you want to attack the employees of the company's data department, then the special handling team will soon understand that this is what I did together with you. You are really afraid of death. Fong Tang laughed evilly. Do you have a choice? Winston coughed. Master, I have no choice. I just hope that I can cooperate well with the master. The best result is to hide it from the company. Fong Tang had already walked out of the private room. After waiting for the devil to leave, Winston sat down slumped. Her pajamas were dirty, and her body was covered in sticky cold sweat. Suddenly thinking of something, Winston jumped up and slapped his hand on the wall of the private room. The white wall flickered, and strings of light and shadow were cast onto the wall from the vase opposite. Winston looked at it carefully, and his eyes jumped. Are there any surveillance records? His heartbeat accelerated, and he paced in the private room. Fong Tang is only an intermediate player. Why does he have the privilege of not being monitored? Such permission requirements. The lowest level is also a master player. I can't understand it, but I feel very happy in my heart. The current situation is to ensure Fong Tang's safety. I have fallen into his hands. I can only take one step at a time. Fong Tang hid his backpack. leaving only the electromagnetic jammer, and then took it with him with the new ID card and wallet. I walked out of Chang'an Hotel. In the night, the world of lights and lights is still so crazy. Beijing appeared out of nowhere and ran to him happily. There are now 3 days left before the 7-day agreement with the Cell organization. Fong Tang went to meet a woman who fed pigeons at the Garden Plaza in the center of Shanghai. He was very interested in the Asian database of Infinite Company, which must contain information about what happened at the Crystal Pass under the sea. He had to retrieve the information related to Shana, the most important memory. The night was getting darker and darker, and the prosperity and excitement around him were so far away. As Fong Tang walked quickly, a dog barking came from deep in the alley. Beijing's tail swayed, his tongue sticking out as he looked deeper into the alley. The barking of the dogs in the alley stopped immediately, and they also whined and begged for mercy. Fong Tang touched his head. Don't scare those poor little guys. Beijing was still wagging his tail and grinning. Fong Tang suddenly felt something was wrong. He stopped and stared at the entrance of the alley. The whole body's strength was gathering. And then, a wolf dog slowly walked out. The wolf dog is wearing a blue protective suit, and the police logo on the protective suit is very conspicuous. This is a police dog. In an instant, several figures rushed out, and behind them, a van stopped at the intersection with a creak. Then 2 off-road vehicles braked, one on the left and one on the right. 3 cars formed a closed space, and the 4 people who rushed out of the alley rushed toward them like menacing figures. Fong Tang sneered and clenched his fists. The 4 people rushing towards them were full of flaws. Player Fong Tang. Warning. No harm to people in front. The warning came so suddenly and so severely. There was no possibility of negotiation, and the red system warning kept flashing. Fong Tang frowned and unclenched his fist. With a bang, he was knocked down, his head feeling cold. The cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against his head, and a hoarse voice sounded. Don't move. The police are handling the case. Not only police, but SWAT. SWAT team from Shanghai PSD. Full name: Anti-Terrorism Rapid Response SWAT Brigade. Fong Tang relaxed and his arms were immediately forced back. The handcuffs made a clicking sound. The van behind them pulled away. The 2 special police officers sitting in the car raised their pistols, and the off-road vehicles on both sides started to move. Fong Tang was forced into a van by a special police officer who twisted his arm, and was escorted by 2 off-road vehicles, one in front and one behind. With a swish sound, a piece of black cloth was viciously put on his head. Fong Tang didn't resist and asked calmly, Where is my dog? Don't talk. Who told you to talk? There was a violent growl, followed by a fierce punch. The fist hit Fong Tang's right rib, followed by a scream. The other party's screams. Chapter 147 Strange Suspect. In the van, the screams were rapid and sudden. Captain Zhang! Captain Zhang! What's wrong with you? The van suddenly stopped. Fong Tang still sat upright. However, Zhang Changwang, the captain of the first team in charge of this operation, covered his right hand and trembled in pain. What's wrong? Someone come quickly! Captain Zhang! Relax. Relax. Damn! Your finger is broken! There was panic and confusion for a while, and the car became quiet except for Zhang Chenglong's muffled hum. The 5 fingers of his right hand were shattered and his wrist was bruised, as if he had punched a stone with all his strength. The other SWAT officers in the car were horrified. Captain Zhang is an old SWAT policeman. He often does weight-bearing training, and even won the championship in the police fighting competition. Why did he break his body first with 1 punch? Old Lu, send teams on to the nearest hospital. I'll take over the command. A gentle voice sounded. Yes. Apart from the driver and Fong Tang, there were only 2 special police officers left in the car. The black hood was pulled off, and a dazzling flashlight shone on Fong Tang's body. His eyes were still open, and his pupils began to change. Although Bai is still sleeping, Fong Tang's brain has evolved to a strange level. So now he can easily see the opposite side under strong light by shrinking his viewing angle and reducing the amount of light entering his eyes. A man about 40 years old, wearing casual clothes, with a gentle expression, seemed to be in charge. The SWAT officer next to him was fully armed, holding a tactical flashlight and frowning. The car door opened, and 2 more SWAT officers came up to support him. Drive! The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The car slowly opened, and the 2 off-road vehicles were still guarding it at the front and rear. A new special police officer started to examine Fong Tang's body under a bright flashlight, especially under his right ribs. But there was nothing abnormal at all. It was just that the muscles on Fong Tang's body were very strong. The 4 SWAT officer couldn't help but swing his baton. Fong Tang smiled faintly. The space inside the car is narrow, and the killing and deterrent effects of swinging sticks are insufficient. I am now wearing handcuffs, and only my legs can move. You should lock my legs. Shut up. The young man, the SWAT officer's face turned red. Fong Tang laughed again. Are you taking me to the nearest branch now? Are you going to interrogate me immediately? The middle-aged man frowned. Why are you so crazy? After reading some online novels and movies, I feel that I am very crazy. Are you awesome? Do you know how the special police handle cases? Be honest. Fong Tang shrugged. I just want to know where my dog went. The middle-aged man coughed. We will take care of your dog. Now what you should be concerned about is your own case. Fong Tang was still smiling and whistled softly. Then, the top of the van suddenly made a sharp and strange squeaking sound. It was like hooks tearing off the roof of the car. Everyone in the car was shocked. Then a white shadow flashed, and from the direction of the car roof, Beijing hung upside down like a ghost. Its claws passed through the half-open window and clasped directly on the driver's throat. Sharp claws, sharper than the blade. The driver trembled with fright, turned the steering wheel, and stepped on the accelerator. The car spun around and almost hit a tree on the side of the road. The driver gritted his teeth and started to brake. The car squeaked and squeaked, narrowly avoiding the big tree, but instead got into the green belt next to it. A burst of white smoke rose up, and the tires rubbed against the curbstones, giving off a burning smell. In the narrow van, everyone was swaying, bumping, and leaning aside. Only Fong Tang remained seated. He followed the kinetic energy of the brakes and stabilized his backward force. Beijing had already smashed the car window, got in, and hit the driver on the head with his claws. The driver tilted his head and fainted. Beijing roared and tore open the seat. He jumped directly on top of the middle-aged man, swallowing hot breaths and biting the man's throat with sharp hook-like teeth. Stop! Fong Tang shouted. Beijing breathed hot air from his nose and rubbed his teeth on the middle-aged man's neck. The car door was forcibly opened at this time, and 6 special police officers surrounded the outside, some holding guns and others holding riot batons. But in this scene, no one dared to move. The 2 special police officers in the car had stumbled out. Fong Tang sat there and looked at the motionless middle-aged man. Mr. Police Officer, what level are you at? The middle-aged man closed his eyes and gritted his teeth without saying a word. But there were screams outside. Director Zhao! Director Zhao! Are you okay? Damn it. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and yelled. Which idiot is talking? The person who called out his position and name was a fat man, now looking confused. Fong Tang glanced at the fat man and looked at Director Zhao sympathetically. You can't do anything when you encounter such a fool. Now it's better. He directly told me your position. Director Zhao, you are the biggest official here. TSK. Where is the director? Outside. The fat man still didn't understand. What? What's wrong? The special police on the side wanted to give him a few slaps. He called Director Zhao's name, and the result was that the suspect had the most advantageous hostage in the room. The scene became stalemate. Fong Tang looked at the crowd of onlookers on the roadside and frowned. How many of you are going to isolate the onlookers? Do you want to be on the hot search? The onlookers all around were holding up their mobile phones, and the SWAT officers realized something was wrong. Director Zhao Shongqing, the leader in charge of counterterrorism and rapid response in Shanghai, was held hostage by the suspect's dog. If this scene was filmed and uploaded, it would be a nightmare for the police force. Fong Tang had already begun to give orders. 2 people are going to isolate the crowd. You? The one standing over there. Are you? Why are you stunned? Quickly call for support and ask the nearby police to cooperate with you to deal with the scene. He kept saying. The man with the gun quickly drove over and the van gave up. Now to ensure the smooth operation, we must leave here as soon as possible. The order was orderly and clear. The SWAT officer who raised his gun was in a daze for a moment, and he actually retracted his gun and shouted, Yes! Zhao Zhongqing in the van couldn't laugh or cry, and was so angry that he almost cursed. This suspect is actually directing operations on his behalf. The off-road vehicle came. Fong Tang whistled. Beijing licked Director Zhao's throat, reluctantly let go, jumped up, and came to Fong Tang's side. Director Zhao wiped his neck and face with his sleeves, but he was still calm. He looked at the stunned men outside, and then at the people around him who had been persuaded to leave. He didn't know what it felt like for a moment. Press. Do as he says, Director Zhao said subconsciously. I regretted it after saying it. Fong Tang took Beixing, got out of the car leisurely, and got into the off-road vehicle. More than a dozen police cars soon appeared on the scene, and they quickly dealt with the situation. The off-road vehicle bypassed the intersection, turned a corner, and headed straight for the Chongqing branch. Zhao Zhongqing washed his face with mineral water. His face was ashen, and he said nothing. The SWAT officer who was driving couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror, looking at the quiet suspect. Still feeling confused, Beixing was lying on the passenger seat, slapping his paws on the car glass. The SWAT officer driving the car was stunned. This strange dog is as fierce as a wolf. Is this threatening me not to look at its owner? There was no one else in the car. There was no need for it. If Fong Tang wanted to escape, he would have had the chance just now. Zhao Zhongqing wiped his face for the last time and looked at the handcuffed man beside him. Your name is Fong Tang. You are suspected of killing foreigners. We have been here for several days. Before you came out, we just got a major clue about the 107 case. These are information on 107 major foreign-related attacks. The information should not have been disclosed to the suspect. But Director Zhao felt that something was wrong with the case. So another strategy was adopted. Surprise interrogation. He stared at Fong Tang. Who are you? Fong Tang smiled. I am just an ordinary person. The person who died was named Liu Chaoyang. This is not important. What is important is his bodyguard. Right. Director Zhao's eyes shrinking. What else do you know? The 8 bodyguards are all CIA agents. You should have found out. This is the scariest thing. Director Zhao's eyes flickered. This suspect is becoming more and more mysterious. I originally planned to interrogate you immediately, but you were very cooperative, which is good. After all, did you kill the person? Fong Tang was silent. At this time, on the retina, he was constantly sending barrages in the system. Why are you forbidding me from escaping? Player Fong Tang. Please follow the instructions. Are you afraid of official personnel? Afraid of the police? Player Fong Tang. Please follow the instructions. Give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will directly resist. Player Fong Tang. Please follow the instructions. Fong Tang opened his eyes and looked at the frowning Director Zhao. The CIA entered our country for no reason without saying hello. And the Liu Chaoyang they brought with them is a real terrorist. Do you know all this? Zhao Zhongqing gasped. They did not find this information at all, but only sent a letter of questioning through the U.S. consulate. If that man named Liu Chaoyang is really a terrorist, then what is the background of Fong Tang in front of him? One man killed 8 well-trained top agents with his bare hands, killed Liu Chaoyang, and left easily. With this kind of strength, Fong Tang said solemnly at this time. No need to ask anymore. I killed the person. I believe you have obtained enough evidence. So you have to arrest the person. Zhao Zhongqing snorted. The evidence is conclusive. It's video material. All your criminal behavior in the bar was filmed. It's as clear as watching a movie. Fong Tang raised his hands and shook them, and the handcuffs opened automatically with a click. Zhao Zhongqing was shaken, but Fong Tang put the handcuffs aside. Old Zhao, don't be nervous. I won't escape. Chapter 148 Huawu Island. Fong Tang called out, Old Zhao, to Director Zhao on the other side. Big frown. His breath became thicker, and he felt a little helpless. But many years of working experience on the front line of criminal investigation have taught him that criminals must not be allowed to gain the upper hand. Fong Tang, you committed a murder, and it will be classified as a terrorist attack. You seem very smart. Do you know what the consequences will be? Director Zhao stimulated the criminal in front of him and tried to break through Fong Tang's defenses. Fong Tang smiled at him. Verify his identity. Take him to the execution ground and execute him on the spot. Right. Zhao Zhongqing snorted and stopped talking. Fong Tang shook his head. Old Zhao, do you always chat with criminals like this? Are you not afraid of the criminals' desperate resistance if you tell them directly that they will be shot? Although I don't understand the police case handling procedures. This is a taboo. Besides, you only have it as law enforcement power, but no judicial power. Don't tell me about this power or that power, Director Zhao said fiercely, then turned around and yelled. Drive faster. Why haven't you arrived at the branch yet? The Chongqing branch is far away from Chang'an. The police station nearest the hotel has a complete interrogation room and police officers on duty. Director Zhao is very anxious now. The car sped up, and when he saw the branch door in front of him, Zhao Zhongqing's cell phone rang. When this mobile phone is performing tasks, Only internal personnel can get through. Director Zhao made a gesture and got out of the car before answering the phone. "Oh? Secretary Sun? What are you doing?" "Yes." Director Zhao stood up straight. "Continue." After answering the call for 5 minutes, Director Zhao frowned and got into the SUV. He was silent for a while and waved his hand. "Go to the base." The SWAT officer driving the car did not dare to speak. He could tell that Bureau Zhao had received new instructions. It was already early in the morning when the car arrived at the SWAT training base 30 kilometers away. The SWAT base in the suburbs of Chongming is brightly lit. This spacious base is backed by a mountain island. It not only has a shooting range, a demolition training range, an urban anti-terrorism simulation, and even a helicopter hangar. At this time, a Dolphin II helicopter was ready on the apron. The driver of the special police jumped out of the car with a shocked face. "Director Zhao." Even the helicopter was dispatched. "What are you going to do? You ask me, who should I ask?" Zhao Zhongqing spat hard. The SWAT officer lowered his head and stepped aside. A whole team ran up from the front and stopped in front of Director Zhao. "Report. The second team has assembled." Director Zhao coughed. "Who transferred you? What level of operation?" The 7 big men of the second team of PSD SWAT were all with a confused look on his face. "Director Zhao, you don't know the content of the operation? We are still waiting for your instructions." "Oh, that's it. You go ahead." Director Zhao looked at the dark night sky. This is the darkest moment before dawn. The sky is overcast, and a strong wind is blowing the sand in the base. This autumn in the Magic City is extremely dry, and it will finally rain today. There was a roar, and a bolt of lightning appeared in the eastern sky. It's really strange. What kind of day is there thunder in late autumn? Thunder in October is an ominous sign. Director Zhao walked towards the helicopter, and a police car roared towards him, but stopped beside him. The person who stepped out of the car was Secretary Sunday. Zhao Zhongqing was reserved for a moment and stretched out his hand. Secretary Sun had dark circles under his eyes. He must have been woken up from his sleep. He shook hands and looked at his watch. "Old Zhao, go to Huawu Island and take that Fong Tang with you." Zhao Zhongqing could no longer be reserved. "Secretary Sun, Huawu Island. Why are you going there?" Huawu Island, 160 kilometers away, is the easternmost island along the coast and belongs to the Zhoushui Islands area. Where should Fong Tang be sent? This is not crazy. Secretary Sun looked very serious. "Old Zhao, I don't know the specific situation. I heard that it was the request of the Joint Case Investigation Team." Secretary Sun is talking about the Joint Case Investigation Team led by Interpol? "Oh, actually there is a request from Americans at the back. They may want to avoid the media and choose an absolutely secluded place. Almost all the islands near our Magic City have been developed into tourist areas. The only place that can be called a secluded place is Huawu Island." Secretary Sun couldn't help but yawn as he spoke. "You know, the 107 terrorist attack case is complicated and involves the most sensitive foreign affairs issues. We have been working through video conferences these days, and now they are coming in person." Director Zhao said, "Hey, this is Chinese land, and they have no right to enforce the law and handle cases." Secretary Sun nodded solemnly. "As a matter of principle, of course we will not give in. But this time it is your old friend, Mr. Douglas." "Douglas? That's a good man and a fair and strict old American policeman. The last time Zhao Zhongqing took PSD members to the United States for training and cooperation, he was warmly received by Douglas. And it was indeed a bit of a friendship. Today is the 12th, the 13th Eastern Time. The Americans and the Interpol commissioners will arrive at Huawu Island by boat. They will secretly cooperate with us on the island to thoroughly investigate this case." Secretary Sun looked at his watch again. "You guys set off first. Give me a call when you get to Huawu Island. I have to give a few instructions to the 2nd Special Police Team. They will be there in an hour. Is that okay?" Zhao Zhongqing smiled heartily. "On our territory. What could be the problem?" Secretary Sun also smiled. "The Coast Guard Brotherhood at Zhoushui Base will do its best to assist and protect your safety. We have dispatched a maritime patrol ship this time. Well, there will be no problem." Director Zhao seeing Secretary Sun leave, his cheerful expression immediately turned solemn. He pondered for a moment and walked quickly into the base. Not long after, Zhao Zhongqing walked towards the off-road vehicle wearing a body armor and carrying a Type 92 pistol and a Type 79 light submachine gun. Fong Tang was taking a rest with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but laugh. "Old Zhao, what are you doing? You're fully armed? Zhao Zhongqing waved, and the young special police officer came over and escorted Fong Tang out of the car, headed straight for the helicopter. Where are we going? Fong Tang cooperated very well, but Beijing behind him raised his tail in fear. It had never heard the sound of a helicopter propeller, and had never seen such a flying iron thing. Fong Tang whistled, and Beijing relaxed and ran happily. In the cabin, there was a woman wearing glasses and a skirt and uniform sitting. She frowned, yelled and gestured. The police dog cannot come up without flight training. Zhao Zhongqing frowned and glanced at Fong Tang, feeling Fong Tang's insistence, then bent down and trotted over. This dog is not a police dog, but no problem. It can get on. The beautiful woman in black uniform smiled and shook hands with him. Hello. I am Fong Qingqing, the translator of the Foreign Affairs Department. Zhao Zhongqing has never heard of a foreign-related administrative department in the police force for so many years. He muttered in his heart. I am Miss Zhao Zhongqing, and I don't actually need a translator. Fong Qingqing put on headphones and threw another pair to Director Zhao. The propellers were too loud, and they could no longer hear each other. Voices. After putting on the headphones, Director Zhao repeated it again. Although I am a little older, my English is not bad, so a translator is not needed. Are you the director here? Fong Qingqing asked more questions. One sentence. Zhao Zhongqing frowned. This guy didn't even know his identity. He was so arrogant. Could it be that he was really sent from above? Fong Qingqing already smiled. Don't worry. I am responsible for cooperating with your work. In addition to translation work, I also have a degree in criminal psychology. This mission was specially arranged by the above. You should understand. Fong Qingqing so far. Zhao Zhongqing suddenly woke up. 8 CIA agents died in Shanghai, and an agent informant died tragically on the spot. This was a rare major foreign-related case in decades. The top brass must have been shocked, so they sent someone. The Fong Qingqing in front of her looks like a little beauty. Maybe her rank and status are much higher than her own. Director Zhao, who had worked hard for many years, immediately corrected his attitude. Miss Fong, we should be the ones cooperating with you. 2 special police officers wearing masks jumped out of the helicopter, took over the criminal Fong Tang, and took him. He and Beijing were escorted into the narrow space at the back. Fong Tang leaned against Beijing, with the game system prompt still beating in front of his eyes. Player Fong Tang, please follow the instructions. When the helicopter finally took off, the prompt in front of Fong Tang changed. Dear Fong Tang players, a new round of games will officially start in 1 hour. Players, please be prepared. I see. Chapter 149, The Pretender. The helicopter was circling. The sky was flashing with lightning, and the dark clouds seemed to be about to press down. The raindrops have already fallen, and the heavy rain from high altitude is beating the helicopter crazily. Below is the beautiful Huajirai Island, the farthest island on the eastern coast. A border area, has only 2 fishing villages and 1 township government. But it is also the most beautiful island in the sea. If the weather is good, looking down from a high altitude on this 20,000 square meter island, you can see green mountains, green fields, and flowers all over the mountain, especially the lighthouse east of Huajirai Island. That is the 2nd largest lighthouse in Asia, called Light of the Night Sea. Whenever night falls, a rotating bright white light will be emitted from the top of the tower, sending gospel and hope to ships in the dark. Fong Qingqing looked at the lighthouse, silent and not knowing what she was thinking. Zhao Zhongqing sighed, frowned and shook his head. Ever since he took over the task of going to Huawu Island, Director Zhao, who had experienced hundreds of battles, had been frowning. He seems to have a natural dislike for Hanakirishima. Why? Director Zhao, you don't seem to like this place very much? Fong Qingqing suddenly asked. Oh, Miss Fong, there's nothing I like or dislike. I just suddenly remembered the cases I handled before. Zhao Zhongqing said lightly. Bureau Zhao has handled cases here. Zhao Zhongqing ignored Fong Qingqing's conversation and silently took out his wallet, opened it to the end, and revealed a photo hidden behind the business card. Fong Qingqing glanced at it intentionally or unintentionally. The photo shows a very beautiful woman, in her 20s, in her prime. When she smiles, she has a cinnabar mole on the corner of her mouth that is particularly charming. Feeling the girl's prying eyes, Zhao Zhongqing frowned and quickly put away his wallet. Fong Qingqing was a little embarrassed. A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Everything inside the helicopter was illuminated like daylight. Zhao Zhongqing looked at Fong Qingqing's profile. This was the first time he could really see the girl from the Foreign Affairs Department clearly. Director Zhao was suddenly a little confused and felt strange. Why does this girl look familiar? Director Zhao. When can we land? Fang Qingqing seemed to be frightened by the lightning, and asked nervously after closing her eyes. Zhao Zhongqing withdrew his gaze and focused on the island below. We have to wait until the weather conditions get better. The wind is blowing now, so please be patient. Finally, the helicopter began to descend. The Wuodao Township government has a wide terrain, and there is a sports ground built 20 years ago behind it. It is now laid out. The orange signal lights are on and flashing, providing landing instructions for helicopters. Fang Tang, who had been silent, opened his eyes. Dear Fang Tang players, there are still 28 minutes until the game starts. The helicopter landed slowly, and the special police officer in front of Fang Qingqing opened the door. The serious-looking beauty grabbed the small bag and stepped on her high heels to get out. Zhao Zhongqing touched the gun on his body, calmed down a little, frowned at the two special police officers wearing masks, coughed and walked away. I was so distracted along the way that I forgot to ask them which team they were on. But it's time for the second team to arrive. Right? You two keep an eye on him. Zhao Zhongqing pointed at Fang Tang. Wait for my order and don't come down yet. The rain was pouring. Zhao Zhongqing walked across the sports ground one step at a time. But Fang Qingqing held up his small umbrella is very relaxing. This person is really serious. He doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. He has an umbrella and uses it himself. Zhao Zhongqing trotted over helplessly. When we arrived at the township government office building, no one came to greet us. Bring the suspect in first and contact the person in charge here as soon as possible, Zhao Zhongqing said and walked quickly to the door, holding up his mobile phone, turning on the flashlight and shaking it gently. The temporary lights in the sports field have long been turned off, and the mobile phone lights are particularly dazzling in the dark rain. However, after shaking several times in succession, there was no movement in the helicopter. Through the light inside the helicopter, you can see that the two special police officers are still guarding Fang Tang and have no response to Director Zhao's mobile phone light. Fang Qingqing frowned and was about to go, but Zhao Zhongqing held him back. What? Fang Qingqing was shocked when she saw the old director's gloomy face. Director Zhao took out the pistol from his waist and loaded it. No! There is something wrong with those two special police officers. Fang Qingqing became more and more surprised. Director Zhao, what happened? Zhao Zhongqing sneered. What I just sent with the flashlight was the action instructions of the special police. The lighting instructions specially trained by the Shanghai PSD Special Police Brigade. If they were real special police, there is no way they would not be able to understand them. Fang Qingqing gasped. At this time, in the helicopter, the countdown prompt in front of Fang Tang was jumping. There are still 10 minutes until the start of this round of the game. The two SWAT policemen wearing masks and holding assault rifles were motionless, and it seemed that they could not even hear their breathing. The light of a mobile phone flashed in the distance. The two special police officers remained motionless. Fang Tang couldn't help coughing. Your leader seems to be sending a signal. With a bang, the helicopter door closed directly. Then, there was a crisp sound, and the driver in front, who was still checking the weather forecast, tilted his head and fell down with a pool of blood. Headshot. Immediate death. Fang Tang's eyes flashed, and the two special police officers' guns were already pressed against his chest. The man on the left pulled off his mask, revealing a big face with scars. He had a yellow beard, blue eyes, and the scar on his forehead was like a beating red earthworm. He lowered his head and swallowed a piece of chewing gum. While chewing, he asked the accomplice on his right, "Kill him now?" This man spoke in English, but with a very accent. Heavy. Sounds laborious. Without Bai, he not only lost his vigilance, but also lost many abilities. Fortunately, the special police on the right spoke standard English. No, the mission is to catch people alive. You fly the helicopter, and we go directly to the high seas. The above has arranged a ship to pick up at sea. Although the voice of this person was low and hoarse, but a woman, wearing a mask, had a needle in her hand. The yellow beard on the left grinned. Alice, why are you nervous? Do you need to be afraid of such a thin Chinese boy? Could it be that he knows Kung Fu? As he said this, he let out a strange cry. Ah! Woo! Foreigners are very interested in Chinese Kung Fu. Understanding still existed in the era of Bruce Lee in the last century. Seeing the yellow beard imitating Ji Kyun Do's movements poorly, Fang Tang couldn't help but laugh. With a scoff, A pencil was pierced into Wang Bird's temple and pulled out. Fong Tang shook the red and white thing on it and smiled at the stiff and stunned masked woman. "This is Kung Fu!" The masked woman shook her body, held down the trigger with her left hand, and cursed. "Shit!" The needle in his right hand stabbed hard. Beishing had already rushed towards him like white lightning, directly knocking down the disguised female special police officer. Fong Tang held the barrel of the gun and easily twisted it to 90 degrees. With a flick of his finger, the needle fell down, turned gracefully in his hand, and pierced the woman's neck. The light yellow medicine was injected, and Fong Tang let go. The whole process was like lightning, and the two well-trained, special police, had almost no resistance. Fong Tang threw away his pencil and looked at the slumped masked woman. "The game hasn't started yet. There are still 5 minutes left. These two are definitely not gamers of Infinite Challenge. So what's the background?" "No matter what the background is. It seems that the intelligence work was a failure. They didn't understand Fong Tang's strength at all. So they sent two losers. Haha. Such a guy. Even if he comes with a car, he will only fail when facing Fong Tang." Fong Tang pulled off the woman's mask and saw blonde hair appearing. She is a nice girl, although her skin is a bit rough. Her facial features are extremely delicate, which is rare for big American girls. Fong Tang stretched out his hand to test her breathing, but she just fainted. At this moment, the cabin door opened with a swish. Director Zhao held a submachine gun in his hand and shouted, "Don't move!" Fong Qingqing crouched down and aimed the pistol nervously, but the muzzle was crooked. Then the two of them were dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 150 S-Class Game. Zhao Zhongqing and Fong Qingqing never expected that this would be the situation in the cabin. 2 dead and 1 injured. Instead, the suspect was found safe and sound. "What about the gunshots I heard just now? Who fired the shot?" Fong Tang shook his head at the two men. "The yellow beard here died in my hands. And the driver died. It's my fault. I didn't even think that the 2 special police officers were disguised." Zhao Zhongqing was still raising his gun, and Fong Qingqing he had already jumped on the helicopter and said directly, "He is not a special police officer." Zhao Zhongqing was shocked. Is this woman from the Foreign Affairs Administration Department not wary at all? The murderer was still on the plane, and she just got on the plane? Fong Tang also frowned. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Are there any foreigners in the Chinese special police?" Fong Qingqing ignored him and directly turned over Huang Beard's body. Huang Beard's equipment is all original SWAT equipment and should have been stolen from the base. Fong Qingqing quickly found the phone. On an ordinary Android phone, this woman just presses the power button. A series of English apps appeared on the screen. It is the original system of Google Family Bucket, and no one in China uses it. There is no password and no fingerprint lock. Great! After Fong Qingqing opened the phone's address book, she turned to look at Zhao Zhongqing. "Director Zhao, how do you think they got into the base?" Director Zhao hadn't spoken yet. Fong Tang Beishing next to him suddenly screamed wildly. Fong Tang's expression changed, and he slapped the phone away. The phone flew more than 3 meters in the heavy rain and exploded the moment it landed. All the chirps in the air were debris caused by the explosion. Zhao Zhongqing groaned and covered his waist. Fong Qingqing's long hair was messy, and her face was extremely pale. Fong Tang gritted his teeth. "Damn it! This woman has it too!" He quickly touched the whole body of the female special police officer, and Beishing helped him open the female special police officer's body. Finally she saw the mobile phone that was pressed under her body, and when she glanced out of the corner of her eye, she saw English characters popping up on the mobile phone. It was too late. Fong Tang mentioned the female special police officer and kicked Fong Qingqing on the butt outside. "Run!" Fong Qingqing was kicked hard to the front, while Zhao Zhongqing got up, pulled the woman quickly, and ran uncontrollably. More than 10 meters away, Fong Qingqing couldn't help but scream, and her high heels broke. Fong Tang, carrying the disguised female special police officer in Beishing, ran over as hard as he could. The helicopter behind was quiet, but the rain was getting heavier. Fong Qingqing sat in the puddle, reaching out to fumble for her glasses, her ankles hurting like fire. She shouted, "Zhao Bureau! Zhao Bureau!" There was a loud bang, and the helicopter exploded behind. A ball of fire shot straight into the sky, and the rain in the sky was instantly evaporated. Various debris fell to the ground with clanging sounds, and black smoke swayed in the rain and wind. Fong Tang wiped the rain off his face and looked at Bureau Zhao lying on the ground. "Old Zhao, are you okay?" Bureau Zhao gasped with gritted teeth and subconsciously replied, "I'm fine. Just a minor injury." After it was over, I remembered that there was a suspect on the other side. However, it was this murderer who saved everyone's lives. Zhao Zhongqing's hand covering his waist was full of blood, which didn't taste good, and the blood underneath him was washed by the rain into a light red stream. Fong Tang walked to Fong Qingqing and pulled her up roughly. Stop shouting. Help Director Zhao stand up and find a shelter from the rain. Fong Qingqing gritted her teeth and stood up, threw off her high heels, and limped with her bare feet. He helped Zhao Zhongqing up. Zhao Zhongqing saw Fong Tang carrying the blonde female special police officer and shouted, Fong Tang, don't run. Fong Tang came over carrying the blonde woman and smiled. Old Zhao, you still don't believe me? Zhao Zhongqing lowered his head and coughed. His whole waist was blood red. He held up the phone with difficulty, but was disappointed to see a blank signal. Grass. Director Zhao almost dropped his phone. Looking at the ashes of the helicopter again, he wrapped the submachine gun around his wrist. Let's go! Go back to the office building. When a group of people entered the office building in embarrassment, Fong Tang stopped again. Zhao Zhongqing reluctantly raised his gun. Be honest. Fong Tang shook his head and closed his eyes to receive the game prompts. Dear player Fong Tang, this round of the game has officially begun. Please read the game content carefully and pay attention to the game rules. The difficulty of this round of the game is S level, suitable for advanced players, and requires intermediate players to use their full potential to complete. Intermediate game as difficulty, The Legend of Hanajiri Island. Please select OK. Game rewards will appear after the process is completed. Please confirm. The S-level difficulty game, The Legend of Hanajiri Island, is confirmed to be completed. Fong Tang opened his eyes, threw the blonde foreign girl on the sofa in the hall, and sighed to Zhao Zhongqing. Old Zhao, you are so unlucky. Zhao Zhongqing was cursing in his heart now. What he hates is not his current embarrassing situation, but his failure to adhere to his principles. In the special police base in Shanghai, he should have the courage to resist Secretary Sunday. Fong Tang was forced to stay and interrogated in the base. Now that I think about it, the situation in the base is really weird. What kind of joint investigation team? What kind of American police? What kind of place to find a place where they won't be disturbed by the media to work together to solve the case? They're all excuses. An excuse to lure myself to this island. This damn Hanajirishima. The place he hated the most. Zhao Zhongqing lowered his head and gasped. Wowo Island is the most remote island on the east coast. There is only one waterway connecting Xingxi County. From the county seat, you have to walk 100 miles to get to the Magic City. As for Zhoushui City, it is more than 200 miles. Distance. He murmured these strange words, and Fong Qingqing was surprised. After panicking, she seemed to be still very conscious. Director Zhao, what do you mean by this? Do we want to continue working on the case now? What kind of bullshit case are we doing? Do we still need to investigate this case? Zhao Zhongqing's eyes turned red. In the 107 case, the video evidence has come out. That is direct evidence. The fact of Fong Tang's murder is clear. According to the normal process, we can directly submit the case the court will try, and after the case is concluded, the consulate will be notified to cooperate with foreign personnel in handling the remains of the deceased. He waved his arms. These are normal procedures. What does it mean to bring the criminals to this closed island with us now? Ah! Fong Qingqing shuddered, and the cold wind blew continuously outside. Director Zhao, are you going to be with the American personnel? Zhao Zhongqing held his waist and glared at Fong Qingqing. You little girl. Have you ever handled a case? You said it was from the Department of Foreign Affairs. But I forgot. Show me your ID and the documents you used to prove your identity. He suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. The special police on the helicopter are all here. It's a pretense. And you are also suspected. Zhao Zhongqing tightened his grip on the submachine gun, and Fong Qingqing was stunned. And this experienced criminal investigation veteran forced him step by step. With a fierce look, the muzzle of his gun was about to hit Fong Qingqing. Fong Qingqing screamed and pushed it away. Zhao Zhongqing staggered and stepped back involuntarily, with rainwater on his shoes. On the smooth floor of the hall, he was injured and couldn't control himself, and fell backwards. Behind him is the elevator. With a bang, Zhao Zhongqing bumped into the elevator. Then, there was a squeaking sound, and the elevator door shook and opened directly. Zhao Zhongqing pressed his submachine gun to the ground and tried to get up. But his foot slipped again, and he fell backwards into the elevator. Ah! Bang! Boom! Beishing rushed forward. Fong Tang shouted and rushed in front of Beishing. signaling the little guy not to be nervous. Behind the elevator door is a deep pit. The entire elevator car seemed to have been demolished a long time ago, leaving only one door. Fong Tang leaned over and looked at the dark underground pit, which was as deep as 3 meters. Zhao Zhongqing dived like this. After falling from a height of 3 meters, his head fell downwards and fell into steel bars and gravel. The result can be imagined. Looking up, I saw that it was completely sealed by cement. There are even steel bars in the strong cement, which seem to have been poured from the elevator shaft on the 4th floor. This is not an elevator. It is simply a murder trap.